Good morning, and good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to welcome you here to Topstep opening call, and congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time. We've got an exciting, informative, educational programming for you, and today and throughout the week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and sometimes that coach that looks you in the eye and says, "Get in there, kid, show me you can play." So get yourself ready for a top-notch, up-to-date market and trading knowledge. And, of course, we've got our very own John, the Hoagland. John, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Eddie. How are you? You ready for kind of a synthetic Monday today?
Synthetic Monday, yes. Reason being that we had Monday off. So coming into today, we'll see what happens. A shortened week, but still there will be some opportunity, and I'm hoping that all of us can take advantage of it.
And just reminding everybody that our focus is always on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in your trading. Today is Tuesday, September 5th, Synthetic Monday. We didn't trade yesterday, or if you did, hopefully you probably didn't get much done. I see a lot of familiar faces in the chat this morning. Top of the list, Josiah, my good friend from Florida. It's good to see everybody here. Eddie, what do we have? What are we looking at so far today, and even beyond that for the week?
Well, beyond. I wish I knew what was going beyond, but right now we've got, John, you look so nice today.
Well, thank you very much.
You look really nice today.
Dress up a little bit for the inaugural opening call and in TopstepTV.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Sunday skirt, but you can't see it right now. So that's what I'm wearing. But as far as what's going on here, U.S. stock futures edged lower and following that Labor Day holiday. Now, traders are trying to find a path ahead of the price gains and the wider economy. Now, over the wire here, and a lot of talk over the wire this morning regarding Goldman reducing the chances that America will slip into recession over the next 12 months, pointing to a recent labor and inflation data. So elsewhere, seems like China's having some problems too. But anyway, the Dow futures slipped by about 46% to 0.1%. S&P edged about 0.3%, and Nasdaq lost 0.4%. Now, these main indices were mixed at the end of last week, if we remember. S&P 500, 30 stock Dow Jones average were posting gains. However, on a weekly basis, all three finished in the green.
Well, for economic numbers this morning, 9 o'clock a.m. factory orders is due out. There's a couple of short-term bill auctions, and it's kind of a quiet week as far as what's going on in economic numbers. We do have international trade tomorrow, ISM services tomorrow, jobless, Beige Book also tomorrow. That means it's 2 weeks to the next Fed meeting here, our September meeting. A lot of folks expecting rates to remain steady. But Thursday, the jobless claims, we have EIA and the petroleum status report, both due on Thursday because of the holiday on Monday. And that's really kind of it. I mean, wholesale inventories on Friday. It's a pretty quiet week as far as economic numbers are concerned. We're kind of through the earnings season by and large. One thing I do want to note to everybody is if you are trading treasuries and you have not moved to the December contract, please do so now. The volume is much bigger in the December contract. It started that last week. And remember, our currencies and the E-mini S&Ps, our equities, Nasdaq, Dow, they're all coming into rollover. We'll be letting you know how the volume is, what day with which to change into the next month, which will be the December month as we move on here. We got VIX up 9% this morning, a little bit of fear, but it's still only 14.3. Dollar index up slightly at 104.8, and the yield on the 10-year up slightly again, 4.2%. So we're looking to see what we've got going on. Should we dive in?
Well, you know what? I just had a couple more things to say, and then we can jump in. But I'm really focused on China right now because China's really affecting a lot of these markets. The Chinese service sector grew at a slower pace than expected. So now what we're seeing is stock markets in China falling on the data. And this is sort of mounting on the country's flagging post-pandemic recovery. Also, it has to deal with oil prices are edging down because China services activity data also is in contention and worries about this. So it's the second largest economy and biggest crude importer. Some of the things over the weekend, I'd like to say goodbye to our good friend Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, that was
Friday.
That was sad, huh?
Yeah, watch the sun. I tell you, that's what got him was that the skin cancer. But he'll be missed. He'll be missed.
Most certainly will.
Now, John, let's fire up the ES. ES, we'll go for the daily ES. We're going to be looking at 4 of the most prominent markets that we do trade, and we're going to start with the ES.
Yeah, usually on Mondays I like to start with the monthly and down to the weekly, but being Tuesday, we're just going to start with the daily here. What I'm seeing here is we've got a 3-day area of balance that the market has kind of set up. Last week's high 45.47, the upper extreme of that zone, and then 4,500, 45, that big fat round number 4,500, kind of rounding out the bottom here. So on the daily chart, it's telling me that while we are in this area of range, I'm going to use range-bound rules. I'm going to fade the extremes, buy it when it hits near the low, sell it when it hits near the high. It lets me limit risk. But if we do get a breakout of some substance, some decent volume, momentum, you're always looking for continuation. When it breaks out of balance, that's going to change us to a breakout type of strategy in which we want to go through substantial. We want to go with substantial breakouts. So you're seeing that, Eddie, here. We got kind of a 3-day balance. Last week's high, this low right here, down around 4,500. Those will be really main points of contact or main points of vision for me early in the session today. Shall we look at the 30?
Yeah, just looking at that daily, I know that we were coming off a big head and shoulders there. It possibly might be looking like we're making another one here. We'll find out.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see, right? I'm kind of wondering if this balance area that has been here for now into 4 days, 4 sessions. Although yesterday wasn't truly a session. It's not a settlement day. It kind of freaks me out when we have a holiday and there's no settlement day. There's extremely low volume. Take a look at the 30-minute, and you're going to see how low the volume was yesterday. Even while it was open, there was very little activity. Here we go. Let's spread this out a little bit, make it a little bit bigger.
Real quick, while John's fixing that, as you can see in the middle of his chart, it says ES 130. That's indicating it is a 30-minute S&P chart. Obviously, it says S&P 5 minis. So if you're lost not knowing which chart he's on, just check out the middle there.
There you go. Thank you, Eddie. So this was Friday's range. Look at the volume. Here's yesterday's abbreviated session. Very low volume down here. There's really nothing that happened yesterday. And we're still using the settlement price from Friday. So there's no settlement yesterday. It's a non-settlement day. And it kind of freaks me out a little bit. I don't know why, but I know I'm not the only one. I've talked to a lot of traders and they say, I got to be careful days after holidays because the information, it's just skewed a little bit. So settlement here is still from Friday, 45.21.50. Do we have any overnight inventory with which to look at? Not really. I mean, we started here. The range from yesterday was here. We got a little bit too short. We've kind of recovered those shorts. The range from yesterday, I'm giving very little value to as far as opportunities. That said, watch one of the highs or lows be involved in something from yesterday's trade. Markets love to make a liar out of me. So I'm really kind of focusing on the range and the information from Friday, because if we're in a range, if we're range bound, here's that 4,500 low here. Here's last week's high. We're in the middle of it. We're in short time frame control, and short time frame levels are more likely to be respected, if you will. So here we are. We're in range. We're in value from Friday. That tells me I'm okay just staying a little bit patient. The context hasn't changed. Look for extremes as the day goes on, be they day time frame or the longer time frame area of balance, basically 4,500 to 45.47. It's really kind of a small range that we've been in. for the last 3 sessions. And there's
Hey, John,
very little known information that's going to change that. Go ahead, Eddie.
I'm looking at the 45-21 hand settlement. I'm also seeing that 200 moving average is sort of skimming right under.
Mm-hmm.
And we've got the 100 also playing that same line. It indicates to a trader. I'm seeing a lot showing me that that might be a strong maybe resistance.
Well, I was just going to touch on that, Eddie. I'm glad you asked. So you've got the 50, the 100, and the 200 session moving average within a couple of points of each other.
Right.
It indicates that we have been in balance for a few days now. When the markets, when these moving averages begin to braid like this, that's usually a warning sign to me that the market is in balance. I'm going to tend not to trade off of these. Resistance or support, it doesn't matter, because they're all in the same area. So I'm going to be looking for the market as it moves away from those levels. And as a contrarian, I'll probably be looking for opportunities. I like last night's low. Look where it is, 4,500. That's the low of the area of balance we've been in. I like last week's high as well. Anything in the middle, I'm probably going to be patient, let the market set an extreme in the daytime frame, and then move accordingly off of that. But, again, today is a Tuesday after a holiday. It freaks me out a little bit, and I'm going to be patient. 100% patient.
Right. Same here. Let's get some momentum, see which way the market wants to move, where we were at last week.
Right.
So what do we got? We got the Nasdaq. You want to do the Nasdaq daily?
Nasdaq daily. So, last week was a pretty good up week for the equities. At least the Nasdaq and the S&P. But it's put us kind of right into the middle of the area of balance in the longer time frame. Our weekly kickoff low, weekly kickoff high, still pretty far apart as far as bringing longer time frame traders into the marketplace. In the S&Ps, we lost 3,500 in open interest, and on Friday on the Nasdaq, we added 6,800. So there's a little bit more interested in what's going on in the Nasdaq, and that's pretty typical here at Topstep. The most popular product is the Nasdaq. But again, we're in 3-day area of balance. We're right in the middle of it. So that tells me, again, to stay a little bit patient. 15,661, last week's high, and the low of this, 15,360, right about here, this low. So inside of that short time frame control, unless something major happens to change that, I'll be using range-bound rules. We break out outside of that zone, that area, then I'll consider looking for a bigger move away from the area of balance. So we've got a little bit of time to relax a little bit, I think, here this morning. So it's not very exciting or sexy, but to me, it's the context of the market that's telling me this. So if I'm going to listen to the context, I'm going to be a little bit cautious. Now, there's a little bit more iffiness here in the Nasdaq. Do you see it, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're looking at right now.
Okay, so here's the range from Friday. The opening range isn't the high of the day, but there's a whole lot of excess up here and low excess in the profile down here. It's a B-shaped profile, which would usually indicate long liquidation, but it doesn't because we added 6,800 in open interest. So there's a little bit more of a hint that some traders are looking for this market to continue a move to the downside. Now look at where the market is. We opened here. We may be holding some short inventory, but we are possibly opening with a gap below Friday's range. Okay, now this could be an interesting spot for us because, the range that we're looking at is all the way down here, 15,360, I believe was the number that we were looking at. And if we do accept below the range from Friday, there is space for the market to bring us down there. Again, I'll be watching. Look at the moving averages. Eddie, your moving averages are right in the same area.
Right.
So I'm going to look for the market to move away from them and then come back to them more than look for an opportunity at them to move away from it. They are indicating that the market is in balance.
Now I do see that we've got the 50 SMA. 50 SMA looks like it's going to take off to the downside here, but as we saw on the ES, we had the 200 and 100 sort of on the same line, and once again, we're looking at that 15.516 quarter settlement as a sort of a magnet.
Kind of it might be somewhat of a pivotal area. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a look. Crude oil now.
Crude sounds good.
What's going on there? All right. Well, here's the daily. We had some questionable economic information out of China that was keeping things to the downside. But look at what happened on the open here. The buyers have come in. They've taken the price back above last week's high.
Right.
What do we do as far as open interest? Open interest on Friday added 14,000 new longs. The upside auction is performing relatively well. Look at the volume. It's increased every day last week as the market continues to move higher. Open interest is moving higher. This auction is presenting itself as relatively healthy. I don't want to step in front of it. We have 8,800 as the weekly kickoff high. That might be the first spot that I might look for an opportunity for a kind of a reversion trade. But again, I want to let the market set some sort of structure there before just diving into it. It is it's an important inflection level. Looks like the market is intent on continuing this move to the upside toward that level. Look at just the volume all last week, higher every day on higher pricing and higher open interest. This is a positive. This is a healthy auction. Even, the bad news from China wasn't enough to knock this off its pedestal. I'm not happy about it, Eddie. I don't want to pay more for gasoline. I don't think anybody does. But we're looking for opportunities in these markets. You ready to check the 30, Eddie?
Check the 30, and while you're jumping to that, I think this is a lot of leading the major oil producers, leading OPEC members, Saudi Arabia, Russia, announcing the output reductions. And I think that's probably what's putting a little scare in the market here right now.
Yeah, well, they've been threatening to reduce production even more, and it looks like that has now hit the news. It looks like, huh?
That's why, yeah.
The Saudis are going to extend a cut of 1 million barrels per day for 3 months until December. That just came out right after the open. That is exactly what has happened. Thanks for keeping your eye out for that, Eddie. Thank you very much.
It's good to be the king.
Yeah, right?
Hey, what are you trying to do?
I know.
So, here's what we're looking at. I mean, we open in range, we open in value, news came out, it has changed things. So now the only thing we can really do is monitor for continuation, try and find pullbacks until we get to an inflection level that might offer some sort of an exit for longs, and potentially later on in the session, an opportunity in the opposite direction. We don't know how this is going to continue to be digested by traders and investors in crude oil alike, but don't fight a directional market, please. It's one of the biggest mistakes new traders and even old traders make, is fighting a directional move, okay?
Right. I tell you, here's the thing. We're here to trade, okay? We're not here to fighting the market. It's probably best to call it, because your game plan's not right. Your focus isn't right. Your mindset's not right. You want to fight. And the thing is, we're traders. We want to trade.
I fight the trend, and the trend won. All right. Take a look at gold briefly.
Gold bugs, you ready? Gold. It's gold.
All right. So what do we have here? We have balance. We have an extreme up here. We have an extreme down here. We have an extreme up here. We have an extreme down here. We've got the 150 session moving average starting to braid a little bit. The 200 session starting to come up to it. We've got some pretty tight weekly kickoff levels here today, because I'm looking for this market to kind of achieve some sort of a change. It's been facilitating trade in this area for a very long time. It may be time for it to go seeking new levels. Now, Friday actually, We had a kind of a doji day, kind of a rest day, and we didn't really do much. We lost 2,000 in open interest. Volume was actually pretty good coming off that high. So weekly kickoff level 1970 remains because there was very little acceptance above it, and the 100-session moving average is still kind of capping that off. We've got last week's high of 1980. That's a $10 range, and every opportunity or level that you're looking at is some sort of range, some sort of a zone for opportunities. So far today we've rejected above 1970 weekly kickoff high. The rotation would be to the lower end of that area of balance, which would take us down to 1938, the weekly kickoff low. We've got the 30-minute now.
Okay.
All right. So
open it up a little bit if you can.
There we go. All right. So here's another situation where we've got our moving averages and they're very tightly packed here. Here's the range from yesterday. We opened with a gap. We have closed that gap. What we're trying to, I don't know if we have or not just yet. It looks like pretty close to it. But we're always looking for that. When we open with a gap and can't close the gap relatively early, that's a sign that the market is accepting lower pricing. We've almost closed the gap. And what doesn't happen is sometimes is equal and even as important as what does happen. So the settlement, the gap closed to this level, this bar high, showing a potential opportunity for resistance. If again, only for the fact that it'll help you alleviate risk, right? If we get too deep into the range from Friday, that's going to make any shorts down here look a little bit invalid. So you're going to want to get out of those and then look for your next opportunity. How's the volume been? I just want to double check here. So the volume has been slowly but surely falling off. The market it's losing its ability to facilitate trade. There is a change coming, and we're going to try and be ready for it.
Well, let's take a look at the 30.
All right, back to the 30. We've got...
Pull that back up, yeah.
So we've got our moving averages braiding. We've opened with a gap. We've tried to close the gap. This level, last Friday's low, again, presenting as potential resistance, and I like that because it lets us limit risk. Our overnight low isn't very strong because it's kind of a double bottom here. The market was willing to go back down to that level after the open, and it failed. So you've got an extreme at the low here. You've got an early extreme at the high here that offers us, again, the opportunity to limit risk. Huge, very important. Remember, always think about limiting risk. That's our job here. We all consider ourselves to be traders, but our real job is to be risk managers. If you can't manage risk, you're not going to be a trader for long. Look for those asymmetric opportunities that offer a little bit of risk for much bigger rewards, and we're going to do fine.
Got you on that, John. You write that down. Remember, managing. I mean, it's so important. And not only managing that account, you got to manage yourself. You got to be a manager twice there. So keep that in mind. But hey, we've got 8:25 here, Chicago time. And coming up next is Fast Market. We're going to have, of course, John Hoagland in that wonderful blue tie. And you look so handsome today. I mean,
it's the inaugural TopstepTV. I thought I'd dress up a little bit.
You did.
It's all downhill from here.
Okay. We're going to have Hoag. We're going to have Michael Patak sharing the trading platforms. And so hopefully putting some trades on. We'll be right back. Take a break. Get yourself a coffee. Get yourself a tea. Get yourself a bourbon on the rocks. Whatever you need, we'll be right back. All right, and we are back.
Does everybody know what time it is?
It is time for Fast Market, and of course, like I promised you, we've got Patak. And yes, they're actually going to hopefully put some trades on, only if there is an opportunity. We don't want you just throwing stuff on there and hoping something sticks. So not always right, but far from not always being wrong during the session. We'll be bringing more charts and detail to you. So good morning, Michael. Good morning, John.
Hey, Eddie, how are we doing? Welcome to TopstepTV. We've been working on this for a while. It's very, very exciting. This is certified tradertainment. Now we're certifying it, so it's not beyond us certifying it, but we're excited about it. Tradertainment is like, good trading is like watching paint dry. And if you have something that is a little entertaining, little financial, little trader guidance, and smash that all together, you got tradertainment, right, Johnny?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's certified and authorized. We've certified and authorized it. Remember, ladies and gentlemen,
approval, all that stuff. So I just want to give everybody a heads up. We'll have technical difficulties. We'll have issues. This is
Let's get ready here. We got the open.
There we go.
And we are open.
And we're open. So we're going to talk about trading all day long. I like a short coming into here shortly, John. I've been looking at this one while you guys are talking, and I just took one. I don't like trading always out of the gate, but I got short 486 quarters. I like it for only one reason.
Nasdaq, right?
Yep. So 15,486 even. I'm right there right now. So I'm liking it for a couple reasons. You got the moving averages above. We watched the 30 minutes. Everybody would keep it super simple. And I am about ready to get filled on my profit target.
Yeah, that's
real quick. Let me just interject here. For those that are listening, watching, remember to check out the disclaimer. We've got it at YouTube. We've got it at Discord. Please check out the disclaimer. And gentlemen, you got a trade in there, huh, Michael?
I got a trade. I'm going to short on everybody that I'm going to be explaining some stuff. I'm not going to be over trading. Maybe I will sometimes. I'll be losing sometimes. I'll be making money sometimes. All that kind of stuff. Welcome to the world of trading. Losses are ordinary and necessary part of trading.
Not me. I'll only be winning.
Yes, exactly. Would get W's all the time. So that's what we're going to talk about. We're going to have drop-ins. We're going to have updates. We're going to have stats. We're going to have behind the scenes on our live traders. Guess what? Topstep has live traders. We trade live since 2010. We've been trading live since the inception of the funding industry, which we created. So short now.
And don't forget, these are live trades that we are taking here. These are not on STEM. These are actual live trades.
Yeah.
So Michael is working on getting to a profit target. I like it because we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows. It's a very early trade. I know Michael likes to pad his account a little bit early in the session.
It's padded, Johnny. $300 up.
Nice.
So just so everybody knows, I'm going to not quote, and I'm trading the Nasdaq, so I don't quote the 15 handle or the 15,000. I'm going to start quoting the I got short 471 quarters. Those that don't know, it goes in quarters, halves, 0.75, even. I don't quote any of that, really.
No, we're not going 478. We're just going 478. Or, eventually when everybody's up to speed, you can just go, 76 even.
So there you go, 76 even. We talking trader talk. That's down on the pit talk. You'll see us ARB. You'll see we're floor traders. We've been floor traders. Johnny was a floor trader for how many centuries, John?
Yeah, I've been an active trader for 20 years on the floor, 10 years at least on screen. So
and been around the block. Your dad was a big trader.
Yeah, my dad was a trader on the grain floors of the Board of Trade for 40 years. My brother was a trader for about 10 years, and so we got a lot of trader blood in us, I guess.
We do. We're going to get an Eddie here in shortly, but hey, the sell-off still continues. But hey, everybody, look really quickly at the S&P. The S&P is staying fairly strong. Nasdaq feels like it's a little weak. Something to think about. We will never, ever here at Topstep say, get in here, guys, get out here, guys, ever. We'll talk about our experience or what we like, and it's up to you as a trader to take all this information and decide what you want to do, because we control our own behaviors, or we should be controlling our behaviors, but we manage our emotions and we listen to get opinions from others. You don't have to, but if you're tuning in, it's always a good idea to hear what others are thinking. So as you're watching this right now, I was just talking about the S&P firming up, staying a bit strong. Now the Nasdaq is doing the same. It is right around my entry. So there's a lot of noise happening. Yeah. Oh, put a what?
Are you going to reload?
I don't know if I'm going to reload, Johnny. It is showing a little bit of legs. And when I say legs, we didn't see this big sell-off. Look at your 30-minute S&P. We're only 4 minutes into the open.
Right.
I'm up $300. Getting to the $600, $900 range. And then being around there, I really, really like before, the first hour of trading, because guess what? That's like $900. And if you're average, you'll take losses, averaging roughly $1,000 a day, average, then that's a healthy annual income.
It most certainly is.
Yeah.
Most certainly is. And
some of our traders too are, they've got actual jobs that they're paying bills and then and so forth, putting food on the table, and an extra $300, extra $200, even an extra $100 a day. That's a bonus.
Yeah. Now it's only a bonus, Eddie, if you're taking money out of the markets, and we'll have our risk managers coming on here. Risk managers watch all of our live traders, and they really try to push and promote. It would have been a good sell-off, John, but it was only about 10 handles so far. If I would have got back in around the 73s, but 473s. Mm-hmm. But they promote and push, and I don't know if they suggest taking profits off the table and then taking payouts. So, Eddie, that bonus that you talked about, it's a nice bonus to have in addition to your other income. You're sure as hell right. I know I had a bartending job when I first started.
So did I.
Yeah, John did too, and you'll talk to everybody else. John, Eddie did. Eddie, you ran a bar.
My parents owned a bar, restaurant, and
a haunted bar, right?
We had a 4 a.m. license. So after 2 a.m., everybody would sort of pile in the bar.
Yeah.
A drunken orgy. So
that's scary.
Oh, we have a position. Yeah, guys, check it out. No, I'm not short. I'm not short anymore. I covered on that one, but I was short for 86s. Yeah, 86 and covered 71 quarters. There you go. So we're going to be showing this stuff. And this is kind of what I'm doing. John will jump into stuff. I trade a little bit more than John. If you're looking for, again, answers, you will not find them on this besides top quiz, right? Right, God. Sometimes we call the producer God because you don't see him in here, but his voice will come in here. And don't take offense to it in whatever religion you believe in. It's just a tongue in cheek. Yep,
wow.
Yep. That's wow. Yeah, exactly. I'm speaking of God.
What is it you're going to hear?
Really leaned into that one, Eddie. I like it.
It's a chorus of angels.
Yeah, those are the angels. Yeah. We'll be doing that top quiz every day. Jack, our man behind the curtain, will be bringing himself out of the curtain, showcasing his top quiz. And top quiz is fun. You'll be answering fun questions. Kind of how we end the Fast Market show. Welcome to Fast Market. So, John, S&P now sold off a bit.
Yeah.
Now you got a Nasdaq holding a little ground.
We've got Amanda talking in the chat about, the opening range being the high of the regular trading hour session, which, does kind of have me looking to the short side, right? But, as far as the E-mini S&Ps are concerned, first off, trading after a holiday, like a Tuesday after a Monday holiday, freaks me out because there's no settlement from yesterday. Settlement is still from Friday. We're just looking at the inventory. We're looking at all these different things, and it kind of blurs the charts a little bit, because if you look on this daily chart, all right, look at this. This is Tuesday's trade date today. That's Friday's trade date. What happened to yesterday? Because there's no settlement on Monday, they don't even give it a bar on the daily chart. So it skews things a little bit. It makes me kind of lay back a little bit and be cautious on days after holidays.
You got a little headline right before you, or right below this chart. Hoag, careful trading after holiday weekends. I know that's what you said, but I'm going to re-say it. So
John, coming off our YouTube, Amanda is asking, I know we're in the middle. Any thought of leaving the opening range at the top? S&P.
Yeah, that, it was, as I mentioned, we would kind of be looking for that as an opportunity to look for shorts because it indicates that the sellers are in control. Now, another thing that freaks me out on holidays is it takes the profile that I have on my charts over here, and it just runs yesterday into today. So it's difficult for me to see where the opening range is. It just kind of throws a little bit of a horseshoe into it. So, and I've gotten myself, believe it or not, in some pretty serious trouble on days after holidays.
Oh my God.
So knowing that, I'm going to just kind of try and chill a little bit. I know we're going to be taking trades and we want action and all that stuff, but for me, this is kind of a no-fly zone. If we get the chance, Amanda, I might think about looking for a short up against that high, up against that opening range from today's session. Yesterday's opening range was relatively close to the high of the day. We don't see that necessarily here just yet, but we will.
Mr. Professor, switch to Nasdaq. It looks exactly opposite than that 30-minute bar right there.
There you go.
There you go. Guess who just got stronger? Nasdaq.
Yeah, we took out the high. So, look at in short time frame, we're putting in higher lows and higher highs. So I don't like this short right now.
I would let it dance. Though I do like it if it comes up to these 50 and the red. Everybody is 200 period moving average. The 50s, the blue, the whites, the I'm going to probably get in short here. Well, I don't know. Not yet. S&P ticks up a little, show a little bit of a floor here. Everything's a short-term anything, and everything could be anything. How about that?
Yeah. Very succinct.
Yeah, so take it as you will. S&P is showing, with some weakness. Nasdaq showing some strength. So if Nasdaq's showing some strength and it wants to be the leader, we're going to talk about leaders and laggers. And if it wants to be the leader, and the S&P wants to start firming up a little bit, buyers start coming in, you might see Nasdaq scream even harder. So just something to watch. We're going to talk about all this kind of stuff as we do this every single trading day. John and I and Eddie will be on here. We'll have drop-ins again from the 8:30 open in Chicago time, because Chicago is where futures originated from. We all have traded futures our entire lives. I started in stocks. That's where I lost $30,000 real money trading accounts back in like 98, 99, and whatever, 2001, September 11th, actually.
That was, 90K. My goodness.
Yeah. So the S&P clearly showing even more weakness. You could call it dragging down the
see that
group.
Your spot up there in the Nasdaq up near that 200 session, 50 session crossover up there. That looked pretty tasty.
I know. So I missed that opportunity. I'm so pissed. No, I'm not, because you're going to miss a shitload of opportunities too. We can say the S word here. God said we could.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. PG-13, as you see down there. There we go. So another big thing that we do here, we're going to give you a lot of what TopstepTV is all about. We watch TopstepTV Discord, and we watch YouTube chat. But really, all of our activity that we're watching and we want to really engage with, which we'll do both, but is Topstep's community. We want Topstep to be where we're not when we're not here. So that's the Discord, Topstep Discord. Somebody has a link in YouTube and is watching YouTube. Drop that little guidance, and you can be ushered over there as well as YouTube.
Another thing also, if you don't get our weekly kickoff numbers,
I got it today, Eddie.
You got it today, and it served its purpose very well. First thing out of the gate. If you're not hooked up with our email, please visit our website, topstep.com, and get yourself signed up for our weekly kickoff. In there, John puts up some numbers. JD puts that together, right?
I see your quotes in there, Eddie.
Yeah. Oh, I got a quote in there. Something.
I don't know if it's this week, but I was looking. I jump in there. I always kind of browse through. Gives you like a little, high level. What's to be this week? What's to be? Oh wow, John, you have the S&P just says, hey, what is it when you hook them, pull them off the stage, or drag them underwater, whichever one you want to call it.
Make a big hook.
Yeah. So those that are trading, if you're trading, please don't say, here's what it's going to do. You can say, here's what I think, because nobody knows what the market's going to do. But do share in TopstepTV things that you could be getting smoked today, and then share what you're learning. Everybody wants to be filling up their think tank every single day they trade, whether they're making money or whether they took a bath. And taking a bath happens. A bath is a bad day.
Yeah, there's always something to learn, right? Always something to learn.
Even my kids think a bath is a bad day. I had to convince them last night to get in one.
I remember those days.
Oh yeah. Your kids. Your kids don't take baths anymore. I think that stopped around what?
No.
6.
No. So yeah, Amanda, look at the opening range here. This is a 5-minute chart, and I can see the opening ranges here on the 5-minute chart. The opening range remains the high of the session in the S&Ps. It keeps me kind of looking for the opportunity for shorts, but the overnight low, 4,500, that's going to be kind of an important area if we get to it. See, it's heading back towards that opening range right now. So. I have to see what happens. Like I said, I'm not in any big hurry today. And believe me, there will be days we're going to be in a hurry.
There'll be days like this. There'll be days. We're only 16 minutes into the open. So that's another thing that we're also going to try to really push here, recommend patience, because this is an opportunity making machine here in the futures world. I mean, in the trading world, but we were only going to talk about futures. And as you see, we're focusing on the indexes. We're going to talk a little bit later about gold, crude oil. We have a segment called So Crude. It's not, God's going to keep us in PG-13, but but it's going to talk about crude oil.
And we got lots of different segments coming up here.
Yeah. So sometimes it will be a little quiet, but we're going to keep it a little entertaining with bringing in some interesting stuff. But this first half an hour of the day, at least, we're going to kind of really talk it out like we're doing with Amanda. Great stuff. Thanks, Amanda, for bringing in your thoughts.
Yes, thank you very much.
Let's all straighten up and fly right.
Yes, we will.
I know. I'm leaning over.
And we're always looking for feedback, constructive criticism. What is it you want? And we at Topstep, we've worked very hard to be there for you and to find out what you need and to provide that. So let us know what you're looking for.
Yeah, that's the only trolls that we accept here is constructive feedback.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Those that were watching the prep, remember, it was always make sure to like, share, comment, question, feedback, heckle, and love.
Yeah.
I mean, taking comments and taking suggestions. I mean, that's what's built us here at Topstep. I mean, we're that door is always open. And if you haven't noticed it, you've been here past few years, you've seen what we've did because our traders are requesting it. So, like John said, any comments, suggestions, maybe you got an idea for a segment. We'd love to hear it. So you could post.
Maybe you'd like to be in a segment
or the YouTube, either one. I mean, we're open here. We want to have some fun. We want to have some education, and we want to see some success.
I know we plan on having our partners in segments, and John just said if you'd like to be in one, we'll explore. But we have our the influencers of the social media world that trade futures that have big followings. We partner up with these folks because they get traders to listen to them in a way that is helping move them forward. And that's kind of the whole thing that we're always trying to do is move forward, whether you're filling up the think tank like I talked about, or whether you're actually putting up great days. S&P just really is not catching a bid here.
No,
by catching a bid, yeah.
Mike, I got a question for you. Dan Trader's asking, Mike, I know you're quite busy, but do you usually trade all day or just in the morning?
No more all trading all day. But big thing, I use this word mush brain. If you trade all day long, man, that's a lot to process. I'll watch all, not all day, but I mean, I'll work. I go back to Topstep work after I said, hold all my appointments. I'm not doing morning. I'm not doing morning meetings anymore. So I'm going to be on TopstepTV doing this with these fine fellows right here. We've been doing this for literally 13 years. Yep, before Topstep existed, we did it. Eddie was known as Kid Comedy on the trading floor. You might see a couple crack jokes happening too.
Kid Comedy.
There you go. So these guys know shop trading. And I like to talk shop with them, which is another segment that we're going to have on each day, pretty much. Talking shop. Talk shop with Andre. We talk crude oil with Danny So Crude. We talk the risk managers come in, Brett and Mick.
Mm-hmm.
We got stat guy Robert. He knows. I mean, he's from the Goodwill Hunting chalkboard. He put the chalkboard together.
He is a smart guy. He never ceases to amaze me, and I'm not sure if he even sleeps. It seems like he works 24 hours a day.
Until ChatGPT came out, that he sleeps in all the time. No, so S&P still showing weakness. Nasdaq's giving it a good damn college try right now.
So we've got Fred asking a question for me. What's your plan if the S&P reaches that 4,500 level, the low of the 3-day balance? My plan is it's also our overnight low. So I'm going to let the market come through it. And if it can't maintain price down below it, then if it comes back above on a pullback, that might be something I'd look for, because then I can limit the risk on however far the market went down through there. Then I can limit the risk for a potential long. There's a caveat to that though, and I know it, Fred, is opening range is the high of the day, so that's going to be a tough trade to take. But you know me, the layup trades I tend to stay away from because they don't seem to work for me. It's the trades that make me scared that tend to be a higher probability of opportunity. So we're going to see what happens as the market gets down there. If we get down through it and we come back inside the opening range or the overnight low last week's this 4,500 big fat round number, then we'll see what we're going to be thinking about.
Trepidity question. You have, do you often use candle patterns or price levels? John, I'm going to let you answer that one. Do you use candle patterns or price levels, or do you mix and match?
Me, I'm big into market profile and volume profile, but it always is aligned with something I'm probably seeing on one of the candlestick patterns. And rarely do I go below a 30-minute candlestick.
Yeah.
I've got it on the 5-minute here because then we can see the opening range is right up here. This is the high. This is the low of the opening range. It is the dead ass high. We have seller control right off the open here. So that's what makes the 4,500 long down here so difficult, right? It's the market is telling us, at least in the day time frame, it's one time framing lower, and otherwise, in the 5-minute, we've got each 5-minute bar putting in a lower low and a lower high. So that's a hard trade to take, which makes me like it. I'm crazy that way. I like the trades that are hard to take.
It's the majority traders that you need to watch out for. It's being the individual that's the minority and thinking that John just said about that fear. They're learning from the fear. Maybe they're acting upon the fear. Majority of folks look at fear as stay away from it. Well, the markets are made up of fear and greed. And who said this? Hey, God, this could be a great top quiz question. When there's blood in the street, I'm buying.
Right. It's like, what was it? Trading Places. In there, it's kill or be killed. Fear, that's the other guy's problem. Exactly. There was a lot to learn from that movie. That's what got me into the space, Trading Places. You're like, what? A movie got you in the space? Yeah, when you're 15 and you watch a movie about a guy Eddie Murphy that goes off the street to on a boat at the very end, you're like, right.
Well, yeah, Uncle Gary, how did that happen? And I really asked my Uncle Gary. He's like, well, time's irrelevant in the financial world, and you can make and lose as much as possible. I only heard the word make.
Yeah, right.
I just learned, by the way, guys, that before they could not hear my voice on here, I figured that out. Just want to say top quiz again. We're giving away 150K, 100K, and a 50K trading combine to whoever is the quiz master today at around 10:30. So it should be fun. Come on by.
Central? Yes.
10:30 Central, quoting everything in the Chicago Board of Trade time.
No.
Hey, real quick.
Can I win one of those?
You can, John. As long as you play fair. Real quick here, Michael. Ticker traders. I'm curious how Michael handled losing 90K and went from equities to futures, or the reason behind it. Any time off? I know you must have been.
That was over a 3-year process. It kind of blew out every 6 months. And anybody that's listening here probably at some point put money in a personal brokerage account. The reason why I created Topstep and got these fine gentlemen here to join me many moons ago, because they're part of the founding team here at Topstep, was because there's really no bridge into learning how to trade in a real-time experiential learning type of environment. Topstep created that, and we wanted to help people learn and then have the ability to earn. I did not get that in the very beginning. This is 1997, 98. I'm 44. 44.
Wow. You want some extra fingers?
I know, right? So I had a vending company. I didn't have rich Uncle Gary wasn't rich, but the vending company I had, I took all that money, put it in the markets. After watching Trading Places, a couple years later, I was 16, and then by 18 or 19, I had built up enough money, had like 80 accounts in Nebraska. Country kid from Nebraska, knew nothing, especially on how to trade. So I just said, hey, put money in the markets. And that was when TD Ameritrade was just called Ameritrade, because Ameritrade came out of Omaha, Nebraska. And put money in there, 30 grand gone. That was a penny stock, by the way. I thought I was going to get rich off having so many more shares that I could just move 50 cents or $1 and I'd be the richest guy out there. Blew out of that one. That was actually a pump and dump, and they got busted for it. In
penny stocks.
Yeah. So penny stock, and then did a little bit of options with some buddies on the way to or in freshman sophomore year. We would walk in college, see each other, be like, "Hey, what's the S&P trading at?" Because we buy calls, or we pretty much just always be buying calls because again, you have more buying power. I think a lot of people have gone this path because you get a little bit more leverage. Then I finally saw, because I was always watching the S&P because we were doing that in options. I'm like, why don't I just trade indexes? That's when I blew out of everything. I was already blown out of everything. Graduated from college, moved to Chicago, learned with a prop firm on a simulator. That's where I found out the importance of a simulator. I'm talking too much because we should be in the markets, but yeah, and that's where I learned how to trade. It was on a simulator on real time. Brokerage or the prop firm said, "Show us you could trade before," and I got the job as a trader. Did not get paid. I had to eat what I killed.
You probably had to pay some pretty stiff desk fees and all that stuff too, right?
Yep. So that's another reason why we created Topstep. We wanted to give the opportunity to just everything here costs money. Just so you know, data fees, CME's second largest revenue stream is data fees, platform fees, the team of folks that you can get on live chat right now with and get help with. We all need to make a living here. So that business is tough, but we don't charge. I was paying $1,500 a month desk fee.
Wow. Well,
and that's not even getting paid.
And exactly. But they took it out of my
Never
trading
give up.
account.
Never surrender.
no.
That's a good one right there. So that's how I got my started. Hey, got my start. Eddie, I saw in here, what is it? Who said this in here about Cubs trolling? Oh, yeah, bad tuna salad. Do you accept St. Louis Cardinal fans trolling, ripping on the – we accept trolling when it comes to sports. Yes, we do.
Yeah, I'm expecting some trolling coming from Fred Decker. Hopefully the Bears beat the Packers next weekend.
Oh, going to be a big weekend.
They start off the season, Bears-Packers.
Yep.
Bears-Packers.
I love the NFL schedule. Like, how do we put these two together out of the game?
I know.
All right, so S&P still showing again that it doesn't have any interest in catching bids.
I'm just patiently waiting to see what happens down there around 4,500. We kind of missed the fact that the opening range is the high of the day. That could have been a good short.
Do we have a number at top of the hour?
9 o'clock. Yes, we do.
9. What do we got?
Ding, ding, ding.
Factory orders.
Factory orders. See how the market just got thin? See how the market's also whippy? I'm not telling. We recommend do not trade right now. Let the market digest this new information. S&P still not catching a bid. I'm not touching it. Look at it, still whippy.
Here's the dome.
Still whippy.
Yeah, it's still pretty thin. Still pretty thin.
If you can see outside of the best bid and the best offer, no best bidder offer every now and then, that means it's thin. Why is it thin? Well, algos and all of your bots usually turn themselves off, or they get turned off typically. That evaporates liquidity in there. We're all the liquidity providers getting in and out of the market.
Well,
They'll start to come back in. They'll start to come back in.
Yeah, here's the Nasdaq. I mean, we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the bid and the offer. That's pretty thin. Although it's thin anyway. I mean, the Nasdaq.
Yeah. I don't see anything. It's kind of and you can see, watch the 30-minute. We're kind of on the low of that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I mean, overnight, of course, since 2 a.m. hasn't made lows, but that little range, parked in that little range on the 30-minute. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Guys, we've got our stat guy knocking on the door here.
Awesome.
And we're going to bring him in. So if you're ready for some more numbers, we're going to take just a couple minutes here. Just about it's a couple seconds.
More like 10 seconds.
The stat guy.
There he is.
There he is.
That was quick.
That was quick.
Yeah, that was quick. That was quick. Hey, Robert, what is happening? And just so everybody knows, we talked about Goodwill Hunting. He stole the chalkboard, brought it to his backdrop because he spent so much work on it. So what you're seeing behind him is all the math that he's been doing to solve the world's problems.
And Robert, are you still on mute?
Okay, here we are. We should have sound at this point. Good morning. Greetings, salutations. Yeah, I didn't steal that chalkboard, but and we're certainly not solving world problems, but we hope to solve a trade or two here and there.
There you go. There you go. Give us some stats. Here's what we like to do. We like to have Robert's stat guy come on here. If Robert's not on here, it's somebody else's name and a stat guy. And they're going to kind of share some of the stats that we're behind our scenes, you know, as a community, as a whole, maybe as an individual trader. We will never share your last name. Dennis could be Dennis anywhere. Michael, there's a lot of Michaels out there. I know because I am one. John.
There's a few of those.
There's a few of those. Even if you go back into the old good book. So
there's a lot of Roberts out there also, believe me on that one.
Roberts out there.
Yeah, so this segment goes by pretty quick. I'm just going to pop in like Michael said there. If I'm off for the day or unavailable, then someone else is going to jump in. We put these together each and every day, go through each day, and then we go through the week. When that's finished, we wrap it up. We have community stats. We highlight a couple of individual traders. we always go through everyone's favorite stat, and that is the number of funded traders who passed the funding. We'll save that toward the end. And we like to close this segment off with a little fun fact or a silly stat that I just kind of pull out of the air, pull out of the hat somewhere. So what do you say? Let's get it going with some Topstep community stats.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. We have the most popular instrument. I'm going to backtrack this a little bit as we've been doing rehearsals, so you all know what's going on here. Yesterday, I say yesterday, Friday, the NQ was the most popular stat. Usually that's followed by the ES very closely, and that ratio changes around 2.5 to 3 times. So every one trader, or every 10 traders, I guess we'll go 20 to 25 traders are trading the NQ versus the ES.
Yeah.
However, we had a lot of traders jump into the MNQ. Believe it or not.
Really?
Micro NQ. Yes, that is right. The NQ traders, 209, excuse me, and the MNQ is 63, followed closely by the ES at 50. Okay, now this is coming for the holiday weekend, so there's not a lot in here. To give you an example, there were like 1,700 or something on the NQ last Friday. So yeah, largest winning day we like to have. This is for Alejandra M. And this winning day, the largest winning day, was $1,863. It's going to be the largest winning day. We'll be popping that momentarily. It is a little on the lighter side because there wasn't a lot of market movement. Things were slowed down, getting ready for the holiday weekend. To give you an example, the largest winning day last week was $21,600. So we dialed it back, and we see that entirely across the board. Yeah. So we had a lot of big gains, a lot of huge winners last week, a lot of big P&Ls last week, and we just kind of dialed it down a little bit, wanted to see what was going on. So taking it slow and steady. Here's another good stat for our community. We like to highlight a few of these. Emmett R, 11 days, no losing days.
Ooh, that's a hot streak.
That is a hot streak.
Where's the fire emoji? We should just have that right in the middle of the screen.
That is a hot streak. Okay. Now with Emmett.
That always made me nervous. You know, whenever I had a hot streak like that, I was like, yeah, it's going to break and I'm going to get mad. So I'd break it myself. I'd take a day off.
That's not technically breaking it. That's smart trading.
Right.
We had a hot streak challenge where we just call it a winning challenge. A lot of traders now, back in the trading day, Hoagie, you know this, and Robert, I'll let you get back to this. Give me 1 second. If you could touch him with your tie, we had to wear ties. If you could touch him with your tie, there was your trading buddy. There you go. Look at John reached out to all of us. We're all John's buddy.
Reached out to the community. Hoag reached out to the community as a trading buddy over in the hole.
Yeah, so long story short is we were all trading pretty well. We could tell because nobody's pissed off around us very often. And we kind of, turn to the guy and be like, hey, how's it going? He's like, pretty good. And then you're like, how many? You never ask, like, how much have you made this year? No. You'd be like, how's it going? Well, I got 6 days in a row, blah, blah, blah. We got to a certain point where I had 24 in a row, but there was like a 46 next to us. That's just a lot. Wow. S&P's catching a little bit of a bit here. But, so keep going, Robert. Win streaks are so awesome to hear.
They are.
Yeah, win streaks. Scratch days count as win streaks. The second best winning day is a
scratch.
There you go.
Absolutely. Any day that's not a losing day is a winning day. So put it in perspective, last week, the winning streak was William O, 13 consecutive days. But here's what makes Emmett R special with his 11 days is he's only been trading his funded account for 11 days. So he got the funded account, hasn't lost yet. Average winning trade is only $98, but has put up gains of over $3,000 in his funded account. So congratulations to Emmett, keeping it tight, keeping it close.
Hell yeah. There you go.
Yeah. All right. We're going to move on to, as you see on the screen right there, God has put it up for us, the Topstep trader stats. These are individual strats. We like to take 3 traders. We run a report. We highlight them, and here they are. Alejandra M. at the top. The previous day P&L, which you spoke about earlier, was $1,863. That's the winning day. Here are the ones we like to show. The average winning trade dollar amount, $291. Keeping it small, keeping it steady. Average losing trade, was $89. So winners bigger than losers, almost 3 times the amount. That's what we like to see. You
Love
couple that,
That's a 3 to 1.
that's almost a 3 to 1, yeah. And you couple that with a 78% win rate,
You're making money.
You're making money. The average daily profit for Alejandra is $713, and that was over 19 days. That last column on the right. Absolutely, absolutely. We love to see that. Now, I'm going to throw something out there before we move on. That the instrument, I like to keep track of those also. That Alejandra was trading. Get this, YM. The Dow, GC.
Oh, Robert, that's what
Yes.
I traded. That was the first. I traded the YM. I just talked to you guys about the prop firm that I was at 2 months ish after the YM was first introduced in 2002. Quote me if I'm wrong, or 3. I've been a Dow trader since then. So I'm a YMer.
Yeah,
You're a YMer and also a
in the
perma.
Dow.
Yeah. Eddie was in the Dow too. But what was the big Dow? The ticker symbol. Do you remember that, Eddie?
The ticker symbol.
DJ.
YM? Oh no.
that was the minis. The DJ. I thought it was DJ. I don't know.
The Dow is 30 stocks, so it's going to be.
No,
I don't know what
the pit.
Oh.
The pit symbol.
Oh,
Yeah, DJ. I don't know. Okay, but YM.
beyond my time. Yeah, YM. This gentleman here was. I say gentleman, Alejandra. I apologize.
It was
This trader. YMGC, which is gold. CL oil. MGC, which is a micro, and then here's a new one that we don't see a lot of traders trading. NG. Who wants to spit out what NG is?
Ooh.
Oh, natural. Really quickly, we got Nasdaq firming up. Who was in here saying they're long? Who's saying they're long? Partial? Mike T. Mike T said he was long. So Mike T, hopefully you're still holding on to that long. But remember, S&P's been a little bit weak today. So take those profits off the table if you got them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey, real quick here for those that are in our YouTube, don't forget we've got a Discord channel.
There you go.
And a specific TopstepTV channel where you can do what you're doing here on YouTube. A lot of good conversation, a lot of great fellow traders, and also taking questions, suggestions in there also. So get Step TV in our Discord channel.
There you go. Binded by Grace? Hey, bloodbaths are just don't make them ugly, which is like trading. You'll have losing days. You can call it a losing day too. Bloodbaths. It's got a little like thing we call it. It's a little extreme where it's like a really bad day. But I'm glad you're enjoying it and learn. Hopefully you have a journal. I have mine right here. Stream of consciousness goes into here. It's all my thoughts. I usually put it underneath my pillow, but
we all have them right here. My stream of
there you go.
consciousness.
Robert has one too.
Absolutely, right here, and it's all like we got it filled up with notes in here and back on the chalkboard also.
Yeah, we do that. We journal as traders. Why? Because we can learn from what we were feeling, thinking, and before we got in. Why we got in, and then at the end of exit your trade, whether it's hit your stop or target, or the end of your day, which is another great one. Stay tuned today. At the end of the market day, you're going to work with God. Jack,
We're going to get the Pope's going to call us on that one and say, "Hey, you got."
Yeah.
Well, we call that around here.
Accent.
Yeah, the Pope's not Italian.
But I think when you're in the Vatican, you speak Italian, right? Yeah.
Yeah, when in
you
Rome.
The Pope. Yeah.
When in Rome. There you go.
Thank you very much.
Well, around here
All
we call
right,
that
Robert, what else do you have for us? Very interested.
We call that prep, trade, reflect. That's what we call around here. Prep, trade, reflect, right? Okay,
Yeah,
wrapping up these stats for these individual traders we have Chi Peng, $1,572 on their previous day P&L. Now, this is an interesting one also. The average winning trade being $484, average losing being $65. Now, this is where it gets interesting. A 28% win rate. But their winners were so much larger than their losers, they were able to stay above water. Okay. Now, the average winning trade at $484, here's the kicker. MNQ. 18 trades on micro NQ, and they still did that much. Exactly. That average daily profit, it was $519 over the last 8 trading days. So congratulations for keeping it close.
Yeah, John, how if I'm wrong almost more than 70% of the time, how am I making money here?
The only way you're going to be making money is if your winners are 4 times what your losses are.
That's why John taught me this many, many moons ago. Average winner, average loser. There's your risk to reward. And if it's a 4 times to 1, what is this? 4 to 1?
This one's 8 to 1, 65 to 44. This is 8 to 1. Yeah.
8 to 1. And then you got Alejandra above here with a 3 to 1. 3 to 1. 3 to 1, you only have to be right more than 40 something percent.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So that's where John calls it keeping the math on your side. This is the math. This is the math in trading. And people are like, well, I like my charts. Okay, yeah, but you trade and then you create a pattern of behavior. Call it the back of your baseball card, your trading card, your trade report says all this in your trade report at Topstep on the dashboard, which is another thing we provide that nobody else in the industry, not very many people, I should say, else in the industry do this. Spend the investment to help you learn about yourself. When you look at the man in the mirror, it tells you a lot of things. Robert's showing us the people in the mirror on how they're trading. So this is great.
This comes right from the stats. This is what it's all about right here. And those are the stats. I mean, if you're just going to focus on a win rate, I want to win a lot of trades. Well, that's great. But if your wins are 3 times smaller than your losses, you're still behind the 8 ball, and just as a personal thing, my win rate literally needs to be around 80-85%. If my win rate is 70%, I'm losing money just the way I do it. But you can see here with Cheap Hank, giving the credit out here, their win rate is 28% and they're killing it. So congratulations to that.
Robert, this morning I had a 15 handle stop and a 15 handle profit target. That's a $300 winner and a $300 loser. I'm going to do this, see how your math works on the fly. What win percentage do I need to be profitable?
51.
Oh, there you go. So far I'm 100% because I have one winner.
Yeah, it's a 2 to 1. So yeah, you have your 1 to 1 ratio, right? Yeah, if you win it or you lose it, you're gambling. You're risking 15 handles to gain 15 handles, and you're letting that trade go. So that is exactly 1 to 1, which means you need slightly more because you have to figure in for slippage and commissions. So 51, 52%.
Robert, it's one of the things that I respect about you so much is it boggles my mind that you are profitable, and I know it. I've seen it at that kind of reward to risk and the need to be right that much. It's those calculations behind you are certainly doing something for you. Hats off to you. I couldn't do it. I'm not.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just what it needs to be, and we all trade differently. We see Cheap Hang going back to that win rate was 28% and has a very good profitable P&L. They are 8 times winner over their loser. That's great. I'm slightly on the other side of that, so I take these little pieces along the way, and if I lose one, it's going to wipe off the last couple of trades on me. What I do just fits for me. Yeah,
it's whatever works for you, man, and it's
exactly. Just amazing. One more to go. We get them stats up here. We get Jessen as the last individual.
You can prove.
Jessen giving credit out here. Previous day P&L 1406. Average winning trade 743. They win the cake today as having the largest average winning trade. Average losing trade is 81. So that spread is even the best one overall. Okay, that's a big difference right there.
That is a hot streak right there.
Yeah, it's a hot streak. But here's the streak. Jessen took 3 trades. That's it. 3 trades. I am not kidding you. And guess what? Here's another pop quiz. Another pop quiz. The symbols, the instruments. There are 2 of them. One of them is ZN. Who knows it?
Bonds.
The bonds.
10-year.
10 years.
That's all I trade.
10-year bonds. 10-year bonds, exactly. And Justin traded the NKD. Now, who wants to call that one out?
Nikkei. No.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's Nikkei.
Is that right?
You are right. Yeah.
Hey, how do you say it? Is it Nikkei? I remember from Rogue Trader. You guys ever watch Rogue Trader?
Oh my goodness, that movie?
Oh, Ewan McGregor. the best trading movie. The guy
Best.
Barings Bank takes them all. The oldest bank in England.
Takes them all down.
had to liquidate itself for $1. $1.
What was the account 88888? Remember
Triple,
the account? They put
the
everything
88.
in?
Yep, the 88 account, because he had to have 8 digits, and then they go with a lucky number in Singapore. Where was it at? Singapore? No,
I think Singapore.
there you go. And was 8. And we'll get into the whole thing. Robert, keep going. But at 888, so he's like, let's get all the luck it needs. Ewan McGregor crushes it when showing how a trader is stressed out, like puking and all that, all the things that your emotions will do to you when you're absolutely like taking a bloodbath.
That's all it is. Those are the charts. Human emotion plotted on green and red candles. That's all it is.
If you want that guy, the real guy, he rents himself out for meetings and what have you. So if you want to hire him for a get together, he's available.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he selling trade ideas?
Yeah, I've always wanted to know how to lose more.
I doubt it.
Take the opposite side of that one.
There you go. Fade him.
Yeah. All right. Wrapping this up, folks. We got segment 2 more things to go. Everyone's favorite stat, and then we have a fun fact coming up. Everyone's favorite stat. How many traders passed to funded? Dun, 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 dun. We usually go each day. We show you, but we tally them last week since this is a pseudo Monday, the beginning of the week. The last week, 1,807 traders passed from the combine to their funded account. And all of those trader stats that I read earlier, the individual stats, we are always pulling those from our funded traders. We want to see what our funded traders are doing. And that's where all those stats came from.
The stats that Robert, let's get more specific on if it's XFA or live. We're going to be very transparent here. Transparency is good for this industry, and what you say is what you do, and all that kind of great stuff. As we know, and everything happening, but it's good to know who is who. Robert, is it a person in an express funded account, or is it a person in a live funded account? So we'll provide more information. But what Robert's been telling stats on is everybody that has passed the trading combine. Those are the stats that of those particular folks. So we'll get a little bit more specific.
That's correct. Yep. I can look that up too. We'll just pull that out. We'll separate them out so we know exactly what's going on, full transparency. And I honestly don't know if these are live or express. So we're just going to call them funded for right now, these 3 traders, and we'll move forward with that. That is correct.
There's much to be learned regardless whether they're in the express funded account or live. This is their stats. This is the individual. And this is the 3-to-1 or the 4-to-1 or the whatever to 1. These are like what we're learning here from others.
Absolutely. We all can learn something. We learn something every single day.
That's a lot of traders and some really good traders.
Slip them hell. No, control our sim. So.
Yeah, so all those ones, Robert, little heads up to the viewers here. 1,000-some people pass the trading combine. Every one of those, you get a nice certificate. And here's why I'm throwing this out there. You add that experience onto your LinkedIn. Every time I did an online trading academy back in like 1998 in Irvine, California, where they originated from. It's like a $2,500 first like 1 week class, just support and resistance, but they give you a certificate. I would use that on my resume. And you're like, well, why would you? It shows that you actually participated, engaged, real-time markets, sim or not, doesn't matter. You got some risk exposure, risk management exposure. And if you pass in the trading combine, you profited X without hitting Y. That's some, first level 1 of risk management.
Yeah, that's absolutely show. It's not easy. I wrote right here into this, the comment, the note that I had next to my spreadsheet here was 1,807 passed to funded last week. And my note says it's important to celebrate because it's not easy. And my famous quote that I'm going to try to go down in history on this one is that the trading isn't easy, but don't make it harder than it has to be. I'm a really simple guy. We always take some nice simple things on trades, keeping it safe, keep the risk managed, take what the market gives you, and walk away with a win or a scratch. That's the best way to do it.
Okay.
Cool. We talked earlier. We close out the segment with a fun fact or silly stat. This one here, we have a stat. I don't know if it's silly, but it's a fun, silly one. The VIX, we mentioned it earlier today, means volatility index. Now, this is often referred to as the fear gauge, and it measures the market volatility. Market's flying all over the place. The VIX is high. So the all-time high was on March 16th, 2020. I wonder why. A lot of stuff happened around that time frame. With all the COVID mess that was going on around that time frame, we had the biggest sell-off in history, or the shortest bear market in history of 33 days. It broke a 120 something day win up streak or something like that. It's a lot happened during that beginning of COVID. The all-time high for the VIX, the higher the number, the more volatile the market is. And I think I wrote it in here today, earlier today, the market, when we opened up, the VIX was 14.19, to put it in perspective. That's what the VIX was when we started up today. The VIX on that day was 82.69, highest ever.
There we go.
It's really volatile market.
Thank you, Robert. Hey, Robert, we got to jump back to the markets. We appreciate the stat.
Absolutely.
And you get back in there and R2D2 it with your chat GBT it. All that kind of great stuff.
All right. Thanks, Robert.
Oh, Johnny, look at that. Look at the Nasdaq. It's pushing, and then put the 30-minute. S&P. Yeah, we'll watch S&P as well.
While you guys are watching it, I got a question for you. Our good friend Fred Decker, question for the panel. What are your thoughts on paying multiple exchange fees to trade multiple markets? Is it a good idea to look for maximum opportunity or keep overhead low trading one market?
Great question. I'm going to answer this one really quick. I trade the Dow futures. I traded one thing. I did it for years. I got used to one thing only, and I had a ton of opportunity. And you say maximize opportunity. Maximizing opportunity, this is an opportunity-making machine. So I don't care what product you're in, you can maximize your opportunity. In my opinion, the best focusing on one thing. One thing. And if you're like, well, all this other shit's moving out there. Yeah, it's moving. But then, like, you're probably showing up to the party late, and we would see people, and Eddie and Hug, you'd see people leave the pit. I want to go trade grains because the grains are going crazy. You're always like the last one to show. The grain traders that stayed in the pit, the S&P traders like John, who stayed in one pit, Eddie stayed in one pit, I stayed in one pit. You get to know the temperament, and John is pushing on this. It's coming up to the 100 period. I wanted to get short. That was a little pop. See right there, came up to the 100 period. We watch it. We try to keep things very, very simple here. What was the 100 period moving average? 22 even, 52, 22 even. It's already 10 handles in the money. It's already 15 handles in the money, almost. Yep. That would have been a great end. Now that doesn't mean I carved it up right at 22 even, so maybe I'm still in on this trade if I would have got into this trade, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's coming off pretty hard.
Yeah, 20 handles right there. 20 handles from 522. I think that was the area that it got to. Look at that pullback. That's why we watch and keep things super simple, not keep it simple, stupid type stuff. Keep it super simple. You guys can watch all your other indicators. We'll just watch this one because we're not going to bias or influence you or whatever, because we don't know the indicator that is going to work best for you. But we do know how to keep it simple with SMAs, simple moving averages. And it just came up and touched that one. John, what about
the S&Ps? The S&Ps, they haven't even taken out that opening range high yet. The S&Ps are still looking a lot weaker than the Nasdaq. Can I talk about Fred's question just a little bit?
Yes, please do. Man, the pullback is strong.
Yeah, it's coming off pretty good, right?
Yes, it would have been a nice short.
Yes, it would. So Fred, you're somebody that we've known for a while. I think I know you pretty well. I think I know you as a trader pretty well. You've always been, a student of the market and the auction theory, the auction process, right? So the auction, no matter what we're buying or selling, is the same. If volume is increasing, it's going to continue to go in that direction. Open interest is increasing. It's going to continue to go in that direction. Now, as a user or a disciple or whatever of the market profile, you're going to see certain patterns that are going to repeat themselves in other products as well. So, there's for me, the S&Ps have been, my main instrument, but there have been opportunities that I've recognized in crude oil and in gold that I've been able to take advantage of because I was, number one, aware of them, and number two, they were very specific situations, right? So when you have that opportunity, to hold on to that, to the data for a long period of time without taking a trade, it's almost like, yeah, you're paying this money, but if the opportunity comes, it's going to be worth paying the money because it might be one of those bigger opportunities. Does it make sense? I mean, there's translatable situations in any different market and any different auction that you want to be available to take advantage of. Mm-hmm. But then, there's the cost management as well. I mean, it can be expensive to hold all of those data feeds, and you may not see a trade for 3 months in one of those markets, but that trade could be enough to, more than take care of all of the data fees that you've been seeing. So, Michael's right. We were in one pit. If we wanted to change pits, we had to run down the street or run across the floor to get to a different trading pit. It's so much easier to trade multiple products now. The question is, should we? Build your account. Stay on that account for a long time, and then eventually, the data fees aren't going to hurt as much if you're doing well, and then you can continue to start looking at other products and you continue to recognize how the auction process is relatable to different products in the same way, right? I mean, it's all price and value. Whatever the value, the collective perception of value is the last price. But what is the market telling you beyond that? What about volume, open interest? Is it longer time frame, shorter time frame, delta? All of these things can put together. I call it a three-dimensional picture because we're looking at charts. We see the bars, we see the moving averages, we see whatever we see on the charts, but there's another layer to it that involves, how is the auction doing? Is it healthy? Is it tiring? Is it expended? These are all things that you don't typically see on a chart, and that's how is the volume over time? How is the open interest over time? Is the market even directional? If it's not, well, that's a different strategy, right? Can you go
to your 30-minute right now? Because I want to lean on what you just said.
You want the Nasdaq?
We've got Danny on deck here. Danny's going to be with us here with So Crude. So
I'm looking down here. It says, quick. Drop in with Dan So Crude. It's Danny. So
it's Dan.
It's Danny. So John, okay, right here. Has it extended?
The initial balance would say has not been extended, but it's the D period. It's the second 30-minute bar that created the initial balance, not the first bar, the 8 o'clock. So the market does seem to be expanding.
Okay, so that 100-period moving average that just pulled back on, you would have got like 40 handles on right now.
Yeah.
And did it extend right there?
It extended to it and then came back. So the A period high, first 30-minute bar high was here. Then this was the second 30-minute, but it's still part of the initial balance, which is the first hour of trade.
Exactly. So the second bar now at the high of this little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 30-minute bar range. We try to extend ourselves out of it. Look at all those simple moving averages. We keep it simple here. You guys watch whatever you want, your Bollinger Bands, your R-size, or whatever that kind of stuff is. We keep it simple here.
This is excess, dude. This is excess, man. Price got too expensive. Buyers backed off. Sellers took over.
Yep. And then your volume profile that we talk about sometimes here because it has to do with volume. When extended, it was kind of thin up there. So when it's thin up there, and you got all these simple moving averages, I mean, is that a play? Look like it here, but woulda, coulda, shoulda.
It lets you limit risk, especially on that 100 session moving average right up here. I mean, think about it. How many people looked at that 200 session and the 50 session crossover here? As soon as price got above it, they wanted those longs. They wanted those longs. It was the trader, the innovator that was selling it up against that level that was the one that got paid on it. So you were nervous about it. You wanted to do it.
Yeah.
You felt like you kind of missed it, but you had the right idea. It was a good spot to limit risk.
John, that's why having a trading buddy is awesome. So you're talking to me right now. I can sit there listening to the fan on my desktop in the quiet solitude of my office, but I don't do that. I jump in. We always talk shop, you and I, and you help me out because I did. At that point, I'm like, I want to get short. By the time I said I wanted to get short, it had already pulled off 10 handles. And I'm like, well, I don't want to take an entry off 10 handle pullback because I have a 15 handle stop. And that means if it goes back up to where it just was, I have a five handle, like little window of getting stopped out. So I did nothing. I was very scared there. If you want to put it in your journal, missed opportunity. I'd write it in my journal. I was, wanted to get short, but I hesitated. And when I hesitated, it pulled back. Look at the big pullback that came off here right now. Something to think about, and John just said it all day long. When you are a little nervous, you're a little scared. Those sometimes are the best opportunities. Not every time though, but sometimes.
Yeah, for me, just knowing that the risk is small and the trade making me nervous, I'm taking that trade.
Good.
Yeah, right.
Hey guys, the meter's running and Dan is here.
It's parking meter. He's got to get going.
So Crude, dude, this is about Crude, which will include some trading food that we have stewed, viewed in the Crude. So I recommend if you're trading Crude, you stay glued to you in the mood, and we'll see you. What we shared, I conclude.
Bravo,
nice.
Dude.
Good morning,
Johnny boy.
What are you stand for, Danny?
Well, John, you're looking snazzy.
Thank you.
Michael, we're going to talk about no white after Labor Day. Take my hat off real quick.
I thought that was just pants.
Well, I've been sitting over here waiting to get my introduction in, so it gave me a lot of time to think about stuff. One being no white after Labor Day, and then as I said it, realized I got a white hat. John,
think it's I don't think you have to go funeral style right after Labor Day.
That is fashion, from what I understand. I'm
not
a fashionable person, but from my understanding, I think your wife would tell you no white after Labor Day.
Yeah, she does curate my closet. You know what I mean?
Guys, talk about crude this morning. Saudi comes out this morning out of nowhere talking about extending the 1 million barrel per day voluntary oil production cut through the end of the year. So we're looking at another 3 months of daily cuts from Saudis. And obviously that led to a nice $2 rally right around the open this morning. That was pretty aggressive. So we've talked about this in the past. I will continue to talk about it. That first day back after a weekend, especially a long weekend, sit on your hands, because I'm not sitting here ready for this aggressive move first thing in the morning on a Monday, aka Tuesday today.
Well, speaking of Dan, first thing in the morning, CL trader Dan, are we going to fill the gap to 8 a.m., the 8 a.m. gap in CL? Talking about the morning.
If we're talking about trying to close that gap, I'm not going to sit here and make any opinion on that. Huge news hit the marketplace, so this is where
they have to digest the news, right?
There's so much
industry, the whole industry, the big players in the industry, the market movers,
right?
The size. We're little minnows here.
We're minnows. I'm not looking for a gap closure on this thing right now. Obviously the market was open and it traded Friday's range already. We have check point of control from Friday, so there's really no gap. I think to close, obviously, unless we're talking about just closing the gap, getting back down to prior day range and value.
Maybe this gap.
Maybe. But again, I'm not looking.
CL Trader said 8 a.m.
Yeah. So there's really no gap to close. Obviously, we're talking about just give up all the gains that it made this morning, I think is that point there. No, I'm not looking for it to break all the way back down to point or settlement price down by 85.55 approximately. So no, I am not looking.
CL Trader does say we're holding initial bounce. John, you're a profile guy. Is that true?
Let's see here. Yeah. B period high is the high of the day. A period low. Yeah. As a matter of fact, the first half hour is the entire range of the day so far.
Yeah. I mean, we're holding. So we took a lot of new information into the marketplace on a Tuesday morning. So we still have API numbers coming out this week. We have an EIA number coming out this week. We know last week we saw a bunch of draws come. We're taking more inventory out of the marketplace now for the next 3 months. So what does that tell us? So fundamentally, if they are starting to pull our supply of oil, that means fundamentally, again, we don't trade just fundamental. There's a lot of technical. There's a lot more information that goes into this. But fundamentally, that says this market or the price of oil per barrel should increase. Obviously, this morning we saw the big pop. So that was the emotion. Now we have a little bit of reaction. Potentially, you have the volume is not huge here compared to that up move. So you have more buyers right now holding on than sellers. We have people, probably some short time frame people that hopped in on that quick move that are just profit taking right now. I'm going to look at this as we're still just pulling back and continuing directional move. This market's been trend up for quite some time. So now I'm going to sit here. We've been sitting between 50 and 60, 86.50, 86.60 for quite some time here. This market's starting to look and try and potentially find a level to hold, and then that's what I got to look for. So I'm slow right now.
Danny, you said the crude's pulling back. Well, I think crude ripped higher because you were pulling your boat over the weekend. And you
were thinking on that one, huh? I did fill the truck with gas.
That one was going. I had to wait on that. I had to write that one down.
Did fill the truck with gas, filled the boat with gas, filled the four-wheeler with gas.
I thought that's what the prop was.
So I will say I got a good buy this weekend. I got it while oil was still a little bit cheaper. And now I got a feeling those gas prices are about to go up.
Yeah, well, my old man used to, we had a 500-gallon drum in our farm, and he used to kind of time the markets. I'm like, didn't know Dad was a trader, but
oh yeah,
yeah, you'd like co-op or something. You'd be like, hey, I need 500 gallons, and they'd bring it out, bring a whole big truck out there, fill it up. You're good for a while. I knew the code. on the tank. So of course, as a 16-year-old kid,
free gas.
I used to know my old boss had a 500-gallon tank, and I used to know where the key was to unlock it.
Right. If you know that, it's not bad living.
He would let me fill up once a week. That was part of my paycheck was a tank of gas for my truck.
It's not bad.
But yeah, I think when we look at crude oil here, we got a lot of new information that came into the marketplace. And what do we do with new information? We have to take some time to digest that information. The market's still digesting. The market is still sitting here trying to determine what's going to happen. As a retail trader, this is where we sit on our hands. Yeah, for sure. There's opportunity inside here, right? Like we broke over $1 from our highs. Yeah, there's a huge chance to take shorts in here. There's huge chances to find opportunities. But for me, in my style of trading, I'm sitting on the hands right now. I'm not looking to make more than a couple trades in a given day. So I got to wait for things to set up a little bit better for me. I missed the rally on the open expectedly. Again, I don't trade very much on the first day back from a weekend, especially a long weekend.
Oh, Danny, were you listening earlier in the day? That's what John was talking about.
I wasn't. I was distracted by the tie. It's not typical that I see John so dressed up.
Oh, I love it. It's every day, John, from here on out. Set the tone.
Yeah. Yep. Ties and shirts every day. I bet he's got sweatpants on and slippers.
No, right. Remember during COVID, like every reporter had like nothing on underneath. They would always show it. I mean, not show it, but like, hey. But Danny said after a holiday. John was saying that earlier in the morning about watching after a holiday. So much opportunity always in the markets. And here at Topstep, you're not going to hear us, we got like 50 positions on right now. All day long, in and out. We're not scalping. We're a little sniper-like, looking for our positions. Danny talked, and I also like it. John just mentioned it. After a holiday, just be careful a little bit.
Yeah.
There's no rush for anything. I'll leave you with this. This is something my dad always told me. No one trade or one day should make or break you as a trader. Nope. And if you're coming out swinging off the gates, you're looking for that big knockout home run. I can honestly say I'm very fortunate with my mentorship. My dad was pretty darn good at this whole trading thing. And his whole mentality was small, little incremental wins. And
we call them base hits.
Base hit. Yeah. The only way to get a grand slam is by loading the bases.
The bases. That's the only possible way. Technically, it's the only way.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Danny, I got a question for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Regarding this news that came over the wire here, the Saudis are extending their cut of 1 million barrels per day for 3 months until December, and Russia's to extend 300,000 oil export cuts through December also. How does this affect your look on the crude?
Sorry, Eddie, you cut out there. I missed your question.
Okay. Over the wire here earlier today, they're talking about the Saudis extending the cut of 1 million barrels per day for 3 months until December. How does that take into factor what you're looking at in crude?
There's a lot you got to pay attention to, right? I look at markets in two perspectives. We have to understand our fundamentals, and then we use technicals to trade within those fundamentals. So fundamentally, the draw of another 1 million barrels a day, there's a lot we can talk about and create opinions behind that, which is pointless when we're looking at markets. And we have to look at this from a technical and a fundamental standpoint. So fundamentally, it says this market's going to go up. Then we use our technicals to find where, at what points do I find an opportunity inside this market. So this is a huge impact. And I think we're going to see, gosh, I can only imagine EIA, what that's going to be this week. I can only imagine what API is going to be this week. We just keep pulling more and more inventory out of the marketplace. I did go look at Michael would be happy to know, I looked at a Rivian this weekend.
Oh, God. Crude oil is going to find the floor just came out from underneath it.
Danny's looking at a Rivian electric car. Decided against it.
How low can you go?
Decided against it, but
what do you mean you decided against it? I just so that everybody knows, I got the number 1500 off the conveyor line. That's only because I was on a 3-year wait list, and I saw the commercial and said, for $1,000 and fully refundable, you can be owner of a Rivian. I'm like, wow, that's a cool looking truck. And I didn't have a car at that time. I never had a car in Chicago. You didn't need one. Uber this, Uber that. So Danny's seen it. I think you drove it before.
Yeah.
Why would you turn that down?
No long distance towing capacities.
300 miles, dude. Come on.
Not with 10,000 pounds hooked up.
Oh, yeah.
You get like an hour of tow, and then you got to stop and refill.
Well, okay. So while we're talking, I understand why crude oil just firmed up.
Hey, Dan. Dan, I got a question from YouTube. Dan Trader is asking Dan.
Yeah.
Dan, what do you think affects the oil price more, supply or demand? The cartels hardly ever stick to the production numbers.
The cartels.
He's right. They don't. They say they're going to cut, and then they like overstep each other.
Yeah. I thought he was right about the cartel, Judd.
Well, it is. Economically, that's the definition. I mean, it's not a judgment phrase there. It's literally a cartel by definition.
That's true. You're right.
It is. I think, it's a good question, but I think it's both, right? Like supply and demand are what dictate price. So I think it's an equal balance. So it depends, right? Some days it's the supply. Right now we're seeing the supply being cut, which is going to increase price point. If demand starts to overpower and people buy too many Rivians, demand becomes that more impactful driving factor. So I think they're both balanced, right? It's an understanding of, what those factors are at that given time. So right now, I think this is a supply move. They're pulling supply. Now, if everyone goes out and starts buying electric cars, then it's going to be a demand move that's going to impact these price points.
Thanks, Dan.
I like it, Danny. Got anything else for us? Leave us with any what's on Danny's to-do list this week?
I don't think anyone wants to know what my to-do list is.
Were you on the lake this weekend?
I was on the lake.
Oh yeah, he was. I saw Sarge doing it. It's jump into your ball into the water, and it does this like a competitive dog would do.
Yes, Sarge loves launching off the pier. He swam for 3 days straight.
Sarge is his little brother.
Was it crowded?
Sarge is my lab who John
his own
used to put
boat.
to sleep in the office. Back when Topstep was in office all the time, John used to put my dog to sleep.
That's right.
Hypnotize them.
Yeah. That was when John knew he was getting a little long-winded.
Yeah. When Sarge started snoring, that was it. I just stopped talking.
Yes, was on the water all weekend. Closed up shop for the summer, and now it's time to start thinking about the winter's hobbies and the winter fun.
Oh, that means you got to get that snowmobile out. Didn't you break it last year?
No, last year I didn't have any break, but the years before I've broken a lot of them. So as you can see, I like the snowmobile. This helmet is no longer wearable. It has big cracks in it from a couple accidents.
Yeah, thank God, because you and Dan, it'd be Johnny so crude or Frankie so crude right now, and
Yeah,
not
we don't
Danny
like
so crude if you weren't wearing a helmet.
So Dan, this is the 5 just before you go 5-minute chart. Bull flag.
Yep, I like it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell people what to think about this one, but I like what I'm seeing at the moment, and I like value low right now quite a bit.
Yeah, we've got that your little Dan'l right here, the little Dan'l channel.
Dan'l, there we go. I like it.
All right, Danny, thank you. We got to jump into Nasdaq. It's starting making some new highs. Jay Alexander is long on Nasdaq. Jay, where are you getting out at? Let people know when you guys get in and out. Let people know right away where your stop is and where your target is. It's always fun to know what others are risk rewarding on their position. You don't have to if you don't want to. Of course, nobody has to do anything in life except breathe
and pay taxes.
And pay taxes. You don't have to pay taxes if you don't make money, John.
Well, yeah,
yeah, you do. Every sales tax.
That's
or
no
you
fun.
don't buy anything because you don't have any money.
That's no fun.
Yeah. Hey, how about this? Nobody at Burning Man last week had to pay taxes.
Yeah, right.
It's a euphoric community right there.
Yeah, they were all stuck in the mud for days. That's crazy.
I know.
Barry Brooks is long 45.10 half.
45.
That's a nice,
right here, right
nice
now.
long.
Right here, right. Oh, yeah, ES 45.10 half. Right, Eddie?
Yes, sir.
All right,
He's
all
on right here.
I mean, the Nasdaq has been stronger all day, and you can tell. So they're both roughly unchanged, but this one's actually unchanged now. It's shown strength all day long. It's continuing to push higher. Jay Alexander, if you still got that long, not bad. Because you put that in actually before this big 20 handle rip. I mean, 10 half. It's above 10 half. So that's good on the S&P.
Yeah, the Nasdaq's really the one that's kind of the boss here, it seems. But
right.
S&Ps are certainly lagging behind. The opening range still is the high of the session. We've just extended the range higher, and the initial balance higher. It looks like. No, we just extended above the initial balance in the Nasdaq. We're a long way from that in the S&Ps.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, John. What are you thinking right now?
Well, my thought process is, you know what? Unless something really juicy comes my way, I'm going to watch. Nothing against any trade here. This could be a great opportunity by the end of the day, but it's right in the middle of the range. It's not something that I would think about doing. Yeah. It's getting paid right now, so that's good.
Jay Alexander's getting
Barry
paid.
Brooks, you're into something. You got some money in it. Don't listen to me. Do you?
Yes, everybody needs to do them because that's the trader in them. Is what you got to find out. Wow, it's ripping nicely. So we got both. We got two traders here in TopstepTV channel on Discord. And we'll talk about you guys' trades every time you guys put them in here because we're talking trades, talking shop with you. So if you're in the YouTube chat right now, head on over. Before you head over, smash that like button, subscribe button. And when you do that, then you'll know when we go live because we're going live every trading day except on like synthetic Mondays or whatever.
Yeah.
We're gonna be at Danny's
Holidays, right?
Yeah. So
All right, Barry says he's out 45.13.5 for the profit. Good job.
Couple of bucks,
Nice
couple of
going
bucks there. That's good.
oh yeah.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll work all the time.
Nice job, Barry.
Hold on, how'd you get up to 545 half? Are you trading D's?
45.13.5.
Yeah. He made 3 points on it.
Oh,
Three
geez, sorry. I'm thinking Jay Alexander. Jay Alexander is shooting for 545. Nasdaq.
Got it.
Yeah, that's a little lesson learned for here us folks at TopstepTV. We've got to quote and probably name the markets sometimes.
Yeah. We're not perfect. I would never claim to be.
No, we haven't had any technical difficulties. So technically,
Right? That's good, right?
Jack Attack in the background is doing a hell of a job with his team.
You said it, though. Now it might come into existence. I'm just warning.
Oh, yeah. Jack, why don't you come in here and just introduce yourself?
Oh, I don't have my camera set up right now. I'll introduce myself during top.
His hair's a mess.
He's in his robe.
My hair's in curlers.
No, but Jack's got a team behind us. You see the crawler thing at the bottom and the up next talking shop with Andre. Somebody has to put all that in. Somebody has to help everything here, bring in people, fade out, fade in. Thank you guys to everybody. We've been working our ass off training in training camp, aka Broadway show rehearsal. And hopefully you
Jack's
guys
been doing it, man.
Yeah, hopefully you guys take a bow, hug, take a bow. No, so hopefully you guys are enjoying this. We love trading, and here at Topstep, we're traders. Everywhere else, I don't know, there's trading companies out there, funding companies that trade. Some of them are very much marketers, but we've been trading since John talked about it many moons ago, and Topstep started really the concept of it in 2010, so 13 years.
Come on. Little comments coming from our YouTube. Caesar.
It goes fast.
Caesar's talking about his fourth winning day.
There you go.
And his platform is closed, locked, and the key disposed down the drain, so he is done for the day. Good job.
Nice job, Caesar.
Yes. Hell, I love hearing that because back in the day, Eddie, I used to have a little Post-it note type thing, like that would go on your, taped onto your monitor, and I'd flip it up, and then I'd flip it down when I was done for the day, over my dome, over my P&L, just so I could glance at the markets. And then I had to be disciplined enough to not trade the markets. And then sometimes I would do what this trader did and shut down and then go enjoy the life of being a trader, run, take the dog for a walk.
Take the batteries out of your mouse.
That. I got a comment here from DW, which is pretty cool. Not sure how long y'all been doing this, but love it. Good stuff.
Well, good stuff.
Thanks, BW.
BW, Buller. Billy Williams. Is it Billy Williams? Could be.
I don't know Billy Williams.
The old Cub?
The old Cub?
The old Chicago Cub?
Be. Yeah.
I mean, how are the Cubs doing this year, Eddie?
You know what? They're sitting in second place, very close. Not too bad. They sort of turned the season around. So focus is on the north side here if you're in Chicago. South side, we're digging the hole deeper and deeper. So, but hey, football's coming up. Football season is going to be starting this week. I'm stoked for that. Hockey season here in Chicago, looking very good. I'm excited about that also. So remember, you control sports here. You got anything to say? Anything that you want to add to your team? Post it here in the YouTube. Put it in the Discord channel. And you never know, we might pick it up and talk about it.
Yeah, gloves come off when you guys start talking sports. So, hey, that's totally fine here. Eddie, I always liked, going to get the food in at the White Sox. What field that?
Well, it was Comiskey, then Cellular, then
It's still Comiskey, like
It's Comiskey.
Guaranteed Rate Field.
Guaranteed
whatever it
rate,
is.
yeah.
oh, come on.
Yeah, Dunkin' Donuts is next.
Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, did Soul Cycle.
Topstep
Then
Stadium.
Topstep Field.
No, we will not. Sorry, we will not ever sponsor the Sox. And the reason why I brought that up is because there's great food in Comiskey, and the Cubs is the number one. What they call it, the number one bar in Chicago.
It's the bleachers are the biggest beer garden in the world.
Yeah.
I mean,
It used to be that way. Where you'd go and just drink and not worry about what the score was. But, since they've been a little competitive here over the years, I think people are paying attention.
Well, I mean, that's good. They put money into it. They rebuilt the whole thing, and they rebuilt the neighborhood. I was just there.
Yeah.
Driving through.
Yeah, it's huge now. So it's just a whole different. My daughter actually lives a half a block from Wrigley Field, so she gets a lot of that experience. We saw Dead & Company there in June. The neighborhood looks great. It's an old ballpark,
They made it into like an amusement park, and I mean, everybody's like, "Oh, it's a nostalgia of it." No, it's not. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we had our time there. We had the rooftop that one time, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, we did a Topstep rooftop event there. Speaking of your daughter being a half a block away, I used to live like 3 blocks away, no, probably 4 or 5. And we would put the game on mute, windows up, and that's how we would listen.
You could listen to the right.
The crowd, the roar of the crowd, and then you'd see the pitcher hasn't even wound up, and next thing you're like, they're gonna effing launch this thing, and because it was a huge thing, it's a home run. So we always had a little delay at home, and it was just awesome because we got the roar of the crowd before they hit the ball.
The delay, yeah. Hey, real quick here, bad tuna salad. Moving Detroit Red Wings out of Central Division ruined the Blackhawk Wings rivalry. Yes, it did. That used to be that was like the Packer Bears rivalry.
They put those rivalries together, Eddie, don't they? For that classic thing where they put it in a baseball stadium and they have two old teams that go at it.
The Winter Classic.
Yeah, the Winter Classic. They'll be doing that. They'll be doing that. But for those Red Wing fans, there's rumors over the wire here that Patrick Kane might be traded to your Red Wings. So keep an ear and an eye open.
Wow.
Huh.
Say we got 10 o'clock here, and of course 10 o'clock means that we've got our good friends from Topstep, and we've got what do we got here? We've got
talk shop with Andre.
We got to talk shop with Andre. Is Andre available?
Yeah, let's do some talk shop.
Yes, he is.
All right. So you're a trader going to be on here in just a minute. Take a minute break, and we'll get Andre on right away. So
John, watch this Nasdaq.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Andre.
Hey, you got me?
Yeah, we got you. Johnny,
hold
on,
guys. Hoag looking dapper.
Yeah, Hoag's looking dapper. Andre, pause for 1 second. Hoag, S&P's, Nasdaq.
Oh, we're ripping.
We're pushing. We're pushing. Ripping, pushing.
Yeah.
But Andre, welcome.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Value high from Friday. The S&Ps are still holding below the opening range. So no range extension yet in the S&Ps. There's the opening range.
Is this a good short up here?
To me, I mean, it's the only thing I can do to limit risk. I want to get a little bit cheaper, but I would look for a short in the S&Ps. And maybe about that same time in the Nasdaq. But Nasdaq is strong.
Nasdaq strong. Hey, Jay Alexander, if you're still on your 45s, I'm going to get short 45s up there. So when you're getting out, I'm getting in. Ish,
I like
baby.
it. I like it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jay Alexander, you're going to get hit. You're going to get hit. Lifted. You know what that it means?
You lift the offer. Somebody buys you.
That means somebody bought you. You didn't have to go down and hit the bid. 42 evens, 542 evens, 542 evens, 40. There's 45 halves. You just got filled. I'm short.
Here's on queue. There you go.
I got a 15 handle stop. I got a bit of cushion here. It just ripped higher. I like this for the sake of what John and I talked about. And I'm only taking two points heat. Now, the only thing I don't like about this right now, John, and since we're talking shop with my boy Andre on here, is it didn't like, but that's like carving up the market where you can get in and then get your short in, and then it comes right down, and you're already in the money, and you're feeling really good about the trade.
It goes your way right away, right?
Oh, you want the perfect fill is what you want.
Yeah, carving up, like Thanksgiving, you're carving up the markets.
Yeah, you want the perfect fill. Join the club. Did you get in?
Alexander, ding. So Jay Alexander, nice trade. I'm short from 5. Put the short in there, Jack Attack. Wow, Jesus.
Patak's feeling it today.
That's it.
542s. Actually, it's 44s, just so you know, 544 even. I got a 15 handle stop, so if you do the math, that brings us all the way up to 59 even. 59 even stop. And of course,
you got some cushion. You might see some run with it, though, but I think you can take a little heat on it.
Yeah. Jay Alexander, nice hold. Nice trade. Trade of the day, from what I'm hearing. If you guys share your trades, we can talk about trade of the day.
Definitely share your trades.
Yeah, that was like a 45 handle winner.
Damn, nice trade, especially for the first day after a holiday.
We were just talking about that.
Yep.
Why does everybody come in here and talk about first day after a holiday? Andre's traded for however many years at one of the biggest prop firms in Chicago, Eldorado Trading.
Yeah. But first day after the holiday, it's kind of like the summer's behind us. So everyone on their summer vacation, school's getting started. So a lot of the market participants are getting back in the market. So you start to see some, pretty good moves. First day after a holiday, I think Hoag was touching on this. There's no settlement from yesterday. So
right.
Kind of feeling out process right now, Hoag. Digestion, right. If you will.
Oh, right. I just got stopped out, guys. I'm broke.
Damn it.
I'm scratched for the day.
Yeah, I never... Well, I try, really hard to stay patient on days after holidays. Even Mondays, like the weekend's a holiday. Mondays have been, typically not the best trading days for me. But actually this year they've been a little bit better. But now we're getting to the opening range here in the S&Ps.
I got stopped out at, it was 59 even. But I got the slippage. Real slippage in the market, not fake, if you know what I mean.
Can't have fake slippage.
Can't have fake slippage.
No, that's no good for anybody.
No. Real slippage, real markets, real trading, live funded accounts.
Keyword is real.
Real here at Topstep. 44 even is where I was short from. Jay Alexander got out of his 45 evens. This is in that Nasdaq. It's 15, 5, 45 evens. This is Jay Alexander. I was 5. I got short 44 evens. But I took 15 handles of heat. I got stopped out right here, right now. Happens. Yeah, I know.
It's okay, though. It's a manageable loss, man.
It is. I'm scratched for the day.
For sure.
Now at 15 handle stop, 15 handle. That's risk to reward 1-to-1. I had one winner, one loser, aka I am down $20.
You're down in fees, yeah, no biggie.
Yeah, that's a scratch day, just so everybody knows. When I'm like, whatever, fees and commissions, real fees and commissions,
real fees, real commissions, real losses, real winners.
Real slippage, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
That's how you play the game.
One of the ideas, but it wasn't a very good one, was it?
Oh, we're doing John Madden again.
Do that again. What was that, Eddie?
Ideas, but it wasn't a very good one, was it?
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Kicking a man when he's down, Eddie.
Jeez. Brutal. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Andre, high level. Let's pull out of. We're talking S&Ps.
Well, we'll keep an eye on these markets while we talk a little shop. I guess this week is huge on Fed speakers, right? Fed speakers. We had one today earlier. We got one tomorrow. We got 5 on Thursday, and I believe we have one on Friday. And if the pass is any indicator, they are going to pretty much give us the playbook on what they're looking at, what their actions are going to be, if they're looking to pause, if they're looking to hike again, or what they're looking to in the future, what they're forecasting. So it's imperative on us to pay very close attention to what they say, not only in real time, but after they're done saying it. Let some of the analysts, God bless their heart, let them digest it, kind of interpret it from, how they do it. Even the guy, Leisman on CNBC. It's very important that we listen to this Fed speak. They're going to give us insight into what they're thinking, what they're looking at. Like I said, it's starting to look like things are starting to work with their monetary policy. I would say, labor market's cooling a little bit. Inflation is looking like it's starting to get a little bit under control and definitely moving in the right direction.
It's slowing, but it's not going down.
Exactly. It's slowing, Hoag. I say that, Jess. Good correction. It is slowing. And then the ultimate monkey wrench today is when the Saudis and Russians say they're going to cut supply and production even more.
Yeah, Danny.
And that's the one the Fed's like, you got to be kidding me. So if that starts bleeding into, costs, whether it's from the consumer or the producer, which inevitably it will, we may see an uptick in inflation again. So, which is going to put, the Fed on the defensive again. So it's very interesting timing coming after Jackson Hole and after a cooling labor market that, they're cutting supply. So I wouldn't be surprised we're seeing in the oil markets right now. I think we're up like $2. And if that supply,
geez, look at this Nasdaq.
Man, we're still running, boys. If you guys want to talk to this market, that's more important. We're running, man.
John, go to the S&P. Really quick, just because you got a bunch of moving averages on your 30.
Right.
You got
so
settlement.
We just took out the high of the opening range by a couple of ticks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, now we're starting to run.
So
sharp.
So Andre, we're right here at settlement.
Yeah, we're running. I mean, unless back-to-back candles higher.
Yes, sir. All right, you got Feds talking.
Yeah, I got Feds talking. Like, hell of a lot of Fed speakers this week.
What's the probability of a quarter point right now? Cut?
Well, for November, it was in like the 30%. It'll be interesting now. We'll have to watch where oil goes. And we'll have to listen very, very carefully with what they say this week, especially Thursday. We got 5 speakers. I assume that they're all going to have a unified message, so to speak. To give a very clear indication, a signal to the market, so there's no surprises, and they're going to tell us what they're looking at. They're like, hey, hey, dummies, let's all look at the same stuff, so we're all in sync with, with what we're looking at. So you guys are all no one's caught off guard. Now, the only thing that caught everyone off guard, like you guys are talking about before with oil, is this production cut. Excuse me. Yeah. So we'll have to see how that plays into all of this. If it's going to bleed into consumer and production costs, well, then we've got a new variable that just entered the market that the Fed really can't.
I don't know.
We can't they can't account for.
Control that.
They can't control that, Hoax. So
consumer's been strong. Like, I don't know if they're dipping.
Consumer's been damn strong. You're right.
If credit card delinquencies are going up.
$1 trillion in credit card debt. That's what we're at.
Is that good?
What is it, John?
$1 trillion in credit card debt.
So spending's not the issue. Apparently prices aren't too high either.
I mean, maybe that's part of it, is because everything's so expensive, people are buying what they need on credit, and that's just disastrous.
Yeah,
that sounds dangerous.
My wife and I were having these conversations, and we were talking about this one. She loves talking about home prices and things like that, but we're talking about this one in general. She's like, well, when people start to have a habit, you got the COVID and everybody got money and then all that, they then increase their lifestyle. Nobody wants to bring their lifestyle back. So then to maintain that lifestyle, it's going to cost, especially when the costs are up. So that you could say the consumer. Well, we have said the consumer has been new highs. Well,
Dad always said it's easy to go up. It's hard to go down.
Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst to go down.
Yeah.
And you're right. I mean, people get used to that. They think, well, they sent us money before, they'll do it again. Or, they get used to,
or I got a credit card once, I can get another one.
Right.
Yeah, this is fun.
Yeah. Look, I just keep buying stuff. It's crazy.
So, yeah, I mean, basically we have to keep an eye on, like I said, consumer spending hasn't slowed down that much. Like, inflation, they're still trying to push it over the finish line. I don't know how much longer that's going to take. Now we're starting to hear talks about recession creeping in 2024.
Okay.
Granted, these are the same folks that were saying recession in the second half of 23. We're still not there yet. I don't know if recession is a realistic possibility, so to speak. Then I guess everyone has a say again.
Goldman Sachs today reduced the probability of recession this year to 15% from 20%. And talking Fed Waller, kind of had the same kind of message. Like, one more hike is unlikely to send the economy into a recession. Data is good for soft landing scenario.
I was going to say.
We've got Beige Book on Wednesday, which marks 2 weeks until the next Fed meeting.
Yep.
But there may be some hints in there. But the economists, the geniuses,
analysts,
they don't know shit anyway.
I was going to say, you just wanted to let that rip.
Wow, that was hard to get out there, Johnny.
It was, but that was my first curse on TopstepTV, and I'm glad
you were thinking about a bigger word. You were thinking about a bigger word. Yes. Good discipline. Good discipline.
It was natural and real. Like I said, everything's real around here. So yeah,
everything's real.
Nobody knows. It's crazy.
All right,
no one does know.
You got it coming up to your moving averages again, and wonder how much energy it has to continue.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah, let's get a short in here.
I'm short.
I'm in.
You're in too.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. I think it's going to run out of legs. You guys getting short SPOOs or NASDAQ? Because I think SPOOs are.
I'm short SPOOs.
Yep.
I'm sitting on my hands a little bit. I like the shorts, but I'm going to sit on my hands just shortly. Just to
short
let this
45.1975.
I'm a spectator as you guys speculate.
Oh, I like
very limited risk on this.
I like that.
I like your limited risk, John, because these are plays sometimes where you can limit your risk, and you can make that little entry into the markets, and it's going to cost you very little.
Those are my favorite ones. Give me a cheap trade every time.
Hell yeah,
shit, John!
Just a little FYI, when they mentioned SPOOs, that was floor talk for the S&Ps, SPOOS.
SPO.
So they're talking about the ES, SPOOs, aka SPOOs.
Right. Exactly.
Yep, thank you for that, Eddie.
Eddie, when we talk here, we have a lot of trader lingo, and that's only because we've hung out with traders. I think I'd be talking country terms, aw shucks, and things like that if I never met a trader, and I traded.
You still do.
Come on. Aw shucks.
Yo.
That was a good entry for us, Hoag.
Well, for now, yeah.
For now,
I like it. So, if you are trading right now and you're in our TopstepTV channel in Discord, please let us know what you're doing. It's great. Leave all the support questions out of there. We have ambassadors all over the place, Topstep ambassadors. They'll help you. They'll direct you. They'll get you over to support and help. If that's not happening, you can direct yourself to topstep.com. There's a intercom live chat that you can get into there to help you out with support. But all those other people in in the YouTube chat, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. This is us being like the new influencers of the group. So then if you subscribe, when we go live, you're going to get a push notification from YouTube probably. And then you'll be able to join us real early. And when I say real early, John, 30 minutes and Eddie are on for opening call.
30 minutes before the open.
Yeah. Missing all the good conversation of good morning. How are you? And then they like to help everybody prep. Yes. Any trader that knows, I talked about journaling. Journaling's good for reflection. It's also okay for prep. But join opening call each morning. 30 minutes before the market opens, you got to come over to YouTube. You got to click the button. You got to tab out, put your tab in the corner, watch all your markets, and then hear them talk about what they're preparing for each day. Yes.
That's right.
Be astonished.
Yes.
Love how you frame yourself up a little bit better, Eddie. I like that.
Quick with the trigger today. I like it.
It's called in control of the sound effects.
Oh, that's what it is. I was wondering.
I'm sorry, man.
Well,
Take a joke.
So, gentlemen, we're getting pretty close to the Top Step quiz, the top quiz. So, what am I going to do if we get to that and we're still in this position? I've got to stop and give me a target, Andre.
Yeah.
What's your risk? What are you risking?
I don't know, 4 points, 3 points, 4 points.
Yeah, I think a reward of 6 to 8 should be good.
Yeah, I'd go.
I mean, we were just talking about taking quick little hitters, right? I mean, just
I would go more than 4 or at 4. I'm
risking 4.
I'm a 1-to-1 guy, Johnny. Today, there's nothing wrong with 1-to-1s.
Well, we're just going to see how this plays out. We're going to take it back to value high, which is 1250.
Ooh, I like your looking a little bit better. Your risk is low.
Yeah,
your risk is low. You're in the money.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. I mean,
we're starting to get. It's still a morning trade. Europe's going to be closing here in about 12 minutes, so I don't know if that's going to have any influence or not, but something to keep an eye on.
It's always good to know when other big markets are closed.
Yep.
So one or the other is going to get hit. We'll tell you tomorrow.
Ooh, stay tuned. That's a tease right there.
Yeah,
before you go to commercial.
Come back and tune in.
Will it hit the stop? Will it hit profit? Find out tomorrow.
Only on TopstepTV.
On TopstepTV.
No, I like the short. I do like the short. I think we're coming up to settle. They tested settle, wouldn't you say? In S&Ps?
Close enough for rock and roll.
Close enough for rock and roll. I like that. Oh, R.I.P. Jimmy Buffett, by the way. Speaking of rock and roll.
What? Hold on. What?
What?
Yeah.
Jimmy Buffett died?
Yes.
Yeah.
When?
Friday.
Over the weekend. Were you at Burning Man? Did you not know?
You were at Burning Man.
I had a reception all weekend.
Oh.
It was sunny and 70 here.
Not muddy and gross.
No. I want to go to Burning Man really, really bad. But now that I have 3 kids, I either take all 3 of them with me.
Oh, no.
4-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old.
That would
be interesting.
Yeah.
What would I be bartering for there that would actually appease them? I mean, there's no Tonka trucks or Legos.
No.
We can give them trading advice and how to work markets and stuff.
Oh yeah, all those Burning Man people really like the financial market.
Interested in a funding opportunity?
Yeah,
come with me.
Well, I mean, actually, it's
Michael, you've already been to Burning Man. You've burned 3 $30,000 accounts.
It felt like, yeah, man, that was toasty.
90K here, huh?
Yeah. Hey, that was. You never should have to pay that much to learn how to trade in the market.
No, never.
You don't have to pay. You always said that, Andre. You don't have to pay that tuition to the markets.
No, that's what losers are for. That's your tuition.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are 20 minutes past 10 o'clock Chicago time, and we've got tap on the shoulder. We've got Mick waiting here for us. And
Mick's got a hot mic. Mick's got a hot mic, and we're already learning along the way.
All right, boys, I'll jump out of here. It's been real. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Let's do this again.
Dre, always a pleasure.
Later, guys.
All right. We'll be back here in just a few seconds. Bring in Mick. Tap on the shoulder, and time to share some success and time to avoid failure.
Sure.
Really? Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let's bring in our risk manager, Mick. Mick, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Eddie. I'm doing well, thanks. Sorry about the hot mic there. How you doing?
Good. Hey, real quick before we start, Mick is our risk manager. And Mick, can you explain exactly what your job at Topstep is?
Yeah, so the risk team keeps an eye on all of our funded traders. So we're working with our traders, trying to help out their performance. You know, we've got a lot of talented individuals here that are trading with us in the live accounts and the express funded accounts. We're working with them throughout the day to ensure that they're keeping losses limited and then locking in profits. So for example, we've got a trader in the markets today. A little earlier, they were up $7,000.
Hold on, Mick, is this a live trader?
This is an express funded trader.
Okay, let's talk express funded and let's talk live. We need to let people know the difference here, as transparent as we can be. Mick's pulling up people live to live prop account. We have express funded traders as well. and he's going to be sharing both of those. So that's a little insight behind Topstep. We're going to always talk about things that are happening at the funded level. We've always had live funded traders, and we have express funded traders as well, because your trades at express funded inform our trades, and that's either all of our trades or our prop firm trades. So that is something I want everybody to know here. Little disclaimer. Express funded account, your trades inform our trades. That's a data play for Topstep. And a live trader is the one that is kicking ass, and we pull up to the live markets trading our prop account. So,
yeah, exactly right, Michael. Thanks. And to elaborate, after you pass the trading combine, you go into an express funded account, an account that you can actually take payouts from. It's a SIM account. And then the risk team monitors all the trading activity from our express traders, and we decide who we want to put in a live account. So we call them up, put them in a live brokerage account, and that's it. So those traders that make it to the live accounts are the best of the best here. So speaking of best of best, this person Hong from Taiwan, I talked to earlier this morning, up $7,000 on the day. They're currently in a trade, gave a little bit back, spoke with them and wanted to make sure that they're locking in at least 2/3 of that profit, the high water mark of the day of 7,000. They're on board, and that's good money management. So really happy for that trader this morning.
Cool.
Very nice.
Got a bunch of other traders that are up doing well. Not anybody in the 5-figure range yet this morning, but a lot of big numbers here. 6,000, 6,000, 5,000.
Those are great numbers, Mick.
8,000. Oh, yeah. I mean,
Great.
Any day in profitability is good. That's your job. It's to be profitable. You can
any
only
day above water.
Any day above water. Yeah, you want to have you're not always going to have every day above water, but at the end of the trading week, 5 days, this one's a short week, but you want to have more money in your account than you had the previous week.
Absolutely.
Hey, Mick, are we seeing a lot of 50K accounts on that board? Or are we seeing more of the 150?
50K is the most popular, and then 100K, followed by 50K is the most popular, then 150K, then the 100K. So yeah, there's a ton of traders in here in the 50Ks, Eddie.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. We typically will see larger P&L swings from the larger accounts because they have a little bit more wiggle room. They can position size a little bit larger. So those are the big accounts that I'll probably be mostly featuring, unless I have some consistency to talk about, because there's a number of people in those 50K accounts that are just hitting singles day in, day out. And those are the traders I really like to see, to be honest with you.
We've talked about singles but what was
the grinders,
singles, base hits. Danny also said in Danny's So Crude segment, he talked about the only way base hits win ball games. The only way to hit a grand slam is you have to load the bases, aka base hits. Singles. Small trades, then home runs. Speaking of small trade, double trade, triple. We're using baseball analogies here. Hoag, you got a good short on right now. I mean, it's 4 handles in the money. You were risking 4, so technically this is a 1-to-1 play if you wanted to get out, but you're coming down all the way to 12s?
12.5, yeah. Although I'm probably going to use the 10% rule. If it comes within 10% of that profit target, I'm just going to take it and call it a full profit target hit.
There you go. Yep. So good entry. This is what it's called, good entries. That was a little nerve-wracking. I sat on my hands again, talking about like little fearful, little like wait for the perfect entry. John saw it. He felt it. And fear wasn't a factor in his decision.
Well, you got Alex saying, the value area high that was the reason we put our target here has moved higher a little bit. So that's another reason I would probably look to 10% rule this profit target. If it gives me a little bit more, we're just going to take it and be happy.
All righty. What else you got, Mick?
So speaking of good entries, I've got the opposite. This is someone that definitely needs a shoulder tap. I came in this morning. I was a little worried. We had one of our funded traders. I saw $9,000 debit on the open P&L. And this trader came in about midnight Central Time and put on a June 2024 Nasdaq position. I went and looked at the Nasdaq. That market still to this time has not traded any volume on there. The reason why they were able to put a position on is because
Express or live?
Express. There were no, in the live accounts, there's been no trading in the June 2024 contract. So they came in, there's one offer there. They hit the offer with a bid, and they assume this position that there are no other bids except for way, way, way below. So they're kind of hoping that this market trades and takes their offer. This is something that if they were in the live market, we would have had restrictions in place so they couldn't trade that far out.
Big also, like Mick talked about, the best of the best go live. Your funded traders are of course, anybody that passes the trading combine. This is a perfect example of you got to think with your head on straight. I'm going to say that as bluntly as it is. Think with your head on straight as a trader. And when you start thinking with your head on straight, we notice that. We're watching everybody. Express funded accounts, your trades and 4 more trades. It's not a very good trade right there. It's not very good risk management. I know that. Thank God you're managing your risk, and we're managing our decisions based upon kind of the trades that all of our XFAs are trading in our prop account where we do live trading. And then Mick talks about the best of the best. They don't make those type of mistakes.
Best of the best of the best.
The best.
Speaking of that, I just got out of that short. I just got out of that short.
Hoax, you still in that position?
No, we're out. I just got out.
Oh,
nice little profit. What'd you make?
I took it. So not bad.
Not bad. That's great entry. Great entry. What'd you get? Cover. What'd you cover?
I think it was 14 and a half. Just where value high is right now.
Nice. 14.5. You got you got short 20s ish.
Yeah, 1975, I think. So
little quick six handles since old Talk Shop Andre was here, 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, I'll take it.
And we got coming up here, half past 10 o'clock in Chicago. We're going to be having our top quiz, and I do believe we are giving away some combines, 150, 100K, and a 50K to some of our winners. So stick around for top quiz here coming up.
Mick,
I heard we got trades by Matt in here. Shout out to you. Thanks for joining. Last time I saw him, we were hanging out on the boat downtown. Fun night.
Yeah. Hey, in our TopstepTV and in our YouTube chat, put Trades by Matt link to his YouTube. This dude, and I'm good friends with Matt, is a great trader. He talks out great trades. He has an incredible community over there. He's one of Topsteps. We're partners with him, and great to have you on here, Matt. Share that link, please, in the TopstepTV Discord to Matt's YouTube and to the YouTube chat. Smash his like button, smash his subscribe button. I heard somebody's like, smash this button. I'm like, that's pretty good, but
it's a new term, new hip
millennial talk to me. I don't know.
So do we have the trading cards for today? I've got some featured traders I wanted to talk about.
We do. Just shout out those names and I will bring them up.
Let's throw those out. Let's throw those out there.
Chicago Sid, there's Matt's.
Can we pull up Freddie H from Taiwan?
Here he is.
Woo! I like it. Damn, that's some good trading.
Really like everything that he's doing, especially the trade entries. You know, I look at his P&L lows for the day, so minimal, which tells me everything he's doing. You know, if he's going long, he's getting in on a pullback. If he's going short, he's getting in on a pullback rally. The numbers speak for themselves here. He's doing really well. Huge winning day, that $14,000 winning day, but it's the trade entries that really catch my eye here. And I can't stress enough how important those are, especially for you traders out there who are putting on larger positions. Trade entry is going to be so important because if you get in, if you're buying new highs and that market, you know, falls a little bit against you, you're going to take some heat quickly. And, you know, when I was, you know, trading full time for myself, day trading early on, there's nothing worse than puking a trade or getting out just on a pullback, only for it to turn in your direction and go screaming forward. So trade location. Next person I want to talk about is Michael H. from Katy, Texas. We've got a couple Texas traders featured here today.
Texas.
Moment.
Everything's bigger in Texas. P&L is bigger in Texas.
Biggest winning day, 5-figure winning day. Love seeing those. As much as I like the singles, I can't help but get excited about someone who puts up who hits that home run or that grand slam, 5-figure winning days. Biggest thing I've got for Michael, obviously trading very well, average P&L for the day, about $1,100, but limiting those losses, limiting the losing days. Seen a lot of big winning days, but I see a lot of $3,000 losing days. And it really hurts to see those get strung together too, when you might be down 3,000, 3,000, 3,000. You know, if you're losing 10 grand, 9 grand, 10 grand in the course of 3 days, it's a pretty good indication that your current strategy is not working in the market environment for that day or that week.
Mick, is Michael H. Express or is he live?
Michael H. is Express.
Got it.
Michael H. is Express. Everybody I've got featured today is in Express accounts. We do have some top performers in live accounts. It's just a little quiet on the day right now. I think probably due to the range in the equities.
Awesome. Yeah.
Holiday trade.
We'll definitely want to show the difference and just put it in there just so everybody knows if they're express funded trader or if they're live funded trader, because you talked about the best of the best. It's always good to know which one is that one. And definitely express funded traders are best. You know, they're the best out of the traders that came out of the trading combine. That's how the whole little path process here works at Topstep. So,
and that's not to discount the people in the express funded accounts. We've got a lot of people in there. It's just, you know, we need to see some trading activity in those XFAs, the express funded accounts, prior to calling them up. So you might be a rock star. We just might not have yet to move you over yet.
Yep.
Last one, Reed Douglas. I'll let this card kind of speak for itself. I don't want to read the cards. Needs to cut the losing days is kind of what I want to talk about there. This is someone who I've seen put up a $12,000, $13,000 day only to lose, you know, that same amount over the next 4 days. It's hard to make money in these markets. It's not always easy, I should say. So when you do have a big winning day, it's really good to protect those profits, limit your losses. Sorry about the last name there. I know that for myself in my own trading, nothing more painful than wiping out a lot of hard work from a winning day, a winning week, a winning month by taking large losses. So something for Reed to keep an eye on and make sure that he's protecting his profits.
Hey, Mick, got a couple questions here from YouTube real quick if you can. Okay. Express funded traders still receive payouts, yes or no?
100%, yes, they do.
All right. Next question was, what's the difference between Express and Live?
The Express funded account is a simulated trading account that you can take payouts from. A Live account is a real live brokerage account that we open with one of our partners. So they are actually trading in the live markets.
Express funded account is your ability to keep trading at the funded level, get paid out because we deem your data valuable enough that we're willing to pay you a portion of the simulated profits. It's real money. Why does that matter? Because your trades inform our trades. Now, when you pass the trading combine, we manage the risk of all of our funded traders, all of them. And some of them, like that individual Mick just talked about, that's down 14 grand, an express funded account. Yeah, he passed the trading combine, or she, or whomever, but they need to prove themselves to get to the live account. Now, they can still get paid out because your data is more important and more valuable, and your data is your trades. Your data is your open positions, your trades, and this is something that helps our prop firm make trade decisions as well. We're a prop firm. Topstep funded is a prop firm, and we're backing live traders. We back live traders. Live traders. We've been doing it for since 2010, 13 years. And we have these sim traders that also provide, because they're more qualified data and better data than those in the trading combine, because they have actually proven themselves. So that's really the business here of helping manage our risk while also providing opportunity for our traders, because they are providing data to us, and their data is valuable, and therefore they should be compensated for it.
All right.
Yep.
All right, guys.
And guys, really quickly before I leave, just wanted to follow up to the first trader I brought up, Hong, who I said I spoke with on the phone a couple times today. They were up $7,000, gave a little back, still trading, new equity highs on the day. They're up over $8,000 now. So with that, thanks for having me. I'm going to get back to work. Have a great day.
Thanks, Mick.
Thanks, Mick.
Thanks, Mick. All right, as we let Mick go here, we've topped out some new highs in crude. Crude, it looked like it was pushing south. Sellers were jumping on board, but that market did a 180 right now and very strong here to a new high. All right,
this was the bull flag I was talking about. Look
John, that's short. You like perfection. Look at 45.20 even in the S&P. 45.20 even. Look at how go to a 5 minute. It makes you look better.
There it is.
I'll go to a 1 minute. It makes you look even better. All right.
Yeah, we took an all right profit on that.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Oh, well, you should have held it longer. Blah, blah. No.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Candy and nuts. We'd all be diabetics or something. I don't know.
Okay. My dad had something to say about that, but I don't know that I can say it.
Yeah. Save it for another day, John.
Yes, let's do that.
So, Eddie, we got a top quiz coming up, which means Johnny and I are out of here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Wow, yep.
So what we're going to do now, by the way, because this is our first time doing this, I'll just show this over here. We're going to take a little break right now. What you're going to do on your mobile device or in a browser is you're going to go to kahoot.it and plug in that code at the top there. And when you guys sign off, I'll leave this up for 3 to 5 minutes. And be sure you put in your email because that's how I know who you are to give you said prize. So
say that again.
Not put in your email. We will not help you. Ooh, CFTC. I like that.
So what's the address again? Kahoots.
Kahoot.
Kahoot.it.
Bad tuna salad. Bad tuna salads here. They were in here. Steel Trader was in here. When I say in here, I'm watching TopstepTV on Discord channel. There is YouTube and do we have a link, Jack, that we can drop into both of these chats?
For what?
For Kahoot. www.kahoot.it.
I mean, sure.
We should have our moderator folks be helping us out there. This is awesome. Here they are. They're piling in. And fun little thing. What's your quiz questions? You want to give me a theme, Jack?
See, if I gave a theme, someone could just open a Wikipedia page right now and do it.
Yeah, no cheating.
They're kind of all over the place.
Chat GPT.
So we'll see as it goes. So, yeah, if you guys want to sign off, I'll leave this up and put up some music for a few minutes, and then me and Alyssa will come in and do this.
All right, I'm out of here. Thanks, John, for our first ever Fast Markets. Eddie, you're awesome. Everybody else that dropped in, thank you. Every day, John and I are in here right 3-4 minutes before the markets open. Join John and Eddie always 30 minutes prior to market open for opening call. But this is Fast Markets. Those that don't know, Fast Markets is a word you use in the trading pit when the market gets so wild. You yell up to the pit reporter and you go, what is it, like this, Fast Market? What is it, okay, like that?
Fast Market.
F. There you go.
Yep.
F. Okay, cool.
The F.
Yep. So
it would show on the boards right away. Once we hit Fast Market, you would see it up on the boards.
Oh, you guys got to tune in too, because Alyssa is going to be on here and she's going to be showing us how to play the game of Kahoot. But I'm out of here. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, everybody.
See you, Mike.
See you later.
See ya.
And 150K combine with your name on it.
Yeah, we'll just allow a few seconds here. Trying to get some music going in the background. 1 second. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. We've seen a bunch of people coming in here right now. I am Jack, back from behind the computer now. I'm joined by Alyssa. Alyssa, how goes it?
It goes pretty well, Jack. How are you?
Excellent. We've been competing for about a month at this, me and Alyssa, so we'll see what happens. As we said earlier, first, second, and third, we'll give out 150, 100K, 50K trading combine. We'll have your emails so we can do that. Another few notes. Play this on your device. There's about an 8-second delay between what we're sending out and goes to YouTube. So you'll see us reading and discussing the questions, but what you really want to look at is what is on your device. How the scoring works, first and foremost, you get the most points for answering right, but it's how fast you do too. You'll see the points decrease in size as you have not answered yet. So we'll see. These questions are all over the place. There are 8 of them. It should be fun. I will give about 10 more seconds. And don't worry, if you can't get in right now, we are doing this at least Monday through Thursday. We'll see what happens from there. So there'll be plenty of opportunities. Just because I recognize that a quiz like this, we have a ton of people from internationally that are trading with us. We'll find out different ways to have contests that are fun that maybe don't rely as much on some pop culture stuff in the States, which I don't love that I'm so into either. So Alyssa, are you ready to get this started?
I am ready, Jack. Coffee was made. We're prepared. Let's do it.
Okay, I'm about to hit it, folks. So if you're out there, there'll be the delay, but you're going to see it coming up real soon. You ready?
Let's go.
Let's do it. Welcome for the 9-5 Top Quiz. 3, 2, 1. The first question. Even though Michael didn't know that Jimmy Buffett died this weekend, there will be some Jimmy Buffett stuff on this. Jimmy Buffett was born on Christmas Day, 1946. In what U.S. state? Was it Texas, Mississippi, Florida, or Georgia? And Alyssa, if you know it, you can say it now at about 8 seconds.
Oh, I'm going to go Florida.
Florida seems like a good answer, but it was, in fact, Mississippi.
No.
Which people seem to know. We got some parrot heads out there.
All right.
Between each round, it will show the scoreboard, and Eclipse with a K answered the quickest there. I think 1,000 is the most you can possibly get. So that's question 1 down the drain. Now we do some financial questions. Which of the following companies is not a subsidiary of Berkshire Hathaway? Somebody also named Buffett. Warren. Is it NetJets, Geico, Insomnia Cookies, or Hellsberg Diamonds?
I'm gonna Insomnia Cookies. Really? I'm gonna go with that. That was a college staple for us.
You are 100% correct there.
Yes.
A lot of people did. Those other 3 companies are owned by Berkshire Hathaway. Let me check really quick. People are in here. The parrot heads are guessing. People saying the answers. You're only hurting yourself if you say the answers in the comments, although it is delayed, so not really helping anyone. All right. After 2 questions of 8, Mindful Nomad has gone in the first place.
All right.
Let's keep rocking along here.
And Marcos is the highest climber.
Yeah.
All right.
Who is the last American tennis player to win a men's Grand Slam title? Was it Andre Agassi, Pete Sampras, Andy Roddick, or Francis Tiafoe?
I'm gonna go Pete. I don't know anything about tennis.
He won a bunch. It's the U.S. Open going on right now, but the last American man to win a major was Andy Roddick, who won the 2003 U.S. Open. It has been a dismal time for American men's tennis. See, there's NT. Wow, scorching. I guess the more people we have in here, the more you have these outliers. That is a crazy score through 3 questions. All right.
That's awesome.
On we go. How many Jimmy Buffett songs reached #1 in the Billboard Hot 100? Was it 0, 1, 3, or 8?
I feel like I'm going to go 1.
1? Which one? You think that was probably Margaritaville?
Yeah.
Well, let's see. 3, 2. It was 0, as a matter of fact. Margaritaville reached number 8 on the Billboard Top 100. So pretty crazy. He had this huge following despite all of that. Let me check the comments here. There we go. Moving ahead to the scoreboard. NT still on top here. All right. Next question.
All right, I'm ready.
In 1995, 2 men were caught after robbing 2 Pittsburgh banks, mainly because they did what? Mentioned that one of the tellers looked like an identical twin, covered their faces in lemon juice, thinking it would be invisible ink, handed over copies of their IDs, or wore shirts featuring a band they were in. Any thoughts there?
Oh, that's tough. I'm going to go they handed over their IDs.
Close.
Because I just feel like that would be me if I robbed a bank. I wouldn't even think about that, you know?
Well, that's a good point. But no, the right answer was, in fact, these 2 jamokes covered their faces in lemon juice because they thought it would work like invisible ink for the security cameras.
So you're saying it doesn't work?
Apparently not. Also, meth, hell of a drug. Let's go on here. Labra de Unicorn is in first place. I think that in one of the practice rounds we had, this person might have been the winner. So they're really scorching right now. Okay.
I've been practicing.
Next question. Jerome Powell was recently spotted at a concert headlined by this band. Was it the Doobie Brothers, Dead and Company, Papa Roach, or Elton John?
I'm going to go Dead and Company. I don't know why. It was calling to me.
Yeah. Well, I got to wait till the clock runs out here. But I guess the delay takes care of that. Yes, I think I've mentioned this many times before on TopstepTV. Jerome Powell was seen at the Dead & Co. show, which, exactly where you'd expect to see the chair of the Federal Reserve.
There was no other option there.
None. Is Papa Roach still together? I'm glad I don't know. Cal's My goes into first place. Nasdaq, the highest climber. Okay, we got 2 questions left, Alyssa. You ready to do this?
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Speaking of Powell, who is the longest serving chairman of the Federal Reserve? Was it Alan Greenspan, Jerome Powell, William McChesney Martin, or Ben Bernanke?
Ooh, this is embarrassing that I have no idea. Should I just pick green? We're going to pick green because it hasn't been chosen in a while.
Ben Bernanke? I mean, you're like a front-end designer, Alyssa. I don't think you should necessarily know about the Fed. It was William McChesney Martin who barely edged out Alan Greenspan. I'd have to look up again when this was, but I think it was from it's the internet. Let's do this right now.
It is the internet.
William McChesney Martin was the Fed chair from 1951 to 1970, making him the longest serving.
Wow.
Fed chair.
Fascinating.
Bob Go Pat. Oh, God. We got another Packers fan in here.
Shoot.
I don't like that. Well, somebody out there, take the initiative and get by him on this final question. You ready for this, Alyssa?
We're looking for you, NT. Let's go.
Of these famous children's books authors, who is the only one that actually had children? Was it Roald Dahl, Maurice Sendak, Dr. Seuss, or Beatrix Potter?
Well, the way that I only know Dr. Seuss out of these is why I'm going to pick that, even though I don't believe that's correct.
That's one way to go answer a question, I suppose. But the answer in this case is Roald Dahl, the author of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and other. Yeah,
There
Dr.
you
Seuss
go.
never had kids.
He did not.
Go figure. Okay. Are you ready to see the finals here?
Oh, I'm ready.
Let's see who won this thing. In third place today, Bob Gopak. Okay, at least third. Cal's My in number 2. And number 1, our winner today, is NT.
All right, let's go
Wow.
NT.
Congratulations.
I really held it down the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, guys, great plan today. We hope to do this again. There'll be different questions each time. We'll try and cover some different topics so it's not all Jimmy Buffett questions. But I have your emails now. We'll reach out to you. In the meantime, we're going to take a little break on the stream right now where we're going to put on some charts and music to get ready for Eddie Horn will be coming a little bit later to do some Squawk Radio. So just some mellow talking vibes about the markets to get you through your trading day. So thanks for watching. Alyssa, thanks for participating.
Thank you, Jack. Always fun.
And we will be right back with Squawk Radio a little bit down the line. I think at noon. We'll put it in the Chiron down there at the bottom. So thanks, everyone. Trade well. We'll see you soon.
Bye. All right, Jack.
1 second.
Oh.
Enemies close, have me thinking they're friends. 10 toes down, I'll be free until the end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins. I'm in debt to no one but the one who took my sins. I do it for real, there's no reason to pretend. If I do it once, I'll do it again. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, told her if it's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what, told ya I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. I do roll like a Mack truck, country heart, I might cop a farm and go act up. Lot of scars, I was cold-hearted, now I'm backed up. Keep it real, I do this once a month, I don't rap much. I just take the money and go stack up. Only buying cards to get tatted up. All that other bull, it don't matter much. You only climb me, I put the ladders up. No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what. Add it up, told her if it's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what, told ya I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. Add it up, told her if it's all me, everything is on me, gon' back it up. Matter what, told ya I'ma do me, why you hating on me, it's not adding up. But I'll never let you stay.
All right, my friends, coming up here in about 10 minutes, Squawk Radio. But right now, what we're going to do here, we're going to pause the music, and we're going to make sure we've got all our guests coming in. We've got Rob, we've got Jack, we've got Hoag coming back. So we'll be right back. Music is on pause. We didn't drop out. We'll be right back.
Okay. Here we go. Turn.
All right, good afternoon. All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. We've got visuals or no? We're not going to have visuals here? I got mustard on my bottom lip?
We certainly can.
Yeah, it's
I mean, come on.
Mr. P would like to have a.
I'm combing my beard here. I'm making myself look nice. Little eyeliner,
Hey, here we are.
little Alice Cooper eyeliner. That'd be freaky, huh?
No, it'd be scary.
Welcome to Squawk Radio. Welcome to Squawk. We're back, man.
We're back
from the ashes. Well, see, this was before a lot of people caught wind of Topstep. Some of you that are, we've got the number picking up here in YouTube. Remember, we've got this open for questions. It's about coaches. We've got coaches coming up. We've got Rob with us right now, and Rob's going to sort of get a little bio on himself. And we're going to be having Jack, one of our all-star coaches, coming up here about 1:30. So we're going to be talking about things that speed bumps, walls, things that hold us back, things that we can work on. Now, I tell you, I've been doing this since 1985. I've been in this business since the Bears won their last Super Bowl. It's been many moons ago. And I tell you, each and every day I'm learning something new. And I'm learning something new, not just from other coaches here at Topstep, which I do, but from you, the trader. I'm learning a lot from everybody. And that's what this business is about. I mean, if you want to move forward, you've got to be a sponge, absorb as much information as you can, and filter it out. Filter out things that might work for you. Give it a try, and see what happens. But Rob, very nice to have you with us here today, my friend, with that lovely Topstep shirt you've got going on.
Matches your hat, my friend.
Matches my hat.
Yeah.
Boy, where do we get this stuff? Well, you know what? If you're interested, we've got a Topstep swag page. If you just sort of go to our topstep.com, scroll all the way down to gear. And we're not selling gears or transmissions. We're selling clothes. So
Topstep gear.
Hats,
yeah.
a bunch of
Topstep
good stuff.
gear.
Topstep. So remember, we are in Discord. If you'd like to join our Discord, we're taking questions there also. And of course, in our YouTube channel. If you can hear us, let us know, just so we're on the right level, and we'll get this going here. So, Rob, my friend, who are you and what do you do?
Who am I? Who am I, or who I am? Is that like the question? To be or not to be?
You. That's my question. I want to know who you are.
All right. Born and raised Massachusetts, which is where I currently reside. Spent a couple years in Florida back in 2009 to like 11. Spent about a dozen years in North Carolina. I love it. Want to head back there someday. So looking forward to it. Futures trader. I've been an entrepreneur my whole life, and I started trading the Bitcoin craze of 2017. I didn't trade Bitcoin at that time, but that's when the markets were flying all over the place, and kind of got the itch, got the bug around there, and I jumped into trading these little penny stocks, little low float stock stuff. You there?
I'm here.
Cut in. Okay, it cut in a little bit.
You said you had bugs. Well, there's you go to Walgreens and get this thing called Bug off.
The trading bug. The trading bug.
Oh, the trading
Yeah,
bug. Okay.
you know what? I went back. It was really weird because I had an IT company as an entrepreneur that ran for 17 years, and then I took a break, and for about 10 years I became a sports therapist. Kind of a whole 180. But right around 2017, when Bitcoin was going crazy, and I had this flashback to some of the clients I had in the past that were day traders, and every time I went to their office, they were buying the latest, fastest computer, the biggest screen, show me pictures of the boat they bought and the vacation they came back from. And I'm killing myself doing 14 hours a day trying to do stuff. So I was like, I better get back into this.
And now they're getting repoed.
Well, I didn't do very well. I'll tell you that much. I was trying to catch those low float running penny stocks at the minute candle at the open, and I got destroyed for about 8 months. And I had a savior come by, and the savior just saw me in the chat room and said, "Man, I think you're pretty sharp. I think your trading is okay. You understand what's going on. I just think you're trading the wrong stuff. And have you ever heard of futures?" And at that point, I had no idea what he was talking about. Pointed the right way. It took probably about 2 months or so to learn the ins and outs. I didn't have to learn trading. I knew that, but learn the ins and outs of futures. Fortunately, about 3 months later, I had made all my money back, and that was 6 years ago. So it's been great ever since. When you find something that works for you and that speaks to you, it just you got to stick with it.
Right.
I played around. There's some things that we focus on our personality and when coaching, and just try to identify the person first and
Right.
Who are you? What makes you tick? What makes you go? I'm kind of this.
That's why I got married, Rob.
Yeah.
She actually spoke to me. It was nice. Conversation is nice.
Yeah, conversation, communication. Yeah, that's where it is, and that's where we are now. And Topstep, about a year and a half now, I suppose.
Cool.
With Topstep, yeah, and it's all good.
Lots going on here. Well, really, you know what? We had sort of a humble day so far, except if you were trading at Crude. My goodness, Crude launching off here. With a lot of talk from China and Russia and Saudi Arabia. They're cutting 1 million barrels a week. Asked for 3 months. So, we were just trading here in Crude, 81 evens, 80 81s, 80 81s. And then we just took off from here. Last year in Crude coming off the top, 87.19. So we're keeping an eye on that also. But
and if you're looking at the charts on the bottom left, in case anybody's looking at the YouTube charts, the bottom left one, it's a Crude. You can see that big giant green candle. Yeah.
Yes. And then looking at the ES too, the ES holding below settlement. It's tested it. The 100 SMAs are just holding right below that right now. So a little weird to watch that and see how that played out. But earlier today, Nasdaq, I think John made a nice trade in the S&Ps off that. He came in short, brought it back. He was looking for the 12s. I think he sold the 15s. No. He might have sold the 50s. We'll check that out though. But
check it. Yeah.
He had his order on 45.12. We're trading 45.08, so that would have been a great fill for him. He got out early because we went right to another segment, and he didn't want to hold the position on. But he still did very well today with a profit. Now, China and what's going on there now. European shares, China Eurozone data, it dents the market. So. We see those European shares fell today on weaker services. That's data from China. And we did talk about that earlier regarding that China, they're having some issues right now. The sector activity grew at a slower than expected pace in August, so they're taking a hit right there. And according to a private survey today, stock markets in China earlier fell. That was in the wake of the data, and concerns continued to mount around the country's post-pandemic recovery. And with this crude that we saw, it was sort of a delay coming out on the wire that we did regarding Saudi Arabia and Russia. Now, if you haven't heard, we did see some of these losses were mitigated by expectations that major oil producers and leading OPEC members, Saudi Arabia and Russia, would announce more output reductions this week that could lead to tighter global supplies. And I think that's where we took off again. And if you're watching crude, sort of cooling off right now here in the last hour and a half. But there you have it. There you have it. Now, since we've got the coaches here, Rob, before we go into that, did you hear about this lady who went to a secondhand store to buy for a painting that she had at home? And this painting this frame had a painting in it already, right? So she takes it home, she takes the painting out, and she recognizes that it looks very old. So she decides to say, hey, somebody look at this painting. So this is up in New Hampshire.
Oh, wow.
This is by you. So you missed out, man. You're up in New Hampshire, right?
Massachusetts, right next to it. Yeah, it's like 40
right
minutes
next
to
to
the
it.
line.
So
yeah, 40 minutes.
A store in Manchester ended up she paid $4 for a long lost American artist painting. Now she finds out that $150,000.
Wow.
And this is happening all over. I mean, people just throw stuff out, like estate sales. You don't know what some of these people have, and they, nobody wants a painting, and they sort of put it all in a big box and say, here you go, Goodwill, take it.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes open.
There's a lot of stories like that where, a similar one. This is a while ago, decade or so ago, if not more. A person had sold a house of the parents, the elderly. They had passed on, and so the house was for sale. They came back to town, flipped the house, sold it out, and the first thing they did was, we're going to go into the garage area. We're going to pull this stuff down and kind of make it bigger. Well, when they pulled all the stuff off the garage, they found hundreds of thousands of dollars just stuffed in the rafters. Just like,
oh my gosh,
just like a storage area, wait for the apocalypse or something. You have a whole bunch of money, such as just so much, just kept dropping them in between the joists going up and down.
That's what they used to do. And if you ever go into a house, an old house, what my great grandmother used to do is she had on the top of doors, on the top of the door, they would drill a hole into the door, several holes, and they would roll their money up and put it on inside the drill holes. So next time you go to an estate sale, looking around, just feel the top of the doors, because that's what they used to do back in the old days. That's where they would hide some of their money. So keep an eye on that. You find any money, I get 10%, at least 10%. So
okay.
So Rob, Coach Rob, and have you had any coaching clients lately?
I just turned on an echo for myself here by accident. I'm sorry about that. I don't know if it echoed for you guys, but it did for me. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to get the sound right between these two. So sorry about that if anybody heard it. I haven't had coaching for a bit because, we had TopstepTV launch today. And, we had the rehearsals going on for quite a bit. And we had actually, the 1 Step 1 rule launch in July, a couple little technical things going there through the month of July. Where we kind of had an all hands on deck, making sure everything was going. So I haven't done a lot of individual one-on-one coaching sessions like I did for months before that. It's more of a focus on there. But through Discord, yes, I am in there quite often, generally the late person hanging around in Discord. And many a night I've just said, all right, a lot of questions surrounding, such and such a topic or such and such a instrument or indicator or style. And like, all right, time for the charts, and just fire up my screen. And next thing you know, there's a couple hundred people on the chat, at nighttime when we're just talking back and forth like this. So it's pretty good. So
Cool.
in that sense, yeah, a lot of questions, a lot of new traders coming into Topstep program these days.
That's nice.
Love it.
Yeah, so if you're late night and nobody's around, jump on our Discord, see if Rob's in there. I know you'll chat. So
yeah, that thing goes probably 24/7. I'm generally in there very late. I'm Eastern time, so what's it, 2:30 or so, or 3 o'clock Eastern time? I'll be in there 1 to 2
now,
o'clock Central.
Rob, we've got in about another 15 minutes on Jack, one of our coaches that are coaching right now. But talk about a trader's enemies. Okay. This is something that we put together a while back. We had coaches hours, and we made a list of some of the things that can hamper, even sometimes destroy a trader's confidence and account. And a lot of them were ones that were talked about a lot. Some of them are ones you don't realize. And to start this list, greed. Now, it's such as life. Okay. When you've got 2, you want 4. When you got 4, you want 8. When you got 8, you want 50. Okay. And sometimes that can sort of hamper a trader's style, focus, and mindset. A lot of times, I know earlier this morning, we're talking about base hits. Now, when we mean base hits, we're talking about small winning trades, okay? If you're not familiar with baseball, that's the first place you go, is first base, okay? And what we need to think is that, once we get on base, now that single, that base hit, that small profit might turn into a bigger profit at some point, okay? If it's running in your direction, keep at it. Let that market run. One of the things that I've talked to a lot of traders that were funded, which is very disheartening, that they get funded and they lose the account that week. I've talked to some that day. I mean, that's a kick in the junk, man. I mean, you're working very hard to pass the trading combine, and I mean, it's like only just at one step, which is awesome. But still, you get to that point, you're excited about it, you're getting yourself ready to trade, and now you're swinging for the fence, which means that you're looking for that huge profit. Okay, you're looking for that big trade, and the thing is, sure, it can happen, but if it doesn't, you're digging an awfully big hole to get out of. Okay, and sometimes that hole's too big that you actually break a rule. Okay, so what I suggest, and I know that you're probably going to agree with this, is small profits add up. Now, you don't want to hear that, especially when you're funded, but they do. And what you want to do is you want to build that safety net. You want to build something where, in case you have that bad trade, in case greed sneaks in, you've got that cushion, okay? That safety net, where if maybe I'm up $500-600 on there, maybe I lose that right away. But the thing is, I've got something to fall back on. So, what's your take on greed, Rob?
Well, I'm 100% with you on that, Eddie. If somebody does well in the combine, and I'm going to back up and go even historically, it was when it was a 2-step combine, they would do good in step number 1, and then we tighten up the rules a little bit, give more restrictions on it, and they do even better in step number 2, and then lose it in day 1 of a funded account. And the reasoning behind that is they just didn't do what they had already been doing that was working for them. Changed it up. That may be the greed factor. Hey, now I'm playing for the big bucks. Let me go for it. But those small wins are what it's all about. You can have multiple schools of thought. If you talk to a lot of the pro traders, I think everybody in Topstep that's a pro trader, either now or one time in their life, we're all just talking taking those base hits. A base hit to you might be $200. It might be $400 or $500. Or you can, follow a YouTube guy making 10 grand and losing 11 the next day. How do you want to do it, right? It's the base hits that are going to get you there. And I think Dan So Crude on his show today, he had a great one. You talked about the base hits, and you cannot get a grand slam without getting a base hit loaded the bases, right? You can't do it. You have to get base hits to get those bases loaded before you get that grand slam. And that's making your cushion. You add a little bit. Runner goes to second. Add a little more. Goes to third. Fill those things up again. All of a sudden, you're like, wow, this one, it kind of took off me a little more than I expected. Well, those 3 runners might be 3 contracts for that matter. It's just, you hit the nail right on the head. The greed is the big thing. And the secondary component to that is if you're not getting it quick enough or fast enough, what traders will do is they'll change their style, go to a different instrument, size up, and that all comes part of it. It's like, well, wait a minute, you passed a combine in flying colors trading ES, and somebody in a chat room say, hey, NQ is running, and you went over to NQ and dumped 5 contracts on it, blew up. That's not the way to do it. Stick with what you know, stick with your plan, and you can adjust along the way. Go back, prep, trade, reflect. What we always talk about coaching, right? Prep, trade, reflect.
Right. Got a question here in YouTube.
Okay.
Sobar is asking, guys, allow me to ask, is there any Discord or a channel when you do such of these streams often? Well, we're doing this every day. If you're just tuning in right now, you've caught Squawk Radio. Squawk Radio starts at high noon. High noon here, Chicago time. We're all Central time here. And of course, for those that are here in YouTube, don't forget, like and subscribe. Smash that button. Smash it like a bug on your ex's head. Okay.
Oh, no.
There's a bug on your head. Hold on, let me get my Louisville. Hold on a second. That was uncalled for. But subscribe. We're here early in the morning. We do TopstepTV till 11. And what we're going to start doing is from 12 to 1, we're going to start bringing in some podcasts and so far for your listening pleasure. And of course, we'll start with the Squawk Radio back here at 12 o'clock noon. So give you a little break, grab some chow, whatever you need to do if you haven't eaten already. Some people are probably done with dinner right now that are listening.
Yeah.
But we'll be doing this from 8 till 3:30. So stick around. This is going to be the new norm. And I'm not talking Norm from Cheers. I'm talking normality.
So to answer his question on a specific note, inside of Discord, we put it at the very bottom. So if you're inside Discord and you look over to the left-hand side, we have all the channels. The very bottom, it's alphabetical. It says TopstepTV. That's what the channel is, where you can come to that every day, like Eddie mentioned, from 8 a.m. Central Time until 3 p.m. Central Time when we're done with Squawk Radio. You get to watch it either on YouTube or in Discord. If you're asking about when I do or the late night stuff that I do, it's pretty much I'm just hanging out in the lobby area. And whenever a topic comes up and there's questions about platform usage, about particular strategy, particular indicator, style, instrument that's different. Who trades the ultra bonds, right? Everybody's the ES and NQ and stuff, and sometimes gold and oil, but who does corn? Where does the ultra bonds come in there? How about a grain or wheat or one of the currencies for that matter? We want to talk about some of those things. We'll just throw it into the lobby, and then there's a thing called a stage that I'll just say, all right, if everybody's interested, let's go and do this presentation. They call it a stage. I'll just turn that on. I share my screen, my ugly mug here, my voice and everything.
Oh, you're handsome.
Questions. We just answer questions that way. But that's where it is. It's nothing that's set up. It's just a free for all. Yes, sir.
Any chance you can post that Discord link into the YouTube chat?
Yeah, I'm gonna. If you don't mind, I'm gonna send it to you. I am not. Actually, I do have the YouTube. Hang on, I got it right here. I will post the link directly. Yeah.
Here's a comment. Trader Fabe. Been trying to trade 5 contracts. Now here we got a fix here for you. Been trying to trade 5 contracts. It's a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. But I see Patrick Whelan do it, and I feel it's possible. Now, here's the thing. All right, when I play baseball, which I do, I'm not looking to hit that 500-foot home run like Aaron Judge. Okay, because he can. All right. I'm looking just to maybe get a hit in the infield, maybe send it deep pretty much. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to keep up with a well-versed, well-seasoned professional. Okay. I would say, trader, the thing is, what you need to do is start with one contract. Now, I've talked to some people, some traders when I was coaching, and if you're not too sure of the market, go to your practice account, throw a one lot on there. The sacrificial lamb, I used to call it. See what happens. Okay, just test the waters. You're not going to jump in the lake before you feel how cold it is or how deep it is. Use that practice account. You got it for a reason. All right, things work out. You know what? Switch back to the trading combine and get your day going. So don't try to do what others are doing. Do what works for you. Start out small, and if you start having a better day, add a second contract, add a third contract. But you got to remember, guys like Matt and so forth, and Patrick and Michael. I mean, even Michael and Hoag, they're doing one lots. So, hey, if you can't trade small, you can't trade big, and just remember that.
Right. I'm going to put that link in there momentarily. I actually technically needed to subscribe to that channel, and there's a 5-minute delay. So as soon as that timer comes up, I'll throw the information in to get into the Discord area.
Right. All right. Asking about my Forex funds prop firm. Well, we're not going to talk about that because we've got our program here right now.
It's just different. Yeah. We're not Forex. It doesn't apply. So
I think Topstep says Casey had pinned a response to that at the top of our Discord. So take a look at that. If Dolby Time is listening, maybe we can get a link to that here in YouTube. But don't forget, we've got Discord, and we've got a lot of people there, a lot of cool people, and a lot of education going on there. So we'll keep that up. But greed, folks, don't let it happen. It's so easy to say and hard to do. But once bitten, twice shy. You keep getting bit by that greed bug where you're up $700, $800 on the day, and by the end of the day, you're down 400. Right? That's. I tell you, you blew your confidence. You had a beautiful day, and most likely, the majority of that problem is that you got greedy, and you wanted to see that 8 turn into $1,600. You wanted to double that, and it didn't happen. So be very careful on what you're doing. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
think about
those round numbers. The round numbers up there, right? You're at 775, and you're looking for 800. You don't have to take that last trade.
Yeah, I tell you, I mean, I've been in this business for such a long time. I have an $800 day. I mean, I'm dancing in the streets, that's a fantastic day. I didn't have to dig any ditches, I didn't have to operate on anybody's brains. I mean, that's big money considering how long we sit behind this computer. $800, beautiful day. $500. I tell you, I'm like, if you're watching Fast Market with Mike and Hoag, $300, $400, $500, $600. That's all we're aiming for. The thing is, that is it that we're aiming for. If the market helps us a little better, by all means, we're going to take that profit a little bit stronger. So keep that in mind. But anyway, Rob, we've got one of our all-star coaches coming up here. Let's see here. Is Jack with us? Jack? I can hear you, but I cannot see you. Maybe we get, let's see if we can get God to bring you in, please. Let's see, bring in Chief Cork a bottle washer.
All right.
You know what? You're lucky you got a wife like that. She's the one that sets you up, gets you all going, points you in the right direction, gives you a little kick in the ass, and says, "Go get him, Jack."
Hey, Eddie, a little behind the scenes. Yeah, your audio is. So, do you want to have Jack in with you guys, or just the two of you?
I guess we could just have Jack. As long as they can hear him, if we're having a problem with the visual.
I'll bring him in. It'll take a minute.
Okay, we're going to bring you in, Jack. But what we're going to be doing here is bringing in our coaches at 12:30 each day, and we're going to be talking about some of the situations traders have had, some issues that they needed help with, and how our coaches advised them, directed them, and gave them a correct response to help them move forward. So we're going to be bringing Jack on here in just a few. Link to TopstepTV in Discord. Okay.
Yeah, I just did that. My timer. I satisfied the 5-minute delay timer for subscribing to the channel, so I put that into the
link
into the chat. Yep.
It just click on that.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's a squawk for the Squawk Radio right there, if I ever heard it.
Squawk. Now, remember, if you got any questions, comments, suggestions, hey, if you got a suggestion for Topstep TV, a new segment, you got a suggestion for Squawk Radio, let us know about it. If you want to send it to support, you can also always put attention Topstep TV, Squawk Radio. You can post it here. There it is. Nick Dolby has the Discord link in our YouTube channel. Okay. So that's for those that are not in Discord, let's get you signed up. Remember, it is no cover charge, but it is a 10 drink minimum. So
and that's water.
It's just 10 drinks. Yes. And we're gonna mark each drink that you have. So cool. Thank you, Dolby Time, Nick Dolby. And he is the master of the Discord channel. So we'll do that. But don't forget, hey, if you like what's going on here with Topstep TV, Squawk Radio, like and subscribe. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. Smash whatever you got in front of you. And get you next time we're load on, you'll get a little ding bell that says, hey, they're on. Those goofy guys are on again from Topstep. So, but anyway, Jack,
I'm here.
Jack.
Hi, guys.
How are you, sir? It's
good.
It's been
good. Nice to see you, Robert. Hi.
Same to you, Jack.
It's been a long time coming. Now, some of you might have had Jack as a coach, and we're bringing Jack on here today. Now, Jack, let me ask you. Tell us about yourself a little bit. Were you a trader on the trading floor?
Yes, I've been on the floor my whole life. I started out in the 60s during the summer as a runner and a clerk at the board, and I ended up going to work with a big cattle and hog and grain outfit called Heinold. So in 73, I moved over there, actually more closer to 71, I guess. I moved over to the Mark, and just as a clerk, an out-trade clerk and a back office guy. Eventually in 75, when they opened the IOM, I started out filling orders in lumber. Then I was kind of all over for the next 30 years, you know.
Well, you had a lot of experience there. I myself, lucky that my sister was filling S&Ps, and she knew some people, and she said, "You want a job on the floor?" And I was a runner. I ran orders for a while until I learned my arbitrage. Now, arbitrage is the hand signals. You see a lot of pictures of traders screaming and yelling with their hands in distorted figures and so forth, but those are actually numbers, what they want to do if they want to buy and sell. So once I learned that, they gave me my own desk, which was pretty neat in the currencies, and from then on I just jumped into pits, started in the Deutsche Bank, and but you've had a good experience. Now let me ask you about some of the at least for, I know it's early in this week, but let's take a look back at last week, and anything that you can share with us that some of your traders needed help with and what you did to help them.
Yeah. First, can I go back to when I was a runner?
Oh, tell us about it. Go
that's
ahead.
when a lot of guys learn how to smoke and drink out in the alley behind the house, but I learned as a runner. So that was my beginning.
To smoke and drink.
Smoke and drink.
Well, yeah, I tell you, there was some bad habits that came from that place.
Yeah. But I'm finding with the folks I deal with are mostly, well, I say mostly young people. Anybody's young relative to me. But I find these psychological problems we all talk about the greed and the fear of missing out and all that, those problems wouldn't exist if certain basic understandings of what their jobs were understood ahead of time. And I'll give you, for instance, when I was young, probably too young, I used to think when I made $3,000 in a day, that's it. I could go down to the bar, have a drink, or go home, do whatever I want. But 3,000 was about it. And I did that because that's what all the older guys did. When you make 3,000, get out, go home. I did that for years and years and years. I didn't always make 3,000, but I always did well. But then I came, as the years go by and things change, and I came into doing this, and I realized the people who I'm talking to, when I'm telling them, well, and I would tell them this, but if I were to say, $3,000 a day, then I would quit. That could destroy a young mind who's coming in here to try to make a living, who has to learn a process and a step-by-step method of doing something, a series of actions that he puts in place every day and makes his trades and follows the process all the way to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And this process that I talk about with them, it's not just a series of thoughts. They're not thoughts at all. They're steps. Steps are actions. Actions are things that promulgate change. And that's what all this really is being to adapt in the marketplace to where the market is today, not where I am. In other words, you got to be where the market is. You can't say I'm bullish, so I have to buy now because of death. You have to say, if you're bullish, you have to say, what's a reasonable wait? And I do have to wait, and I do have to put in a price order and let the market come to me. It's a part of the process of getting to where it is I got to go. It takes time. Success isn't overnight. And if you're coming into this business and expecting to make $1 million, you're in the wrong business. If you're coming out of business expecting to make $1,000 a day, I came to realize that when we look back at our parents, they used to go to work every day so they could put a roof over our heads, so they could feed and clothe us and educate us so we could go out in the world with a chance. And they went to work if it was hot or cold, or they went to work if they were sick or they were healthy. And they went to work and they got their paycheck every Friday and they put it in the bank and they paid their bills and they fed the family and got ready to do it next week. And to be successful in this business, you do need, whatever theories work for you, but you need the basics of understanding that this is a job. It's not Disney World. It's not Ding Dong School. You go to work every day. And I get a little grumpy, and I shouldn't, but when kids think of this as something other than what is this thing? What is it really? I told a guy this morning, I says, get a bushel basket, and every time you take money out, when you make some money, put a handful of 20s in that bushel basket on your kitchen table, and you remember what you're doing. You're doing this for money. You're not doing this so you can tell somebody you're a commodity broker. You're not doing this so mom and dad will be happy with you. You're not doing this for any other reason but to feed your family. And so I say only you go to work, and you learn to do by doing. And those two things are probably, well, they're very close to being the most important things. You back it up even one more step, and it's you don't take big losses, which is another way of saying it's not how much you make, it's how much you don't lose. And these are the basic things that I think are most important for a guy to understand, because it gives him the right picture of what's coming up for him. It's going to teach him what's expected of him if he's to have reasonable expectations on what to expect from the market. And all these things I'm saying, each word really means something. And some of these kids will sit down, they'll actually write down what I'm saying, and they'll come back to me. I think I understood something there. Thank you very much. But it's a difficult field. But if you wrap your head around it, it's a business made for C students, for guys who are used to getting knocked down 2-3 times a day. I always tell the kids, if you're in this business and you think you're not too smart, you're right. That's why you're in this business. You weren't smart enough to become a professor. You weren't talented enough to become a tradesman. You're here because you like standing around on the corner, drinking beer, smoking cigarettes, and coming to work every day. That's the greatest thing in the world. First day I ever went to when I went to the Board of Trade, first time I ever went there, guys, we were in 7th grade. We were patrol boys, and they took us down there. And guys were walking around smoking cigars. They had funny hats on. They were drinking beer, screaming and hollering. I remember Corn Pit especially. It was such a great show. And we all just loved it. And every year they would bring the patrol boys at school down for a field trip. And you had to fall in love with it. I never wanted to work anywhere else in my life since I was in 7th grade. I knew nothing about it other than the fact that I knew I wanted to smoke cigars and run around with a funny looking coat. That was my ideal. But it's been such a wonderful trip, and I just want young people to come into it with the right idea and the right expectations. And I kind of stick to that rather than getting too much into the methodology and the numbers that they need to know to go further.
I mean, it's exciting. I mean, the trading aspect. I mean, there's nothing like it, And one thing too, I know for those asking a lot of questions about the trading floor, it was like a different world on the trading floor. But coming back now, I mean, it's high stress. I mean, your level of stress is like that of a professional athlete, a starting pitcher, starting quarterback. I mean, whoever. All eyes are on you, basically. And then when I'm saying that, I'm meaning in the professional sporting manner. And of course, we always see, I mean, the best quarterback in football throwing the pick six, the interception for a touchdown, best pitcher in baseball throwing the home run ball. I mean, we do see that. And what makes them the best of the best is that they on a bad day. And that's one thing that we have to as traders. You can't, a lot of traders say, don't dwell on yesterday, but, it's not going to go away. But the thing is, don't let it make decisions for you. Each day is a new day. And I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in real quick on a comment that was in here from Trader Fabe. Excuse me. They asked a question earlier. They were talking about mental health stuff and personal vices that you may have and your physical health and how important that is. And I just want to make that clear that that's what the market is all about. It will bring out your worst fears. It will bring out your strongest emotions. If you have something bothering you, it will bring it to the surface. in both ways. I am a fast-moving person. I am an Aries. I'm type A. I'm Irish. I'm from Massachusetts. I'm just like a go, go, go type of person, right? So what that's going to do is hammer me and make me slow it down because I could make mistakes, put bad trades, guess at something, jump in when I shouldn't be. So it forces me to slow down. On the other hand, if somebody takes a little too long and they want to look at every single angle and every process, and it's like, yeah, I'm going to do this and I'm going to wait for this to happen. Next thing you know, you miss your moves. So it's gonna egg you on a little bit and say, hold on a second, we can do this a little bit quicker. So that's what trading is going to bring out. All those the goods, the bads, the fears, the high qualities, the jumping for joy, the depths of it. Trading will bring that out to you. And to address specifically, you're talking about the physical, mental health. It's got to be on point. Can you do it if you're not healthy? Yeah, you can. It's just in different personalities, different people, different personalities do things different. Might not take but 15, 20 minutes to get out, walk around a little bit. I don't do a lot of that. I should do more than I am now. I mean, I literally I'm a second-degree black belt, and I used to be a competitive bodybuilder, 20 years ago. I'm still doing a little bit, but I really could do more, and I'm sure that will help my trading along, helps you focus, helps you release that stress, clears out the mess that's in the brain from sleeping, rather than just getting up and putting an extra large coffee on and getting through the day that way. It's really good. 15 minutes, get up, walk outside, do something, that you can, if you can walk from your bedroom to the kitchen to the living room to the bathroom, you can do that 20 more times and get that blood pumping, get the cobwebs out. That's really going to help you. As far as mental health goes, yeah, I can't talk too much. I'm not any professional on that, but just get yourself in a good state of mind. Whatever that may be. It could be getting a good night's sleep. You feel better. It might be talking to somebody first. Maybe writing a journal. I am not a journal person, but I will totally advocate for keeping a journal and writing it down. It seems to help a lot more people than it hurts. So yeah, do that. Talk to somebody. We have in the Discord, we have buddy systems in there with trading buddies. We have psychology stuff in there. Get yourself straight, get yourself square. Eddie was saying earlier that this is a job. Jack was saying, echoing that this is a job. It is a job. It doesn't mean it's a 9-to-5 job. Your job is to get in, prepare your trades, do your trading, your plan, and then reflect on what happened and what you can improve on and what is working well. Don't always look at the losses. Look at the winners too. If we just keep focusing on losses, we're going to keep beating ourselves down. It's like, I lost this, I lost that. This went bad. This went against me. What am I doing? Look at the winners too. You got to have winners. And it's like, why did this win? Right? What did I do right on this one? How can I do that again on this particular trade? So it is a well-rounded thing. Physical, mental, emotional, trading. Get your focus in there. Lock in. If you want to watch, he comments too in the YouTube stuff that it's gonna spin your mind outside. Do that after hours. Get some. I've got nothing against the guys out here and guys and gals and other traders on YouTube slinging it. I had nothing against that whatsoever. But it's entertainment, right? Take a look at what they're doing. Maybe you get something out of it. I never saw the indicator. I'm not sure the particular style. I haven't traded that instrument before. Learn from it, make it your own, and then morph it up, massage it up, and then jump onto your way.
Right. Well said, Rob. Let's go back to Jack here and ask Jack. Jack, you got any good stories from traders that you've helped that you can share with us?
Well, some are, believe it or not, pretty simple. I had a guy just the other day.
What do we need?
Guy the other day, he was just having a hard time. He just had the $50,000 account, and he got funded, and boom, he got knocked back right away. And I said something very simple. I said, why don't you try the micro E-mini instead of risking 500 to 1,000 every trade? You risk 50 to 100 bucks. And I explained to him that, if you're right 2 times out of 5 using a 2-to-1 ratio, trading a couple of micros, you're going to go home a winner. And doctors have a hard time in this business, and engineers have a hard time because if a doctor's wrong 3 times out of every 5, he doesn't have customers. If an engineer's wrong 3 times out of every 5, the bridge you just built is going to collapse. But if we're wrong 3 times out of every 5, or right 2 times out of every 5, just by putting the right numbers together, they put us in the Hall of Fame. You're hitting 400.
Exactly.
So it's really simple things like that I help them with. They say, I never knew that. I never realized I could do that. I thought, they have to learn it. It's okay to make 100, 200, 300, 500 if that is a reasonable return. And many of them are so glad. I tell them, walk away after a certain time. I tell people, the mind and body, and I've been told this by some pretty powerful traders, the mind and body can take about 4 hours of this if you're concentrating the way you should be concentrating. That's it. That's all you can do. You got to walk away. And really, it doesn't mean 4 or 5 hours. It means 2 or 3 hours to the average human being. If you're concentrating and in the market and your brain is working overtime because you got a position on and all kinds of things are happening in your head, after a few hours, that's it. Then fatigue sets in, then mistakes set in, and then you lose money. So it's counterproductive. It's like working after you've retired and making so much money that you're not really making any money anymore. You have to draw a line on what makes sense to you and what you can, like Robert was saying, what you can physically and mentally do. And this business is it's from the neck up, but boy, it takes its toll on your body because you're sitting in a one spot drinking that 16-ounce thing of coffee all day long. It's not much good for you. So simple things like that, if I could tell a beginner, and it has to do with the part of the segment I talk about learning what it is that's expected of you. You're not expected to make $1 million. You're not expected to work 12 hours a day. I tell them the ideal commodity trader trades 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. I hope I'm telling them the right thing there because that's what I believe. Fridays is not a good day to trade. It's just guys who are trying to get their money back, and the guys who made money aren't there, so they're taking a lot of liquidity out of the market. So the market will fly around, and usually they do not catch their money. Nobody usually does. And that's another thing nobody understands when they come into a business like this, that once you lose your money, it's gone. Kiss it goodbye. You start the next day with a clean plate. And, if you lost your money, somebody else is buying a new car today. It's not your money anymore, and it ain't ever coming back. So if you start fresh, if you have put enough away so that you can trade tomorrow, that's really, in my mind, the first goal in this business. Trade so you can come back tomorrow. Because no matter how smart you are, all the things, if you're not here to trade, what good is it? And if you keep blowing up your account, pay $100 here, $100 there, day in, day out, week in, week out, eventually you're going to get tired of it and quit. And that's no good for us. And that's no good for you, I tell them.
You need to keep it reasonable too there, right, Jack? I mean, we're not going to go out and have $1,000 days every day. When they average it out over time, you might get the couple lucky wins in there. We've all had the big losses too. So keeping it real, and I'll throw this out there. We have a couple minutes left here. When I'm coaching, I like to work that math backwards. It's like, what's my end goal? Let's say I make $50,000 a year, right? Well, that's $1,000 a week. $250 a day. How many points NQ do I need to make $250? Well, it's about 15 points. Okay, great. So I need 15. Do I have to get 15 on my first trade, or can I have 3 5-point trades? Can I have 2 10-point trades with 2 contracts each? What do I want to do? How do I want to play that? So if you begin with the end in mind, it's funny. It came from a book called 7 Habits of Highly Successful People from Stephen Covey. I read years and years ago. But one of them is begin with the end in mind. If you're going down that road, you're not sure which path it is. Well, if you see where you are down here and you work that path backwards, you have a nice straight shot to where you need to be. So be reasonable with it. Okay, we see that so many times we're just $50 away from getting funded, and then the next day blows the account. It just doesn't. You don't have to do that. Be reasonable. Set reasonable goals, reasonable actions. You're playing with small accounts. You can only lose it on the $50K. You can lose $2,000, right? That's it. That's all you get. $2,000. That's not a big account. Yes, I know you have the 50,000. That's a leverage number that goes in there, right? So you can only lose 2,000. 1,000 is going to stop you out for the day, the daily loss limit, and then 2,000 is going to be your max loss limit and lose the account. That's it. So trade it like that. Small base hits, easy gains. Stay focused. Stay centered. And do what Jack said.
You got it. Well, Jack, appreciate you being with us here. We've got you back again coming up next Monday. And that'll be September 11th. 9/11. 9/11. So we'll bring Jack back
Very
here
memorable day.
September 11th. Yes. Maybe we can even tell some stories. I know I was on the trading floor, and I got some real, I'm not going to say good stories, but very deep stories, I should say, during that day. So maybe we'll talk about that, but we'll get you back here next Monday. And once again, Jack, appreciate your time.
Oh,
appreciate
thank you. Thanks,
and,
Robert. Thanks, Jack.
You got some props here. All right. So tomorrow, Wednesday the 6th, we've got Coach Jay going to be with us. Jay had gone through our program, Trading Combine, got funded, paid himself out. All right. Lost the account, came back again, got funded again, did an interview with me for Funded Trader Interviews. And we'll have him on, and he's made his way. He's just been moving forward. His foot is on the pedal, and he's doing a great job here coaching, helping other traders out how to get funded and how to stay.
I really like talking with him. He's a great guy.
Jay's cool, man. I tell you, he's from New York. He's from your part of the country.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I don't bring my card down there too much. It's packed in the ad.
See, now you're doing you're doing Beantown.
Yeah.
He's from New York. I remember going to New York and people are like, where are you from? Chicago. No, you sound like you're from New York. I got that New York talk. Talk about it.
Yeah.
I think it's from watching The Godfather too much. Huh? Bada bing, bada bang. All right. Coming up here in about a half an hour, we have got Hoag's going to join us from 1:30 to 2:30. And Robert, I appreciate you being with us, but right now we got you back here again from 12 to 1 tomorrow.
TopstepTV before that.
We're going to put on for this half an hour, we're going to put on a Limit Up Topstep podcast. And topic is let's see here. The topic is, let's see here. Let's find out. So,
and as always,
we've got that coming up here, and we will get that started.
I think
there we go. Okay.
That you continue getting settled in.
All right, so we've got Dan and Jack on a podcast here. We'll see how this is going to go here, and we'll be back here in just a half an hour with the Horn and Hoag. Thanks, Rob.
Take care. See you tomorrow.
Well, that's not really stopping. Big move today. Market opened up below settlement price.
Let's see.
Well, you're starting to look at that trade's no longer valid. Not valid in the sense that you got stopped out, but valid in the sense that you're probably not going to take that long at that point. And so that's really what you need to be thinking about to help create that consistency.
Right. And I think the most important part is if you don't follow through with your plan, and there will be some baby noises here. We are at a state of constant flux here at the Pelzer household. That is the work from home environment. I think that you also invalidate any insights if you don't follow your plan, if you're recording all this, it still doesn't help if you're changing the plan around. You'll never have an idea of whether your strategy works if you keep on entering at it, but then just kind of getting in or out of it wherever it feels right. Right? You got to have, should be like a flow chart, your strategy, right? And over time, if you keep on following that flow chart, you will learn one way or another if that strategy works or if it doesn't in a scientific way. If you just start shooting from the hip, you're just kind of treading water, and that's not a great place to be.
Exactly. As you want to develop as a trader, this consistency is so important. Like Jack just said, if you're shooting from the hip, you're not going to figure it out.
And as always, we're going to be looking for accurate. And as always, we're going to.
And over time, if you keep on following that flow chart, you will learn one way or another if that strategy works or if it doesn't in a scientific way. If you just start shooting from the hip, you're just kind of treading water, and that's not a great place to be.
Exactly. As you want to develop as a trader, this consistency is so important. Like Jack just said, if you're shooting from the hip, you're not going to figure it out. But if you're shooting from that same location at the same thing every single time, you're going to be able to start to hone things in. You tighten the area just a little bit, and as you tighten things up, and it's very incremental, minute changes, just a little bit, little tweak. What do I need to find here? And what I would say too, when you're in this back testing area, at the end of the day, go back and look at the trades. The ones that did not go in your favor, look at what it would have taken for that trade to work. Annotate that stuff. This is where, to me, journaling is super important, is because you can look back, you can see exactly what you did, at what times, what you were looking at. You know what that trade turned out to be, what would it have taken to be a profitable trade, a trade that you could have made money in. When you start to see those things, this is where a lot of times I see a lot of traders, if they're getting in here and trading and they're keeping their stops relatively tight and they're taking a lot of trades because those stops are super tight. But then if you start to look at it, they have great direction, they have good entries, their stops are just a little tight. And if you open up that stop a little bit, you find a better opportunity, and you can sit there and go, okay, instead of taking 30 trades in a day, I can take 5. And those 5 are going to be more profitable than most of the days that I take 30.
Yeah. If you stay true to your strategy and record it, even if you're losing, you learn something. Because like you said there, if you're noticing that you run your strategy and you keep on surprising amount of time, get stopped out a little bit, then it works. Well, you've learned something. Like you said, that means you got to wide it out. The other I'll say that the other side of that coin is true, but it's rare. I feel like it's. I was watching like a golf instructional video the other day. Some teacher who said he's probably seen 1,000 golfers swings, and it's like only 3 of them or something like that had too much shaft lean or whatever. Everybody has the same problem. Mm-hmm. I would say about retail traders, the stops and targets are overwhelmingly way too tight. But theoretically, if you looked and said like, wow, my strategy is working, but I'm never getting in because I'm never getting hit at these spots, well, then you can tighten it up. And that'll change based on the volatility of the product you're trading. So everything's always out there to be adjusted.
Yeah, Jack, we got a question came in from Nicholas.
Sure.
I like this. I think it's a good question. How do you decide when to allow that 3% to run to a higher percentage, which would be abandoning the plan?
You don't, with caveats. If you want to see consistently if something works, right, it's almost like a new trade at that point. I'm a believer with something like this, if you're trading outrights, that if what you're looking for is 3-1 and you've built a strategy like that, then you should just take that as the 3 winner there and be done with it. That's a good risk reward. I mean, I suppose if you, at that point, say it went there and there was still some other part of your strategy that was saying that, oh, this still looks good, then fine. Maybe treat it as a new trade. What do you think on that, Dan?
Yeah, I think, number one, Nicholas, good question. If you're going to let that run, that needs to be part of the plan, right? Like that has to be part of the plan. But what Jack's talking about here is this idea of back testing and working through a system and really honing in and developing a good system. When you're doing that, you don't want to change. You don't want to deviate because you want to determine the success of that strategy, because not every trade you're going to take or every day that you're trading, you're going to find that runner. You want to see, can I hit that 3% mark, or can I hit that profit target consistently to be a profitable trader? You're trading and hone in on that strategy. That's when you can have a plan of how you trail stops. And then when I say trailing stops, you can do it a little bit differently. We have a ton of content on that out there, so I'm not going to get too deep into it. But it's another start to work on. But really, when you're looking at this and you're developing your strategy and you're working through this journaling like this, stick to the plan. Yeah. It's not about how much money I can make, but can I make money consistently?
I think I have a more insightful answer to his question now. All right. If your strategy is to go for the 3-to-1, then take the 3-to-1. But these aren't the only strategies. If the strategy is that you're looking for a trend or something like that, then your strategy should involve, like Dan said, how you're trailing your stops. Are you using time stops? Are you using some sort of volatility stop or some sort of invalidation? That's fine. Then let it run. Just make sure that you're consistent in what you're doing, not just kind of, moving stops around for the hell of it. Just the same way that we talked earlier about just kind of bailing on trades or stuff. That's a form of it. Just moving your stop without a strategy behind it is the same phenomenon, I would say.
I would agree. I think if you just say, hey, this market's running, I'm going to peel my profit target off and just let it go, and you really don't have a plan of how you're going to trail it or where that next stop out is or where you're going to take it to, let's just say with that 3-to-1, lock it in, profitable, successful, good trade. Because at the end of the day, we can sit here and play this game of, well, the market kept going. I was long here. If I would have stayed in, I could have made this much. Well, that was not part of the plan. The plan said you're looking for 3-to-1. You got your 3-to-1. That was a success.
Yeah.
When you start looking for runners all the time, it's going to be very difficult to create consistency.
Yeah, but you could still build a sheet for that, right? So it's the same idea. You're risking 1% of your account again. It's just instead of having a set reward to risk ratio, you have a set strategy for getting out, right? So what that might look like is you lose 1%, you lose 1%, you lose 1%, you make 10%. You make or 12% or something like that. And you still evaluate the same way. You can figure out what your expected value is in the trade, but it comes down to just having a reason, not just letting run and just kind of sitting around and hodling. I think that's the word. Dan, did I tell you this? I meant to send this to the Slack, and I can't believe I haven't yet. I was at my parents' place out by Elmwood Park, and there's a Chinese restaurant I've been going to for my entire life. Fantastic food. I'll give the pump to Lotus in, I guess it's technically a Chicago address. Great Chinese food. The fortune cookies came, and my dad opens up the fortune cookie because, my dad's the dad joke guy, so he always likes to, add the, in bed or whatever at the end of it. But he's staring at it and he's trying to read it, and he's like having trouble reading it. And I'm like, what's going on here? And I look at it and it says something about hodling. I'm like, what is going on? And I flipped it over and it was FTX, crypto exchange. And all of the fortune cookies, I kid you not, were sponsored by FTX, and each of the fortunes were about crypto. That's one of the wildest, craziest marketing things I've ever seen.
That is some real down home guerrilla marketing right there. Just stick it in the fortune cookie, and we'll get people to buy.
Yeah. What can we do? We should put like Topstep in the like the center of a magic 8-ball or something. I have no idea. But man, that upset me somehow. I just needed to say that there because I don't know.
I was wondering where we were going with this Chinese food in Elmwood Park.
where most of my stories end, to be honest, but good place. So to get back on track there, I would just encourage everybody there's plenty of templates out there online where you can build your own, or Topstep might be coming out with one in a few weeks, wink, wink. But definitely give it a try of just trying to consistently record each of your trades, because there's a lot more than just looking at your overall risk reward and average winning and average losing trade.
There's so much to it. And, you know, I think Jack kind of alluded to it a little bit. There's a ton of different trade plans you can kind of put together. So when I have my 3 little bullet points, there's a lot more caveats that go into it, right? Like, you know, Nicholas's question, at what point do I allow my trade to run? Well, we're looking for consistent things, right? Were we in a range trade and it broke out? It broke out of that range and I was able to maintain direction with it and hold that trade. Okay, that's a reason to look for holding onto that trade. So you can have a lot more caveats. I think we kind of hit the high level here, but there's a lot more you can put into these. I mean, if you were to go find any one of us and you ask us about our trade plan, I mean, it would be pages, and there's so many different things that we've developed over the years. Everyone's the same, but when it comes to back testing, you're trying to figure out something new. Keep it very simple. As they say, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. I swear by that. I think if you keep trading in general, everything you do in it to a simplistic manner, you're going to have a lot more fun. You're going to be a little bit more comfortable doing it. And as we say in the Marine Corps, we break it down Barney style, break it down by the numbers, keep things super simple so that it doesn't get overwhelming. When you start adding tons of stuff into it and you don't even understand the language that you're writing in, it's probably a little too much. Reel it in a little bit.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for breakdown. There's also something in like data and mathematics, the idea of you might be like overfitting. If you're back testing and including 17 variables you're looking at, you're essentially just molding everything to the data and not really gaining anything that's works for the future, right? I won't go too far down that rabbit hole because it'll be boring as hell. You know what's not boring as hell, Dan? We can finish off here.
Make Hoag money.
Make Hoag money. Well, I'll give that the plug right now. Check out Tuesday and Thursday morning at 8:25 on the YouTube channel. No, it's not on the YouTube channel. It's in the Zoom. So how can we get them the Zoom link, Dan?
You're asking probably the wrong guy. I know there's a link out there that you can click on to register. I'd imagine if you can't find it, you can email support at Topstep.
Well, since this is a archived podcast,
email support
using TopstepTV.
That's where we take live trades with John Hoagland, which people are into. We're going to do a lot more live trading. I think, Dan, we might even turn this into a little Topstep Power Hour at some point and trade at the end of the day. It could be fun. But the fun I was referring to is, you know, last week we said that Elon Musk was up to 9.2% of Tesla. Now he wants to buy the entirety of Twitter and take it private. What's going on here?
Well, like I think we said last week, when you have $300 billion, you want to spend it somehow. You know, he wants to buy Twitter. I find it interesting. I'll tell you what I like about the whole situation, and I'm not saying I'm for or against him buying Twitter. I want to be clear on that. I don't want to talk about that part. We got Make Hoag's money in the chat. Someone just dropped the link from Topstep.
Thank you. You are
thank you. But I will say this: like when I look at what he's doing, it's like if I had $300 billion, I just wanted to go start spending money. Those are things I would do. Like, Twitter, that's an interesting company. Well,
I guess
I'm doing the value. I'll pay $43 billion, which pays out every share $54 a share. It's trading 46 a share. Perfect. I'll pay a premium for it. I'll buy Twitter. Like, so I get like. I look at it as like if I had this kind of money, I would be doing stupid stuff like that too.
Yeah, but I mean, there's so many more fun, less stupid things you could do. You know, with $40 billion, you could probably buy every team in the NFL. You could, you know,
He's a tech guy. He's not a sport guy.
But that's what's so weird about it. It's just that the guy needs more hobbies. He just loves Twitter, it seems. And remember, even though he's the richest guy on earth, he's worth like, I don't know, at price of Tesla, $280 billion. Buying Twitter for $40 billion, he's got to finance that or something. He can't just, what was he going to sell? After taxes, he had to sell $60 billion worth of Tesla stock. I mean, the investors aren't going to be fond of that.
I'm curious how much cash he's got.
Not a lot. That's why he sold. That's why he had to sell all that Tesla stock a while ago. It's because he had those options exercise, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he needed to pay the taxes on them, which I think was like $11 billion, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he would need to either find financing, which I do not know who in God's green earth is going to finance this, because it's not like he's not buying this to like make money for the shareholders. He's buying it to, I don't know.
All I look at it is it's a dramatic, fun story to follow. I don't use Twitter. I could give two craps about Twitter. I have one. I've never actually. I think I've like tweeted 4 times in my whole life. I haven't scrolled through it. I haven't scrolled through it in forever. So like to me, I just think it's comical. I think it is just a comical story that's happening. And I love the content that comes from Elon Musk over the last few years. Truly enjoyed watching everything. I watched that Joe Rogan podcast with him where he's coughing as he's smoking, and he has kept me entertained the last few years.
He is something else. So yeah, I guess that's where we could leave it for today. So do your journals, and maybe one day you can be like Elon Musk and buy, I don't know, Snapchat or something like that. That'd be an interesting one if he tried to buy that. I'd be curious if that's next on his list. It would at least make sense. There's more. I mean, I don't know. It's wild. I can't wrap my head around this. It makes my
I don't
brain
think
hurt.
anyone can other than him, and he's not even vocalizing it too much.
What are the odds it happens? I don't think.
I think it's very slim. I don't think it will. I don't think it will, but I think he's going to continue. Well, because he turned down the board seat because he wanted to continue buying more. So we'll see what happens. I guess we'll make this our weekly drama corner. Does Elon Musk have more Tesla or Twitter? I like that. Yeah, the Elon Musk corner. So that's all I got for today. Journal, keep your data, stay safe out there. Namaste. Trade well.
You want a satisfying and remote-friendly job? Become a software engineer.
All right, coming up here in about 10 minutes, we're going to bring on John Hoagland. So stick around.
place where we
All right, my brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals. Welcome back. How's your lunch? You still trading, or are you done for the day? Done for the that was the voice of John Hoagland in the background. John is here with us right now, and as far as our traders here today, we had a lot of comments, a lot of suggestions, good stuff coming from our YouTube chat, and of course our Discord chat. And if you're in that YouTube and you like what's going on, smash that like button and subscribe to our channel. We'd love to have you. Open door all the time. Johnny, how you doing, man?
Hey.
There you are. Okay, now we are visible.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack. All right.
Now I had it on there and no.
You didn't. Shame on you. Hey, but I've been watching the ES, and right before we were done with Fast Market, we were going into our top our game show that Jack has, Top Quiz. You had to get out of your trade, but you had your exit at, what was it, 45.12.
12 half, something like that.
Right, and it did hit that. It was a fantastic call.
It did, but it was I kind of 10%ed it. If those that have heard me talk about that before, when I have a trade on, anytime it gets within 10% of it, I allow myself to take the trade as it is and call it a full profit target hit. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it took a little while. Eventually it did get there, and then we rotated back down below value, and now we've rotated back to the high of value. Very just rotational, short time frame, controlled day. What we were expecting, my good friend.
And you called it nicely. You know, it was nice. So good call on that trade. And we'd like to mention Patrick Whelan is with us here. So, but it's good to have him here in our YouTube channel, and by all means, Patrick, if you'd like to put your link in, we want our followers definitely to follow you. You've got some great stuff to share, great trades, great education, and we're very happy that you're our ally.
Great to have you with us. We had Trades by Matt in here earlier. We got Patrick Whelan in here. We got everybody in here now.
It's a good place to be. So, John, some of the stories that were coming out were, I think, the biggest stories were with Saudi Arabia and Russia with the crude. We did see the crude rally very quickly earlier this morning. Sellers came in, pushed the market down, ran out of ammunition. Buyers came back in, took it to new highs. And once again, we've got a repeat of our sellers coming back and trying to get that market. Right now, we're looking at 86.57, and I think the top of the day was around 88.11, 88, a little over 88. And I mean, that was a good run here in crude.
Yeah, I'm just putting the chart up here. So yeah, we had that nice breakout of that bear flag. You know, once we put in that high in that 8 o'clock 30-minute bar, it just kind of peeled off, low volume, small ranges. Once it broke out above that on that 5-minute chart, man, that was really just a sweet opportunity. Very little risk. It just turned and put in that new high, and it's just been kind of waffling ever since, just kind of hanging around inside of value. So traders and investors alike, pleased, at least for now, with where the value of the barrel of crude oil currently is. Let's see about that later on. Remember, the EIA is going to be on Thursday this week because of the holiday on Monday.
Yesterday, Labor Day. So for us working folk. But yeah, I'm watching crude here. Saw that nice little move. Now, another thing too here with, let's go back to the ES. I was watching that settlement yesterday. I was also watching the 100 and 200 SMA. And that's so far, I mean, it seems like that at least the 200 SMA is following right underneath that settlement line. We have a little deviation from the 100 SMA, sort of looks like it might be sort of dropping a little bit. But what does that tell you as far as the trader goes? Does that, I mean, it played very well as a ceiling and didn't really let too many trades, I think any trades, get above that.
Well, we were looking at those moving averages earlier, Eddie. If we want, we can share my screen so we can see what we're talking about. Does that sound like a fair deal?
That would be cool. Yeah, let's see if we could do that. Hey, Jack, get the screen up.
Hang on. Take your time. Take your time.
Now, remember, we're here every day from 8 o'clock. For those that are catching us a little later saying, wow, what is this? It's TopstepTV into Squawk Radio. So you'd like to join us early in the morning? We'll be talking about some of the breaking news that has happened overnight and is happening as we open up 8 a.m. Central Time. And, of course, then we have our Fast Market with Michael Patak and John Hoagland. And that's the trades we were talking about. They'll be putting on trades if the opportunity is good. So join us early. And remember, we're always open for questions, comments, and suggestions.
Okay. Wally. Yeah.
Okay.
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 Ew.
So we are looking to share Hoag's charts.
Here we go.
See what we can do here and get these charts up. So we take a look at his trades.
Always something.
So one of the things I wanted to talk about also was earlier this morning, Goldman cutting recession chances by 15%. That was the big news over the wire on the street. Investment bank today lowered the probability that could and would the country would fall into recession in the next 12 months to a 15 from a 20%. So citing a positive inflation data. And last week's labor market report did take effect on that. So,
well, we also had what was it? Factory orders that came out, and it came out not as low as expected. They were looking for minus 2.5%, came out to minus 2.1%. I don't think that anything that came out today had that much of an effect on these markets. What I think had more of an effect was the Goldman thing, as well as we had Fed Waller kind of agreeing, I guess you could say, with what Goldman Sachs was saying. You know, he spoke early this morning, about 7:45. I guess he started speaking, but he said, you know, nothing that they haven't been saying already. I mean, the recent data will show the Fed to proceed carefully. Well, of course, the data is looking good for a soft landing scenario. Okay, that's good. Data will drive whether the Fed lifts rates again. Yeah, that's kind of par for the course. I mean, he really didn't say anything, that I thought was all that great or all that scary, but he did mention one more rate hike is unlikely to send the economy into recession. So a little foreshadowing, maybe not for the September meeting, but the end of November, maybe. Hard to believe.
Speaking of recession, John,
two more. I think we've only got two more Fed meetings for the year.
Till the end of the year. think we got two more. John, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
You there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm here. Are you?
Okay.
Hello.
Are you a Stones fan? Rolling Stones?
Isn't everybody?
Everybody? There's got to be at least one song that everybody likes. Well, check this out. For the first time since 2005. Where were you in 2005? We were on the trading floor screaming and yelling still. Rolling Stones are releasing a new studio album of original material. This was announced yesterday.
I heard about that.
So,
now, do you think it's all brand new, or you think they're just going to be releasing a whole bunch of songs that they never released?
Either way, it's new stuff for us. You know,
maybe both.
I would think probably. Yeah, they probably got some stuff on tape that they haven't released, and like, we'll throw this out there before we're all dead, so they can all get paid. Yeah, Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Ron Wood. It's going to be on YouTube, I think. They're going to release some of this stuff on YouTube.
Really?
So, yeah, this Wednesday. We'll see. We'll keep an eye out here. But, yeah.
All right, Eddie, it looks like we've got the charts up now.
We got them up. Nice.
Yeah, what was the question you were asking about the
yes, looking at settlement, looking at the 200 SMA, looking at the 100 SMA, how close they are, and if that has sort of kept us in a ceiling from moving above that.
Well, we as we know, I mean, earlier we took a trade. We got short right around 45.20. I think that's about right. 45.1975, I think, was the actual price. So we shorted the S&Ps up here, and just because, I mean, we have settlement that was just above that. We have both those moving averages. We have the high of value from yesterday, which I'm not really putting much weight on. And I think we just kind of looked at that and said, well, that's kind of a convergence. You know, there's a lot there. Let's take the trade. We had very little risk on it. I think we had 3 or 4 points on it. We made 6 or 7 points on it. So that was a decent trade for the morning. But typically, I'm not going to be looking for opportunities near moving averages, especially when they're kind of braided like they were up here. You know, overnight there was a lot of crossovers, but there was more to it than that. You know, I mean, one of the things we said on the opening call, Eddie, was probably not going to be leaning too much on information coming from yesterday's session. And then the next thing I said was, but the market likes to make a liar out of me. Well, look at where we got to. Almost the value area high from yesterday, right? Yeah. So that was a pretty decent trade. The market did rotate back to low of value, now back to high of value. It's just in a rotational mode. And so not doing anything in the middle. I'm probably done for the day. I've had 3 good trades, and that's going to be it for me, probably. Now, you mentioned
that might be wise. The thing is, let me ask you, are you happy with your trades today?
Oh, hell yeah.
There you go. I mean, okay.
Yeah,
that answers the question.
I'm always happy.
And that's why you got to ask yourself, too, as a trader, am I happy with what I have right now? All right. And this is going to curb over trading. I mean, ask yourself, you know, is this something that I'm happy with today? And obviously, John answered quite quickly, and it's a good day for John. So, you know, the thing is, sure, you could make some more money, but the thing is, you can also lose that. And that's one of the things you do not want to do.
Well, you know, as long as you stay in your strategy, stay in your process, you know, still, you know, keep looking for trades that are in that process, in that strategy. And that strategy has to match the context of the market. So, you know, Eddie, this morning we talked about we're in a 3-day area of balance. 1, 2, 3, 4. We looked at 4,500 as the extreme of that balance. Well, we didn't quite get there for the long, but when we saw an opportunity to look for a potential rotation to the short side, we took it and we had a successful trade. that was good. Looking near these lows, looking up here, there's some opportunities at these value area highs, because again, our context today, Eddie, if you remember, was we're in a range. We're gonna stay in range, and unless we break out of that, which meant meaningful participation below 4,500 and meaningful participation above last week's high. Neither of those happened, so we stay range bound. So we got the right context this morning on the opening call. That context puts me in. All right, I'm going to wait, and we're going to look at the extremes as the day creates its extremes of the range for the day. Those are the areas I'm more interested in looking at, because they're not going to be as high risk. They're not going to take as long to play out my way. Now, you can look at this volume profile here, and the wide part of the range here where value is. That's where the market has been spending most of its time. The opportunity for us to trade above that and fail offered a good opportunity, again, because there wasn't a lot of time there and there wasn't a lot of volume there. So the market comes up. If it continues, you're going to get out. We already knew what our risk was going to be, so we get out. We didn't have to do that. We actually ended up having a successful trade. The market pulled off. Now that it's just kind of rotating back and forth. Again, that's all context, and the profile is providing us information within that context to say, well, anything so far today that is below value is right here, 4506 and 4500, 4502 has been viewed as too cheap. So if we can get longs down there against these lows, a potential range extension below there, but especially below 4,500, could be a change in market state. But we want to trade against those levels because it limits risk. Same thing above. Here's our A period high. Here's the first 30-minute high. We took a look above it. Let's see, 8, 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock, really, before we had an opportunity to trade at the extreme. We took the trade. We had a successful trade, and now it's been rotating ever since. So we had the context right. It doesn't mean you're going to make money. You have to have a strategy that aligns with that context of the market, and then trade that and trust it, and give yourself the opportunities to take the cheap trades.
Whatever the market gives you, you say that, take what the market gives you, be happy with it, look for your next opportunity.
Yeah, I want to show you this now, Eddie. We were looking at this when we were talking to Dan, so Crude, and Dan was like, yeah, I really like this. So we ended up big up move, bull flag. As soon as we broke out of that bull flag, look what happened. It took us right back up through the previous high, and here we are. So that was a pretty decent move. What is this? Let's just call this 8680 to 8800, which is weekly kickoff high, which ended up being resistant. So that's a 87. That's more than 100-point move. It's a 120 tick move right up to an important inflection level. Weekly kickoff high 8800. Could have taken that short. What was the high? 8807. So if you'd sold it at 8800 and you put in a 10 tick stop, which is ridiculously small in crude oil, of course, you would have been able to stay in that trade and caught the move back to the downside.
Nicely, too. Yeah, very nice.
So your weekly kickoff level, again, once in a while, really offers some good opportunity. This is what it looks like on the daily. 8800 weekly kickoff high. Bam, pull it back.
So how many days is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive days? No, more than that.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah. Well, when there's dwindling supply and production cuts and all that, that's what happens.
Yeah.
But at least we're still under 100.
Okay. Watching that. Patrick's commenting here in YouTube. ES not a short. Bull flag at 15 on the 15.
Let's see. Oh, let's see. So here's the 15-minute chart.
Real quick here, John, while you're pulling that up here, we got a where did it go here? I just lost it. Okay, here it is. Real quick, I know a lot of us are young parents. Just a friendly advisory here. If you've got babies and you're using the Tomy, T-O-M-Y high chairs, they're being recalled over reports of falls. So if you're a young parent and you have that Tomy International Inc. high chair, give a call to your store and see if it's being recalled. We don't want to have any accidents with our little ones. So just a little friendly Topstep breaking news here.
Thanks, Eddie. It's been a while since I've had a high chair. My kids are 25 and 23. No grandkids yet.
Grandkids. I got the grandkids. Yeah, I got to watch that. I got the grandkids. Going to have another one here in about a week.
It's exciting. I'm not ready for grandkids.
Yeah, you will. You wait.
What's
great about grandkids.
One day I will, but not today.
No, not today. Not today. Give it time. But what's nice about it is you can have your fun with them and then call their parents up and say, "Hey, come get your kid.
Come get them." Yep, come get them. Yeah. So we had a weak high in the Nasdaq yesterday. Somebody's talking about the weak high in the Nasdaq. We've got a pretty weak high up here as well. The Nasdaq has been much less successful at creating excess, although we did have that pullback off of that previous double top here earlier, but it looks like the market's kind of getting some legs to the upside here. It's going to be an interesting afternoon. I'm really not looking for anything huge either way, though.
Hey, I mean, it's the afternoon trade. You got to be careful here.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty much done unless something really jumps out at me and says, "Hey." Well, actually, the trades that yell at me, those are the ones that I try not to pay too much attention to. It's the trades that whisper to me, "Hey, take a look at this one. Want to buy a watch?"
You want to buy a watch? You know what? Remember they used to
those are the quiet ones I like
at the Board of Trade. If you ever go to Chicago, make sure you go to the Board of Trade and check it out. The trading floor is not there, but there used to always be a guy that would come by and he'd have watches. He'd have Rolexes, everything. He'd have all these watches. And it was funny because you knew they were all fake. $50 here's a Rolex. Yeah, right. $50 for a Rolex. Okay.
Yeah.
But
my dad still had one. I kept it. I still have it.
You still got it? It's funny because like the new kids on the trading floor, the runners, I mean, I almost fell for one. But look at the new watch I got. Give it a week and you'll be wondering where the battery goes. So you save a lot.
Well, yeah, if you were a new runner on the floor, there were lots of ways that you could get taken advantage of. Like on the Merc floor, we used to try and send orders out to the wheat pit. Well, that was at the Board of Trade. That wasn't on the Mercantile Exchange floor. So we'd send them out, and they'd ask for the wheat pit, and people would send them out on Jackson, go 6 blocks east, go in that building, and that's where the wheat pit is.
We used to ask them to get bid and offer for the lobster pit market. Lobster market. And just point in a direction. Yeah, the pit's over there. Just ask when you get there.
Yeah. Go ask where the lobster pit is.
But
there was actually a butter pit on the floor.
There was. Any more trading for butter?
Any more trading for butter? There was
talk about that one.
There was only, I think, one broker, and I don't think it traded for years. But every Friday at 10 o'clock, they opened it and announced, "Is there any trading in butter? Any trading in butter? Any trading in butter?" Closed. We used to have a pool.
Yep.
For how long it would stay open.
That'd be like a $5. You put $5 in, put your time in, and anyone that was closest without going over would win the pot. Never won that pot. Never. All right. Patrick says long Nasdaq, long 68 Nasdaq.
Yeah, Nasdaq is certainly stronger. We had somebody who was long 55, long at 55.
That was Alistair, long 55
Alistair,
Nasdaq.
right. Now he's flat. Patrick's, he's probably right, but I am such a contrarian.
On the contrary,
right? So this is the Nasdaq. I mean, the Nasdaq is testing the highs. It's a weak high. There's a weak high there. It makes sense to me to see this market go higher. It's not really a trade I would take, but it looks like it's pretty good. And even the S&P is it's a whole different story. It's still range bound to me. I've got to get some space on either side of value before I'll take any risk on it. But so far, it looks just to me as a normal trading day. Extremes on both sides. Excess. No, see. Why is gold selling off?
It's sort of been selling off. I think it's sort of cooling off right now.
Yeah,
you got that digestion going on.
Yeah, it's an inventory adjustment. Sellers came back in. You get one good move in gold every day, and then it stops. Look at this. You got one good move, and then it stops. Just a dead cat bounce here. What's the dollar doing? Yeah, dollar's been on a pretty good rally today. I mean, it's up over 0.5%, back over 404.75. Dollar's looking good. So, when the dollar is looking good, the currencies and gold tend to head the opposite direction. What else do we got here? ES. I want to see what this ES does here over the next 30 minutes or so. See what happens.
Okay. Well, taking a look here right now.
Shakespeare, what's the opinion about crude oil and the dollar index? Well, I mean, the dollar's been kind of rallying all day. Now we've got fundamental information in crude oil that says, yeah, there's possibly some supply issues, but with the dollar rallying all day long, I think that maybe has been part of what's been holding crude from really, kind of accelerating above weekly kickoff high. These weekly kickoff levels are levels that I calculate on Wednesdays and on Fridays. And, it takes a while to kind of formulate them. There's technical information, profile information, some math, some measurement. And they're really important levels for me when I'm actively trading in that product. Today, I wasn't actively trading crude oil, and I missed the opportunity to see if I could get any sort of entry up here at this important level. But these aren't meant to envelop a range or a period of time as far as price is concerned. These are levels that I'm viewing longer time frame. Traders are likely to adjust their inventory. So I'm looking for longer time frame traders to either get out of shorts or get into longs above, or longer time frame traders to get out of longs or look for shorts if the market doesn't hold above them. So if there's a failure like today in crude oil, we're going to see what kind of open interest we end up having tomorrow morning.
You think, hey, John, you think this market crude's trying to correct itself after this nice run?
Well, I think it's getting help from the dollar.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we got to look, if we're going to talk about correcting itself, we've got to look a lot further away from that. You know, this weekly kickoff level, we've come a long way in a short period of time. It's going to take some new business, new buyers, new business, new information to successfully, I think, break price above this weekly kickoff level. We saw it reject today.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to take either another big draw in crude stocks or some sort of news. At the very least, something's got to wake up the longer time frame, bigger time frame participants in order to see this market continue this push to the upside. Now, Eddie, we looked at this this morning. Ever since we put in this low, we've seen volume increase day over day, day over day, day over day, and we saw a pretty significant increase in open interest on Friday as well. That was 14,000 contracts added. That's an estimate, but let's see what the actual is. 14,580 is really what the actual was. So they were pretty right on. So with price continuing to move higher and volume continuing to move higher and open interest continuing to push higher, this is a healthy upside move. It doesn't mean that it's not prone to pullbacks or vicious moves in the opposite direction as part of those pullbacks. But the auction is doing well. Where it might start to look a little bit exhausted is overlapping the higher range today. We see the low from last night or yesterday. We see the high from today. It's overlapping the higher the previous session. Value is going to also be overlapping the higher the previous session. We see that there's already more volume, but that is also possibly a function that yesterday was not a settlement day. So this is really two bars in one. Two bars in one, right?
What was that commercial from?
Two mints in one.
Two mints in one. That's right.
The double mint, Wrigley. So anyway, with the lack of Retson, if we lost open interest today, and we'll find out tomorrow morning when I sit down here at 6 o'clock in the morning and start looking at things. If we lost open interest, that's going to tell me that our big upside move, at least for the past few sessions, may be getting a little bit long in the tooth. It may be getting a little bit exhausted. So that gives me more license to be a contrarian and look for opportunities up near weekly kickoff high if given the opportunity. Make sense?
Yes, it does. Keep an eye on that. All right.
So, all right. Well, we gotta leave a little something for the reflection at the end of the day today. But we'll probably be seeing a lot as far as what the equities end up doing at the end of the day here. Hang on. NQ. Here's the 30.
Well, Patrick mentioned that ES 15-minute bull flag. Bang, bang. Barry likes your green and red dots.
Those are opening ranges.
MHD Sobar, what do you think about trade with tick frames instead of time frames on futures? Now, Rob uses those, right?
It's whatever works for you. I think he uses range bars.
Okay.
But it's, whatever works for you. I mean, price action, I used to keep a range chart up for the S&Ps, but I found myself looking at it and leaning on it less and less. So, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks about the type of chart you're trading. Does it work for you? Does it work for you?
Well, that's one of the things too. I mean, we've been sort of brought up on time frames, and when somebody, has that, like a range bar, we talked about that too, about how that range bar could sit there forever until it fills up. And once it fills up, then the next range bar, depending on what you've got that sort of transfix to.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, tick charts are the same way. I mean, it's, each bar equals a certain number of ticks. So it does add a little bit of time. Because if if it's very busy, you may have, 10 bars in a tick chart, where if the market's slower, you may have one in that same period of time.
Right. James Strickland's asking, Hoag, what platform are you using?
This is Trade Station. No,
Trading View.
Trading View. Yeah. Sorry about that. But I have an account on T4 as well. Mm-hmm.
Well, as we mentioned earlier,
go ahead, Eddie.
Crude's still heavy again. It's
it's
down 86.50. Watching that right now.
For all intents and purposes, that market's largely closed. It kind of closes. Volume drops off at 1:30. That was the New York floor time change for the close. Doesn't mean it still can't move. There it is. So just kind of bringing value back lower.
Now that was when we hit our tops here. That was a 10-month high. Is that what I'm reading here? Surging 2% today, highest since November.
Makes sense.
So that'll put fudge in your pipe.
Yep. Here's November. So December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So there's the November high. And this is, of course, a continuation chart.
Yeah. All right.
Boy, oh boy, that opening range was the dead low. Bang, pow. Just had to be in the right place, the right time for that one, it looks like.
Yeah, I was just a little surprised at that big rally this morning. It was everything else was sort of wiping the dust out of its eyes, and this thing was pedal to the metal,
including me.
A little bit. I think we all were coming off that 3-day holiday.
Yeah, I was at a wedding all weekend, so open bar
all weekend, right?
Yeah. Saturday and Sunday. Yesterday did nothing. Well, kind of cleaned the house, but that's got to do that anyway. So
what, 90 degrees here this past weekend, and I tell you, man, I go out there at nighttime and I hug my air condition.
Right.
We got the central air, and it's at times the wife's got it on, and she's like under a blanket, and it's still 90 degrees outside. And honey, you can turn it down. You don't need the blanket.
Yeah, we just replaced our furnace and air conditioner last fall. We had it. We were having it cleaned, and they pointed out to us, you've got a crack in your heat exchanger. So hope you've got a CO2 our carbon monoxide detector. I said, yeah, we do, but let's rip it out and do the whole thing. So we got a brand new air conditioner and furnace last year, and we've been able to freeze meat now. It's pretty much all summer.
Yes. Yeah. The colder you got it, the longer you live. Sort of like a preservative. So just if you're getting up in age, just make sure the house is cool. That's what my grandmother thought. She lived to be 93, so I guess she was right. I mean, you could visit grandma, and she'd be able to keep like a half a cow on a rack, like in the living room, and it wouldn't spoil. It was so cold.
Yeah, Barry, you're right. Treasury's regular trading hour closes 2 p.m. Central. That's correct.
$2:00 bonds. Yeah, my kid works in the bonds. He's done at 2:00. Catches at 2:30 out of Union.
Mm-hmm. And straight west, is he still living out by you?
Yeah, not by me. I mean, he's a little bit more west.
But he's on that same train line.
Yeah, he's on the actually same train line, but he gets the express.
Yeah, that was a great train line. We lived in LaGrange. Took me like 20 minutes to get downtown on the way in. Nice express.
Yeah. And on the way home, you get yourself a drink, get on the train.
Yeah. Take a look here. You see the fear and greed index? The fear and greed index is at 60. So we're off extreme greed here. Still not really facing fear, but the VIX, it's come off quite a bit from how high it was earlier. It's only up for almost 5% right now. It's 1373. Pretty low. We had crude close 86.69, up 114 or 1.3%.
They're giving it 1.3 now, huh?
1.3%.
I'll tell you, with the pushback here with the sellers, I mean, it's gotten to less than half of what that rally was earlier this morning. So sellers getting a lot of their turf back.
I want to see what that open interest is tomorrow. If we lost open interest, then this current daytime frame upside auction may be beginning to tire a little bit. I can almost see it yawning.
Well, we'll see tomorrow. I know we got August PMI coming out. Import export. Got the trade balance earlier. That'll be out before we fire up TopstepTV. ISM.
I'm wondering.
Non-manufacturing. That'll be out tomorrow also. And Bank of Canada interest rate decision tomorrow.
Yeah, the API is on Wednesday. EIA
tomorrow is Wednesday,
Thursday.
Right?
Right. So
EIA,
usually
right.
the API would be this afternoon. Instead, it's tomorrow afternoon because the EIA is due out on Thursday.
Move everything up a day, or do you call it back a day? I don't know.
Yeah,
move it up.
move it all ahead a day, and we'll see what happens.
All right. All right. Let's see here. ISM, right? PMI. That's 9:00. Let's see if there's anything else. API, crude stock. See, they've got that here. The API, the crude stock, will be out tomorrow, but not the EIA.
No, that's on Thursday.
Right. API, weekly crude stock. Prior was negative 11,486,000.
Right.
To move everything up. Everything.
Right.
All right, taking a look here.
Yes.
Barry says that you might want to test the 4,500s again.
It certainly seems
I don't know if we
to be.
break it down here.
We're getting another rotation from high to low. Rotation.
DL said earlier this morning, ES needs to take out today's low first, 4,500. But 44.94 3/4, 44.94.75 said that will. Where did we go here? We just lost it. Needs to be taken out to see the 44.80s. So still a little ways to go.
Makes sense. Who is this?
All right. Oh. Johnny, we got you back here at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Yep.
And we'll do the same routine. I think we've also got a very special guest coming on tomorrow. I'm not at liberty to say because I'm not too sure, but check your emails. That's one thing, folks. Excuse me. If you have not signed up to Topstep emails, do that, because what you're missing out on is the weekly kickoff levels. John gets those together for us. JD puts the weekly kickoff together. A lot of good information in there. So make sure that you have subscribed to that. Make sure also that you know that we have a Discord room. I think I can maybe put the link in there. Join the Discord room. If you're in our YouTube channel, you like what's going on, please like and share. Let your friends know about it. If you got some trading friends, by all means, let them know about it. This is something new, and once again, the door is open for comments and suggestions. Just let us know. Maybe there is a segment that we haven't thought about. Maybe you have thought about it, and something that you can share with us. We'd be happy to hear what you've got to say. And today, so far, John, seems pretty positive. Seems like people like what we're doing here. And we just got to remind you that this is day one. This is the first one we did.
Right.
So it's, we've been really working hard, practicing and putting our ducks in a row. And today we came out with the duck show, and people liked it. So that was cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
This was the first one. Lots of good stuff coming.
Yeah. But, all right.
So now, we got another rotation lower in the S&Ps. Just not going anywhere.
I'm seeing that, yeah. Same here, Nasdaq. Nasdaq getting a little heavy.
Yep.
Well, once again, doctors report no signs of a stroke for Mitch McConnell. I think somebody just needs to change his batteries.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to say too much, but I mean, you gotta at some point go enjoy the rest of your life. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, if that's all he's got, way. John, do you collect coins at all?
I do not.
No.
Unless
I
gold
don't
or
either.
silver.
But if I see a cool coin, I'll sort of throw it in my junk drawer. The world now has a $23 million coin. One coin.
Really?
$23 million.
Some sort of a mishit or something?
No, actually, the East India Company played a glitzy tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth II. So if you're Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, George Washington, John Kennedy, or Sacagawea, the United States of America will put your face on coins worth a total of $1.91 for your role in the country's history. Former British overlords do things somewhat differently. Boy. Well, she's Queen Elizabeth. She's Queen Elizabeth now has her mug. I like how they say that. Did she have a mug? No, she was okay. She looked like my grandmother so much. I mean, we used to make fun of my grandmother. Oh, it's the Queen. Hello, Queen grandmother. She didn't like it. But anyway, Queen Elizabeth has her mug on a coin made 8 pounds of gold, 6,426 diamonds, give or take a few that might have fallen off. An 8-pound coin. What kind of pocket am I going to put that in? Jesus. The coin, which was unveiled just ahead of her 1-year anniversary.
An armored one.
An armored pocket with guards. Yeah, but the thing is, this is what they would do. If somebody stole that coin, they'd melt it down. They'd take all the diamonds out, melt it down, which is so sad. I mean, you hear a lot of these archaeological digs and looters who have taken all this beautiful golden art and they loot the tombs and they melt it all down. I mean, it's like, wow. And they usually, I like to watch a lot of these shows. The gold factor, the creativity that you do see in some of the stuff that made it through. It's a crying shame at these people. But I guess, if you're desperate, desperate people do desperate things. And it's probably why they melt that stuff down into just ingots. Beautiful art into ingots. So
we've got Gio Leon asking if we can recommend good books for trading psychology. Here's one. Jared Tendler's The Mental Game of Trading. Really good book. Gives you some actionable items to help you get through your barriers as a trader. One of my favorites is Mark Douglas's The Disciplined Trader.
Oh, yeah.
The Disciplined Trader.
We used to have, didn't we used to have a list, John, of books we recommended?
Yeah, I think it's still on the website. Or for our favorite trading books.
I don't know. Let me take a look here, see if we've got it. What would it be under? Let's see.
The Disciplined Trader, I think Mark Douglas says it best. You got to find a way to interface a trading strategy with your psychology. It's a really important question, Gio. And then, of course, anything by Brett Steenbarger. This happens to be the book Enhancing Trader Performance, but he's got the Trading Coach 2.0. He's got a few books out there that are really very good as far as trading psychology is concerned. There are books that do not involve trading information that I think are as equally as important to read. There's a book. It was actually given to me by Michael Patak. It's called Positive Intelligence, and it talks about, in really kind of lay terms, the inner dialogue that we all use to harangue ourselves if we do something perceived as wrong. We beat ourselves up. It's a really good book about that. Tom Sosnoff of Tasty Trades thinks trading psychology is BS. Well, he's been at this a long time, so he must be, I don't know, made of steel or something. But how can
it be BS? I mean, trading psychology. I mean, it's conduct and how you think and how you react.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, but
I mean, we used to have Randy Halkin talk about.
You had people on the trading floor that arrived in Chicago in a Learjet that belonged to their parents and their families. They were never going to change their lifestyle if they lost $10 million trading. It makes it much easier to deal with losses when you don't care about losses. So if you didn't come, to Chicago in a Learjet to work your way into trading on the trading floor, and it didn't matter if you made 10 million or lost 10 million, then it makes it much easier to deal with some of those issues because you don't actually care. I think we'd probably all be better off if we really just didn't care. Unfortunately, most of the trade eating world has to worry about losses because we don't want to lose all our money, so we can't buy the kids the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip. Right? So
I want to go.
Yeah. My best is to not think, just do what the market thinks. And, doing what you're seeing, doing what you are seeing in the market, that's the way to do it, right? It's like, it's everything that happens between the entry and the exit that gets you messed up, right? I've been an active trader for 30 some years, and I've had the opportunity to work with several trading psychologists, and those trading psychologists, I can tell you, have made a big difference in my ability to survive 30, 31, 32 years as an active trader in this. And so if that's the case, then there is something to trading psychology. I'm not, maybe I'm a softie. Eddie, am I a softie?
You're cuddly, but you're not that soft.
I think I'm kind of a softie. I don't know. But, all those internal dialogues, all those things we say to ourselves, all the things that happened to us when we were children even, they can affect what we think of ourselves as far as trading is concerned. One of the old guys on the floor, I walked on the floor with my shiny new badge, and he said, "You can make anything you think you're worth." Well, how much do you think you're worth? You can make it here. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure. So, well, there's 3. The Mental Game of Trading, Jared Tendler. We have lots of videos with him.
Yeah. Good stuff, too. A lot of people are very happy with that. That we've got him coming out. I think we got him coming up here again soon, very shortly.
Yeah. Yes, we will. We will have him again soon.
Cool. All right. Well, folks, it is just about 1/2 and John and myself going over the markets here. I do believe that there will be a short market reflection. Okay. 3 o'clock.
Yes. 3 o'clock.
With you and Jack.
Yep.
So keep that in mind. But otherwise, John, thanks for being with us here today and this afternoon. Catch you back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock.
Yep.
And
you too.
Yeah, I'll be here also. Yes, I will. So have a good night, my friend. And once again,
You too, buddy.
You look so nice today with that shirt and that tie.
Yeah, all my other clothes were dirty, so.
Dirt is good, though. Dirt is good.
No, I wanted to just, it was our first day on TopstepTV. Just thought I'd look the part.
You did nice.
Trying to feel the part.
Now, did Donna tell you to do that? To dress up nice.
No. Matter of fact, she text messaged me about, I don't know, 9:30, and she said, "I see you. You look good." So she didn't even know I was going to do it, but I got her approval, so that's good.
That's good. Exactly. Yep. All right. All right, my brother. You have a good one.
All right.
And
see you later.
We will catch you guys tomorrow, and that'll be it. All right. Have a good night. Be safe. Sleep tight. Energize.
Good night, everyone.
Catch you tomorrow. Take care.
hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that say stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'ma flick up. Feel I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I just stay up. Look, straight from the mud like rugby. Straight to the stage, they love me. I understand they hungry, but please don't hate, that's ugly. I've been sliding, shaking, moving, I've been popping in my city. Shawty say she love the way we do it with me. I be too turned up to ever give a yeah. I ain't come to argue, let a please, baby. They been talking pennies, I need bigger bucks. About to catch a flight, I need to switch it up. Got that black boy joint, might do my dance on him. Take no disrespect, might put my hands on him. Hit this chicken, now she wanna marry me. But she gon' need some closure and some therapy. Came back to the city with my bank account on F. Giving rappers, I know they happy that I left. Hit the south in winter, I just put down my deposit. 82 degrees, I left that jacket in my closet. Feel I'm in the mood for a switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that say stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'ma flick up. Feel I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I just stay up. Hey, look, came in with the what's that? Left out with the who she. Laying game like 2D, I been kicking like Bruce Lee. Margarita to the brim tip, black denim need a slim fit. Same people that I flex with be the ones that I'm in the gym with. I'm a living legend, you a dead cause, and I'm dead. No, I'm dead, right? Leaving early, but I'm here night. Long and short to keep the head right. Teed up out in Malibu, got sand all in my good shoes. Press with the pessimism, but I only came for the good news. I am the show that they came for, hitting the target I aim for. We been discussing the contract, just telling they get what they paid for. I am not with poverty, really it started to bother me. I need the yacht with the property, they come with the view that you gotta see. Came up from the basement, hit the rooftop with a passion. Bad with some good credit and a good sense for the fashion. Dope blowing with the left hand, gripping with the right hand. Uber share to the airport, I'ma hit you back when my flight land. I'm in the mood for a switch up. I hit the function, hit the rose till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that say stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'ma flick up. Feel I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I just stay up.
all of it. Need it all. You want it all. Where do I begin? I see the hate, they don't wanna see me win. Bank deposits, I got more coming in. Top down, throw the money in the wind. I don't want it all. Heard he scammer, had to switch up the accounts. Moving paper, gotta call it my account. It's all in, I can have it coming out. Been through the struggle, I can see another drought. Yeah, it's not a purse, it's a merge. 6 figures was a gold, now it's 9 or a hearse. Put it work. Used to pull up, not swerve. No time for the snakes, time to put them in the dirt. That's word. I gotta get it, it's in my DNA. You only see the highlights, don't know what it takes. Last year stressing, got no sleep. Now I'm right between the courts, out of nosebleeds. I see the hate, they don't wanna see me win. Bank deposits, I got more coming in. Top down, throw the money in the wind. I don't want it all. Heard he scammer, had to switch up the accounts. Moving paper, gotta call it my account. It's all in, I can have it coming out. And through the struggle, I can see another drought. Yeah, same circle, still the same gang. We just get to it, we don't gangbang. Lost some friends, said the same thing. Keep a low pro when we maintain. Find us in a lost somewhere, kicking back. Find you on computers, type in Twitter facts. You lose a follow, throw a Twitter at. I lose $1, bet I get it back. Like a boomerang. My girl likes diamonds, big one shining on a ring. I got 3 daughters, you could bet that they gon' get the same. But they got morals, I'll be damned if they sell it for change. They won't sell out a thing. I lose it all, you bet I get it back by any means. I trust in God, won't be $1 that can make me change. I got that power, I could get anything. I got that power, I could get anything. Where do I begin? I see the hate, they don't wanna see me win. Bank deposits, I got more coming in. Top down, throw the money in the wind. I don't want it all. Heard he scammer, had to switch up the accounts. Moving paper, gotta call it my account. It's all in, I can have it coming out. And through the struggle, I can see another drought.
Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to. Whoops, I got a thing here. Hang on a second. Good to see everybody. Welcome to the reflection here at the end of the day. A little echo here. Should be taking care of that right now. There we go. All right. Now I'm ready.
You're on it, Hoag.
Good to see you, Jack.
I've emerged once again from behind the machines to turn the machines back on with you, Hoag.
Behind the curtain.
Yes.
How was your day? Busy, huh?
Yeah, first day at TopstepTV. We've been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes to make it run smoothly, but you guys did great. It was a real marathon. You and Eddie were. I was impressed that you were able to go power through that afternoon.
Yeah, it's, we did a little bit of reflection, kind of before the reflection, but now we get to see really how the end of the day kind of played out, huh?
Yeah. Well, let's dive into it. You can talk about the trades that you made today, too, because you're the one winner.
Yeah, well, that's the one that everybody saw, so we'll talk about that. Anyway, this is the S&Ps. Just kind of reviewing what we talked about this morning on the opening call. We're looking at a 3-day area of potential balance without a lot of economic numbers, nothing as far as any new talking Feds, anything to change the markets. Kind of looking for the market to remain inside that range. Now, this morning we talked about 4,500 as the low end of that range and 4,575 as the high end of that range. We didn't get anywhere near 45. 4575. I don't know what 4547 is what I meant to say last week's high. So 4,500, 4,547. The kind of market opened up. We didn't do anything really early on in the session. There was a lot of kind of thought about, it's after a holiday. That tends to freak me out. So we let the market kind of establish the early range, or what we call the initial balance. And when price got above the initial balance, traded up towards settlement, we had these moving averages up here that were kind of inviting us to be able to limit risk between those and the settlement price, which was actually Friday's settlement price. We know that yesterday was not a settlement day, so we're still looking at Friday's settlement price. We found an opportunity to limit risk up there, and we ended up taking a pretty decent, almost a 2-to-1 trade. We looked at, I think, 12.50, I think, was for the exit for that trade. It started moving value higher, so we kind of cut that trade a little bit early. We didn't really cut too much of it because the market really just kind of held in that area for almost 2 hours before it finally rotated to lower value, back to higher value, back to lower value. And it looks like we've extended the range just slightly here. The low of the initial balance at the end of the day here. So
Hoag, which moving averages are you looking at on there? You're in the 15-minute chart right now?
Yeah, this is the 30-minute chart. So I tend not to go too much below that. We were looking at this 200 session and 100 session moving average kind of converging right here and just kind of giving a visual level up there, really. I mean, it looked like a cheap trade. It was a cheap trade. We risked, I think, between 3 and 4 points. We made 7 to 8 points on it. So it was almost a 2-to-1 trade. And I don't typically trade off of moving averages, but it just, it looked above the earlier high, didn't have much behind it, not a lot of volume, momentum. So we took the short, we took the risk, and we ended up profiting off that trade. It was a pretty decent trade. I was really thinking, and one of my coaching clients, who's now a coach here at Topstep, was mentioning he thought maybe 45.05 would be a good target for that trade. It would have taken 2.5 hours to get there, but eventually it hit that level before it would have hit the stop. So nice job on that one. What did the market end up telling us at the end of the day here? We're extending the range to the downside after extending the range to the, we're still largely range bound, but look where we're settling. We're settling right near that 4,500 level, that low end of the 3-day balance that we've been kind of watching and looking at here.
Right. Also ending right about where I think the daily 50-day moving average is.
On the daily, let's take a look. Yep.
Yeah.
There she blows right there.
Yeah, folks are grasping for something, between, we talked about earlier, the phenomenon of the big effing round number right there.
Yeah, right.
Between that or the 50-day moving average, you'll grab what you can.
Absolutely. So, what am I looking for tomorrow? The way the market closed, we have negative delta. So a lot of excess on Friday's bar up here. When we think about when an auction is changing, we're always looking for excess. So if we look back, excess on these bars, the market pulled back. Excess on these bars, the market pulled back. Excess on these bars, the market rallies. We're showing signs of excess on the daily bars. So I'm going to be looking to see if we added a bunch of open interest today on this close. Volume, I don't think, was tremendous. Let's take a look. And it's going to, remember, volume includes yesterday's session. New York Stock Exchange, maybe 3.3 billion shares traded. Volume was pretty low today. I think a lot of folks are just kind of looking for smaller opportunities in the short time frame control. This is what short time frame control markets do. They rotate between two sometimes known, sometimes unknown levels. Today, moving average is high, 4,500, big fat round number on the low.
No, that's a nice looking chart.
And, it's always we talk about context, risk management, and patience, right, Jack? So if we were in the right context, looking at a market that was likely going to remain range bound, that kept us out of the chop in the middle and had us looking for opportunities on the extremes or even above value or below value. That gives you the opportunity at least to limit risk to some degree.
And that's the tough thing about most people out there, for good reason. Usually traders trade just one or two products, usually similar ones, like say the ES and the NQ.
Mm-hmm.
And today was going to be a slow day as far as that goes. So if those are the only things you trade, you know, the fireworks we'll get to in oil today. If you're not going over there, which I don't recommend, just going to, follow in volatility around wherever. It's going to be a day where you're just going to have to wait, especially we talked about it being range bound.
Mm-hmm.
Most of your days going to be spent sitting around trying to figure out, seeing if it'll get the one end of that range or not.
Right. I mean, Jack, if you think about it, if you got a position on the point of control here today, if it was long, your risk was a range extension lower. That to me is 10 points on a range like this. I'm not going to do that. What about a shorted point of control? Where's the risk? Well, even if it's high of value, we're looking at 7-8 points of risk above the range. That's too much risk. So you're really on range bound days looking to focus on those extremes to limit the risk. And, if it goes your way, it can expand the profit target as well.
Very nice.
You look at Nasdaq, which had a little bit more upside action to it today. Take a look at the daily. Still within the range bound area, here's the low, here's the high of the current area of balance. We might even look at the candle body low here as the low end of this area of balance, which is right where the market traded to today to the downside, but largely range bound. But there was a lot more lift to this market. Remember, settlement is from Friday. The S&P is stopped short of it today. The Nasdaq, however, found comfort, I think, inside the value area from yesterday, at least initially, but a lot more of an upside push to the Nasdaq. And when we were talking in Squawk Radio with Eddie, this is not a strong high up here. There's no excess. This is not a strong high up here. There's no excess. But the market just did not bring interest in continuing this upside move today. So, a lot of this pullback at the end of the day could really just be short time frame longs saying, well, it looks like we're out here, so let's start getting out. And by the end of the day, they've flattened up. I'm thinking we probably won't see a big change in open interest in the Nasdaq tomorrow. My interest is in seeing what the S&Ps do coming off that high at the end of the day today. If we see an increase in open interest, I'm going to be viewing that as new shorts coming into the market. I don't think that they're longer time frame necessarily, but you can have a pretty large community of larger speculators out there that they can add to that open interest and at least make it look like there was more teeth to the downside at the end of the day today than there actually might be.
Now, Hoag, do you take trades on the Nasdaq? I know you're an ES guy, but
I don't. Nasdaq gives me heart palpitations. I can't do it. It's you look at the dome here. It's 7, 6, 10, 11, 10, 12, 10. I know the market's basically closed, but it's just too thin, too whippy for me. I've never been able to really digest it. I've taken, I think, overall in my career. Well, I used to trade it when I was a broker in the S&Ps because I had a friend in the Nasdaq, and this was like right at the beginning of text messaging.
Sure.
So and this was the tech bubble. So all you had to do was wait for a break and buy it. So I'd text him. I say, hey, buy the next break for me. Just buy me one. So he'd give me a fill. I'd give him a stop, a profit target, and that was it. So
works till it doesn't.
Yeah, right. And a lot of those folks that really took advantage of that tech bubble, boy, when it burst, they couldn't figure out how to short. A lot of them lost a lot of the money that they made on the way up. I mean, just to be able to adjust to that, it took a lot of time for those guys. They gave back a lot of dough.
Hey, the valuation on the Nasdaq is still incredibly rich compared to the S&P 500. If you go back, look at a 10-year chart of both or something, and you really see that, if this were to break, I'm not saying that it is. It can go a lot lower than I think a lot of people are giving it credit.
Oh yeah, I mean, you look at the capitalization of a lot of these companies, and some of them haven't even made money.
Great work if you can get it, man.
Absolutely. Let's check out Crude now. couple of really cool things in crude. So nobody could see that Saudi Arabia was going to announce at 8:02 that they were going to extend the production cuts through December. But what we did do is we left the opening range at the dead ass low. These lines here, these little dots, the dead low opening range is the first minute of trade. That could have been enough to have you in along in this market before that happened. It didn't happen for me. I don't trade crude a lot, but there was a situation that happened today. Well, let's go back to the daily. So we looked at this morning and we said this auction process from low to high is increasing in volume, increasing in open interest. There's no reason to think that this auction can't continue the move to the upside, which it did until it reached the weekly kickoff high, $88. It went up to 88.07 and then fell off.
Part of the reason that I stay out of oil, never trade it, is because you said earlier, no one could have seen that the Saudis were going to cut production. That's where I like to do my wink, wink. None of us can see that.
No, right?
Clearly there's some people out there, I'm not accusing anything in particular, that definitely knew this. I don't think they just get to make that decision in a vacuum and not, there's money to be made.
Yeah, before we put that out, let me buy some crude. And then, that's kind of what it looks like on this 30-minute chart. I mean, the opening range is the low of the day. Buyers were in control from the very beginning at 8:01 to 8:02, 8:03, whenever that came out. Here's the opening range. Actually, this is the 7:30 opening range, but I believe that the opening range in the 8 o'clock open was also the low of the session. So pow, the market rallies, pulls back. We talked to Dan in Dan So Crude about this. Looking at the 15-minute chart, I put these lines up here. This is a bull flag. Market came up to it. It's pulled back, low volume, small ranges. If it breaks out above it, that's an opportunity for a continuation move to the upside, which is exactly what happened. Was I paying attention? No, I was into something else and missed this opportunity. Now, these are some of my favorite trades is, anything coming off a bull flag or a bear flag. I look forward to those because I can limit the risk and the opportunities can be relatively great. This is a 120 tick move to weekly kickoff high. Already I'm out once I get there. Didn't have the opportunity to participate up here, but the market has pulled back ever since.
No, that's a nice looking Daniel there that got out of it. You talked about it earlier, but you're right.
Yeah.
We're looking at something else.
Yeah. That's the Daniel channel. Well, I love that. I think Dan does too.
He's got to trademark that at some point.
Right. And let's take a quick look at gold. I didn't really have much of an opportunity to see what was happening here with gold, but we talked about the dollar, and the dollar was strong today. The dollar just pretty much ground everything to a pulp if you were trying to short the dollar today. Just bringing it up here, 104.82 is where it ended up, or relatively close. So it started at 104.80 as well. So no, it didn't. $104.20 something is where it looks like the market opened, 104.10, something like that. And so it rallied all day. The dollar, of course, or the gold is, of course, going to probably follow suit in the opposite direction. There was one good rally here on the open, and then the sellers took over. Now, when we look at the range from Friday and the range from Monday, looking at what we did last night, we had a lot of overnight inventory that was pretty short. Overnight, weaker hands, short time frame sellers got themselves too deep in the hole. There was a resolution of that, and then we just found that the market just ran out of buyers and came back down here and did what it typically does. Gold is such a fickle market. It usually has one good move and then sits there. the rest of the day. So if you're wrong, the one big move, you're going to have a very difficult time getting that money back. You can see it here. I mean, the market opens, breaks, and then sits. You can go back as far as you want. Opens, rallies, sits. Opens, rallies, sits.
So this isn't one that you want to be sitting around in all day.
No.
Yeah.
No. There's such a tendency for the one move to happen, and if you're down money on that, you might want to just think about going to play golf or do something else, because you're going to cut yourself to ribbons when it just kind of sits. You're going to be looking for a bigger move if you had a big loss on a trade in gold. And they just don't give you that opportunity to do so. So very careful. Only very specific situations will I involve myself in gold. And a lot of it is not just chart based. It's volume, open interest, delta. The market is telling you when longer time frame traders are involved. And I haven't seen longer time frame traders that involved in gold in quite some time. I mean, look at the daily here. It looks like we're barcoding, right? March, May high, June low, August high, August low. It's definitely kind of creeping in on itself. There's a bigger move coming, which is part of the reason why. I mean, we had really wide weekly kickoff levels for, 3 weeks, and the market is kind of crumbling in on itself. It is going to need to seek new levels to facilitate trade. I don't know when, I don't know which direction, but it's why the weekly kickoff levels have really tightened in on it. And that may be something I'll be keeping a look for. If we can break out and, see some meaningful participation, that might be something I'll go with.
And you might not know this off the top of your head, but I'm kind of interested long term. I don't trade a lot of gold. How popular is gold still as far as the future? Like long-term volume, as far as this current era, let's say, has gold, for lack of a better word, lost any of the shine compared to some of the other things like crypto, etc.? Yeah, I just had to say that.
Yes, gold has, I think, lost a pretty big share of the store of value when it comes to the US dollar. Gold historically has been the best store of value, but I do think that some of the cryptocurrencies have taken some of that thunder away. We're looking at volumes, just the beginning of the year, of 200,000 to 250,000. Once in a while, you'll get 350,000. But of late, we're looking, we're not that bad. I mean, lately we've been a little bit below 200,000, but I think that's kind of a function of the range boundness of the market more than anything else. It's cyclical like everything else.
YouTube comment that central banks are not buying crypto. That's true. I guess unless you're in what is it, El Salvador? One of the Central American countries is owned by, well, you know what? To each their own there. I'm not a huge fan necessarily of either of those.
Cryptos?
I'm agnostic. I'm just not involved with them, to be honest.
I'm 58 years old for now.
Yeah.
I've been so distrustful of new technologies throughout my life, and it's caused me to miss a lot of opportunities. I could have bought Microsoft right after it came out. I could have bought Apple right after it first came out. But computers were going to be a fad. Nobody needs a phone in their pocket. So, for my great foresight, I'm still here trading, and you know what? I'm okay with that. I think even if I, did kill it on those stocks, I'd probably still be sitting here trading it. Hopefully hadn't lost all those profits, but I love what I do, man. So I'm happy to be here.
Me too, Hoag. Glad to be here with you. I think we're just about finished with today, unless there's something else you were looking at.
No, I think we're good. We'll take a rest. Get a good walk with the dog in. I think here on the docket, and start thinking about tomorrow.
We will. And I think right now, I've lost my outro from here when we switched computers. But so I think we'll just sign off like this. We'll just go to the national anthem and American flag or something like that, Hoag.
Perfect.
Because, good 7.5 hours streaming today. I think we both deserve to lay down for a bit.
Yes. Yeah. And that's definitely going to be part of it. So, Jack, always a pleasure. Great to see you. Blessings to everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. For the opening call.
We'll see you then.